y'all doing? What's going on? Honey, when I tell you today, did y'all see what happened today? If you did not see what happened today, we're going to talk about it. When I tell you, everybody and their mama is coming out speaking about Diddy. Everybody in the whole world want to see Diddy behind bars. It's no way that he can get out of this. It's no way he can run the Valley now because people in Valley know about him. Okay? People in Africa, Russia, China, you name it. Everybody know about that Diddy. When I tell you, Eddie Griffin came out and told the truth about Diddy and told some twisted secrets about Clyde Davis, Usher, Chris Brown, and Justin Bieber. When I tell you, it gets crazy. And also, did you know Donald Trump Jr., not the senior, but the junior, Donald Trump's son, is calling out Diddy? And make no mistakes about it, if his daddy get president, he's going to make sure that Diddy goes behind bars and would never see the light of the sun again. Yes, the Trumps want to see Diddy behind bars too. And another person. Now, they are telling me this. I don't know how true it is. They are saying that Diddy had Carl Winslow, the guy from Family Matters. Honey, and it's just everybody in the Black community. All these men are bisexual or gay. They want some D inside. Well, you know what? They said it's nothing like that Black D. That Black D is so addicted. That Black D is nothing like the Black D. I guess in the black hole. Okay, that black, it's just a black body. The black body is just so tantalizing. You know what I mean? I don't know. They can't help themselves. Well, anyway, this is not a crime, but somebody said they bust on Big Back Carl Wilson, Carl Slow. You know, he got a big back, and there was like, I didn't know Diddy was into big backs. Honey, he does not discriminate, okay? Big backs, small backs, white, skinny, black, woman, girl, whatever, honey. Okay, you can get it from Diddy. And I wish I would have known. If people need to know this shit, because I get tired of people on this internet telling me I got to be skinny to attract the billionaire. I got to be this and that to attract the billionaire. Hell no. These billionaires are attracted to big backs, white, black. You could be ugly. You don't got to be beautiful to be attracted for a big billionaire to attract, okay? So all this bull crap they try to tell y'all, oh, you got to look a certain way. You got to be pretty. You got to be gorgeous. That don't mean shit. No, you don't. Shit, you can be ugly as hell, big back and all, and they still going to give your ass a chance. Look what Usher. Usher had that big back. Okay, shit, big backs are in, honey. I might as well have me a big back summer. Alpha diet, shit, I'm sitting up here trying to get skinny. Big backs are winning. Shout out to the big backs. Okay, no offense. You know I love me a big back. Okay, so honey, that is what they're saying. I'm assuming Diddy was the top. Who was the top and who was the bottom in that situation? Were they versatile? Did they flip flop? Okay, did they say, well, you get a turn? No, you get a chance, and you get a chance. Remind me of Oprah. You get a car. You get a car. You get some dick. No, you get some dick. No, you get some dick. Were they fighting who was going to bottom that day? Were they fighting over? Did they flip a coin about it? I don't know. Okay. God damn. All right, shit. And you know, I never think big backs like a big man. I don't ever think they packing. And I guess because they so big, even if they is packing, it's gonna look small compared to that big ass stomach and that big back. But you know, skinny guys, they can have a small thing, but it look big because their body is so petite and small. So it's proportions and how it looking, honey. But that is what they're saying. I don't know how true it is. And I gotta let y'all know we got the phone lines back up, y'all. Yes, it has been a miracle. The phone lines are back up. KFC, where you at? You've been missed, girl. You need to call on in. Okay, you need to call on in. And also, we have to touch on Shyne. Shyne is a used to be rapper for Bad Boy. Now he's a politician. And you guys know back in 1999, where were y'all at in 1999? Okay, honey, I was a child. I was in school. Okay, where were y'all at in 1999? Oh, girl, I remember 1999 like it was yesterday. Everybody was saying, oh, 2000, the world was going to end. Remember that? Did y'all remember that? Everybody was like, oh, the world going to end in 2000. You know, it's written. The world is going to, girl, they say that shit every year. Okay. When I was 2, 3, 4 years old, the world is going to end this year. The world, shut the hell up. Let the world end. If it's going to end, let it end. Shit, ain't nothing you can do about it. By you talking about it ain't gonna help it. Shit. Okay. So, honey, we thought the world was gonna end 1999. Shit, we was partying like it was 1999. But that year, this lady, she got pow pow in the head. She said she still got the bullet fragments in her brain. And Diddy said he did not do it. Okay. Diddy had Shyne as his fall guy. Shyne, he did what, 10 to 13 years in the slammer. And he is coming out and he is letting the truth be known that he did not do it. He is saying that Diddy set him up, and Diddy paid him to take the fall. And he is willing to testify this in court. He is willing to testify this in trial. And what I'm hearing is he wants the case reopened. That's what I'm hearing. All these articles that say Tesla said he wants the case reopened. Cheryl said he wants the case reopened in their titles. So he wants the case reopened. Now, honey, I don't know how he's going to get away with this. You got Donald Trump wants you behind jail. Who else want him behind jail? Shyne gonna speak out. Cassie gonna speak out. Little Rodney gonna speak out. Gene the bodyguard gonna speak out. All the Bad Boy artists gonna speak out. I mean, how he's gonna get out of this? Eddie Griffin speaking out. Cat Williams speaking out. I mean, it's too many speaking outs. So do you guys really think that he's going to jail? Press 1 if you think like he's going to jail. Press 7 if you feel like he's not going to jail. Daughter, most I said she was 8. Damn, girl, you was 8. Okay, 10 here. Hey, shit, hell yeah. Come on, Betty Green. Betty Green said she been grown. She been grown. Okay. All right, so I do have some little audio clippets that I would love to play for you guys. Just to get your take on, if you guys don't mind. And feel free, you guys can hit that link, or you can call in the phone line station. So first, I will go with Shyne. Shyne is speaking out, and listen to this.
It opens wounds when you hear, the victim saying that it was Diddy that shot her. That is what is the most remarkable. Oh, you didn't see that?
All right. So he says it opened wounds. And you know what? Shyne has a lot of regrets. Shyne, and you see him on the picture, he's next to Eddie Griffin. He's at the top. He's right next to J-Lo. That is Shyne, okay? Shyne feels like, man, maybe if he would have fought harder for the truth, that he would not spend 13 years in jail. 13 years, that's a lot of years that are gone out of your life. I'm sure he has a lot of regret, but then again, was it worth it? He did get paid off millions of dollars, So I don't know, but I'm sure he probably feel like, what if I would have fought for the truth? Shyne felt like he didn't have a chance. Shyne, he was a child. He was a child then. She didn't know any better. He didn't shoot nobody. He says that he's a good guy. And I guess in the Black community, it's the stigma that you got to be a bad boy. You got to be a thug to be accepted in the Black community. Because if you're a nice guy, they're going to say you gay. If you're a smart guy, they're going to say you gay. Like the only time you could not say that you gay back in the day in the black community, if you was hood, if you was a thug, if you was overly masculine, okay? So he wanted to get down with the cool guys to be a bad boy. And they put him to the test and say, take the fall, nigga, go to jail. And honey, he went to jail for all those years. And now he's realizing the victim, the lady, she knew it was not him. He did not know. He didn't know all the pieces. Okay, so now everything is just coming back, and he knows that the victim want justice. He knows that that lady is like, I want the man that's responsible for putting the pow in my head. I want him to go to jail. I don't care that he took the fall. I want the man that's responsible for doing this. You have to be accountable, Diddy. You gotta be accountable. And she wants J-Lo to be accountable too. She said J-Lo, and she wants the club to be responsible too. How could y'all let J-Lo in just because she's a damn celebrity? Okay, you let her in with the pow, and she felt like J-Lo, you lied up there on that stand to cover for Diddy. So she wants everybody to be accountable for what happened to her, because she got with the pow in her head. She said it's been years and they always terrorize her, threaten her, stealing her, flatten her tires, and the list goes on. And she's just not here for it. All right, we got KFC up in the house. Hey, KFC, I see you in a minute. Hey. Yes, we got her in the building, y'all. We got KFC in the building. All right, she just came through. I'm going to play a little bit more.
Okay. And that was triggered by a lawsuit from a producer that produced on the Love album, who is making accusations. And in those accusations, he says that the gentleman
Now, Bashful saying that Diddy took his manhood, I guess his manhole. Bashful, are you saying that Diddy made Shyne a bottom? Is that what you're saying? Press 1 if you feel like Diddy made Shyne a bottom. Okay, press 4 if you feel like no, that's a rumor. Okay, it looked like all these men are getting down in hip hop, and these gangsters. Either they're gonna get down in these gangs affiliation, or they're gonna get down in jail. Because let's not forget, you know, they take these men manhole in jail. Everybody gonna get plucked. But when they get out of jail, you know, it's like Vegas. What goes on in Vegas stays in Vegas. And they say that's the same thing with the prisons. You know, they be messing around with each other behind jail. They say a whole bunch of them do, you know, and that's just the culture. Okay. That's how that culture is. Let's go.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the Messy Sweet Spot.
Let's fast forward.
I haven't already. And
yeah, I'm looking in y'all comments too.
That was triggered by a lawsuit.
And can we please get the likes up, y'all? We only got 167 likes up here. We should be about 500. Can y'all please get the likes up? Okay, let's get these likes up.
From a producer that produced on the Love album, who is making accusations. And in those accusations, he says that the gentleman confessed to the shooting. And that is what stands out to me the most, because, you know, I've done my best to put it behind me and to move forward. And so
he said he tried his best to put it behind him and move forward, but he's just saying that for television. He cannot move forward from that. How could you move forward for doing 13 years in prison for something that you did not do? Could y'all move forward? Could you move forward for spending 15 to 13 years in prison for something you did not do? Press 1 if you can move forward. Press 5 if you cannot move forward. Those 13 years, that's a long 13 years. your life taken away from you, and poor, in jail, they took his honey buns, okay? He's not going to tell it because men are ashamed of that type of stuff, but they took his honey buns. He was a very popular guy, and he's a black guy. When you're popular or when you white, they say they're going to take them honey buns because it's like a trophy piece, you know what I'm saying? And they get more power and they get notoriety with the dudes, like, oh yeah, I took Shyne down. Yeah, he has some sweet shit. I took him down. So that's why Bashful said that, yeah, he got took down. And then if he got took down by Diddy, then he got took down by more black thugs in the jail. Girl, honey. Okay. So he said, he don't want to relive it, but I know that's a lie. He really does, but he's probably scared of Diddy. Diddy got videotapes of him. Bashful, do you think Diddy got videotapes of him getting down? Okay, because when you're dealing with Diddy, when you're a part of Diddy, you're going to have to incriminate yourself, and he's going to have the videos to incriminate you. So whatever he wants to do, he can't do too much because he'll put them videotapes out of Diddy taking him to Pound Town and probably having more escort men pounding him out too. And once that video get out of those men doing it, the black community ain't gonna forget about that. And he don't want that video out there. That's proof, okay? Even if it is SA, people still ain't gonna let it down, okay? Let's keep on going. Listen.
But it certainly reopens the wounds that I've been saying this all along. Everyone knew all along that I was the fall guy. But my political enemies and, other witnesses.
Is she accurate, sir?
I'm not going to get into that, but it does open wounds, and certainly I am relieved that people are saying what the truth is, that, I did not shoot those people. I maintain that I never shoot nobody, that there were other guns there. I always said that. That has not changed. And that is the testimony that came out. Fragments were never removed. So there was never any forensic testing to say who it was. But the victims are vindicating me. Witnesses are vindicating me. But I have moved on.
He loved that. He loved that his name is getting vindicated. You see how he said me, because he's been a victim for so long. And it's sad because he could not express that he's a victim. He had to portray a villain to cover his daddy, okay, to cover Big Daddy Diddy, okay? They call him Daddy. Yeah, so he had to take the fall for his daddy, which is Diddy. Now, why did he take the fall for him? Diddy must got something on Shyne. He must got something on Shyne for Shyne to willing to take the fall on him. Honey, I'll be screaming and kicking. I ain't do it. So I don't know, but I definitely, do y'all think, why did Shyne take that deal? Huh? Why did he volunteer to be the fall guy? Why wasn't he kicking and screaming not to go in prison, knowing the men gonna take turns on his honey buns? Okay, I don't care how much money. Did he sell his soul? They said that he made a deal with Diddy, but he could have opened his mouth and said, "Nah, this ain't me. I can't do it. I did not do it. Diddy did it." I believe that maybe Diddy got something on Shyne that will cause him to volunteer and not open his mouth and not fight for his innocence. Did he ever fight for his innocence? What is going on here? Comment, let me know. What is with the new voice? Exact opinions, I switch it up. I like to change it up. So we got different voices, and there's nothing wrong with that. You know why? Because we are a creative entity. We are the arts, okay? Now, next question. Who's your daddy? Diddy is his daddy, Mean Streets. Yes, it is. Why else would Shyne volunteer to take 13 years out of his life. I don't care how much money. Could somebody pay y'all $1 million to do 13 years in prison? Press 1 if I can pay you $1 million to do 13 years in prison. Press 5 if you're not going to take that money. You rather have your freedom. Okay. So, and maybe that's why Shyne don't want to talk about it. Okay. Maybe it's more to the story and he don't want more to get out. And maybe that's why he's like, I rather not let's let this behind us. Okay, it is more to the story when it comes to Shyne and Diddy. Okay, and everybody's saying ain't no way. And that's what I feel. Ain't no way. I don't care how much money you offer me, 13 years of my life and then going to jail. Who's to say you're going to make it when you get out? I mean, who's to say you're going to get out? When you go to jail, don't people die in prison? I don't know. I've never been to jail and I would never go to jail. I would never jeopardize my freedom and I would never do a crime that can put me behind bars, and I would never associate myself with criminals that can jeopardize my livelihood. But I want to know, do people die in jail? Press 15 if people die in jail. I don't know. I don't know. Press 20 if no, you don't die in jail. It's a safe haven. They got security guards all there. So you might get taken down, but you ain't gonna die. I don't know. Shit. I ain't never been to jail. I ain't never visit. I can't tell you. All I see what I see on TV. All I see is what I see on TV. Who been in jail? We got any criminals in the house? Okay, shout out to the criminals. I love y'all still too. I don't judge. Shit. Press 19 if you're a criminal. Have you been in jail before? Huh? Where my jailbirds at? Shout out. I love y'all too. I love everybody. Hell. Ooh wee. I might need y'all to take a nigga out for me. Shit. Stop being scared. Sammy, you don't have the right to tell me not to be scared. You have not walked in my shoes. You haven't seen the stuff I've seen. Okay? I come from Detroit. So I'm going to stay scared. Being scared have kept me alive and it kept me safe. So if I want to be scared, that's my damn right. I'm going to stay scared, okay? I am comfortable here. Shit, talking about don't get scared. For what? So you can snatch my ass up? Huh? So you can snatch my ass up? Some of y'all need to be scared. How y'all out here volunteering, getting in trouble, and causing people to take your life away? All right, let's go.
I'm not trying to relive that.
Now, on to the bombshell that's
all right. Well, D-Block, I don't know. I don't know anybody that died in jail, D-Block, so I'm ignorant to it. I don't know. You know D-Block because you know that life. You know. I don't know. Okay? So, well, hold on. Only person. Okay, wait. Let me think about it. Didn't they say Jeffrey died in jail? I mean, Jeffrey, didn't he die in jail?
which is quite.
All right, so here it is. This is Eddie Griffin. I have another video that I would love to you to play, and feel free to call in anytime. I know when I hit that KFC, when she started talking, people start calling in. There's something about that KFC that's so special.
But Diddy smart. He filmed every session. So he was Clive and the freak boy that run Universal Music Group. So he got them on some tapes. Now, that's why they raiding the house, because they got friends in Homeland Security and the feds. And they said, get in there and get them tapes from this.
All right. So Eddie Griffin, he has the same ideology as Candace Owens. They both believe that it was Clive Davis that got Diddy house raided. They say it was Clive Davis that got Diddy house raided. It was Clive Davis that set Diddy up and got his house raided. Do you guys believe that? Press 5 if you believe that Clive Davis set Diddy up and got his house raided. Okay, press 10 if you feel like, nah, that ain't true. Well, that's what Eddie Griffin says. He says Clive Davis got them people to raid that house after he heard that Diddy got cameras in the toilets. Diddy got cameras, in cameras, on the walls, on the floors, under the tables. He got recording devices and he just recording and videotaping everything, girl. What is going on here? So when Clyde Davis found that out, he said, oh, hell no. I gotta make sure, pull all that shit, pull all them cameras, pull all that video. I bet not be on that goddamn tape. I bet not be on the tape. And you know, he probably can't trust Diddy. He probably say, Diddy, what is going on? Diddy is a liar. And I'm sure if Clyde Davis know Diddy, he know he's a goddamn liar. So he was like, nah, it got to be some truth to this. And possibly that's what happened. That is what Eddie Griffin feels. And that is what Candace Owens feels. Do you guys agree with those two? Press 1 if you agree with them. Press 4 if you do not agree with those two. Let's continue to play.
Trying to blackmail us.
Hey, everyone. Welcome.
All right, so let's fast forward this a little bit.
The feds, and they said, get there and get them tapes from this. He trying to blackmail us. Look, Clive Davis, yeah, that's the monster. And the head of Universal Music Group, what's this name? See, he's put Diddy up, and they sacrificed him. Diddy. They said, you gotta take this. We can't be involved. You know, Homeland Security, they came in there with tanks down there, and military motherfuckers 25 deep, 30 deep for one dancer. Say what? One dancer gonna have 50 goddamn troops at his goddamn mansion. It's not Suge Knight, it's Diddy, y'all. He gonna dance him to death. I mean, what the?
Properties owned by Diddy were reviewed yesterday by Homeland Security as part of an ongoing investigation into the music mogul who's been accused of sexual.
Now, isn't it ironic that, you know, HSI's there, the military, and Homeland Security, anyway, the militarization of the police department has just gotten out of hand. All these motherfuckers got on army gear like they going to war at somebody's mansion. All right. Now, part 2 of this. I mean, what the you gonna tear up the man's house? It's just, and you didn't put it back to where you found it. You sons of bitch. You sons of. I want to know who told the camera crews that they were going down there to raid his house. They already set up, had the mother satellites, the helicopters that all over the top. Get the aerial view. I mean, you know, just to, you know, sensationalize the story. This is what I'm saying. Somebody's behind this staged, right? Because if it's really just a quick, fast hit on the mother's property, you ain't gonna call the press and say we about to hit Puffy's crib. You're just gonna hit the crib. And they just gonna have to hear about that through the grapevine and rush down there as quick as they can. But no, we seen the aerial shot of them driving up and arriving at this motherfucker's crib. Somebody's behind it, somebody way up the ladder. And I think that ladder is the head of Universal Music Group.
Now, folks,
All right. KFC, where did you go?
fault or worse.
KFC, you need to call
Thanks
back
for watching.
right
Remember,
here. Call back right now. I was just going to click on your butt. Well, you guys heard that? Clyde Davis set Diddy up for the raids. That is what Eddie and Candace Owens is saying. The raid was by Clyde Davis. We thought it was by Cassie. We thought that Cassie and Little Rod had something to do with getting the raid enforced. They are saying this is Clyde Davis and the elites that did that been to Diddy house before, and they fear that they are on those tapes. And Eddie and Candace are saying that the raid, they went in there to destroy the evidence of Clyde Davis and other elites on those videotapes in those tunnels. I don't know how true it is, because a lot of us felt that the reason why they went to look for video footage, they went to get cell phones from Diddy to connect him with other celebrities to pull them in a trial. Now, we have so many different storylines that's going in, and we should talk about all of it, okay? Whether you agree to disagree or what have you, call in. We want to hear from you. Now, KFC, I don't know what happened. You was just here, and all of a sudden you done closed out. Did Diddy get you, girl? What is going on? All right. So feel free to call in. And what do y'all think about this? It's just sad. They used him and was time to get rid of him. Well, if they did use Diddy, talking about Clyde Davis, good riddance for him, because look how many people that Diddy used. He used so many people from Bad Boy Records. He used and abused so many artists. And let's not even talk about how he did Usher. He tore Usher. They said Usher was 14 when he turned Usher out and caused Usher to go to the hospital because he had tears in his back door. It was tears in that man's back door, and the doctors had to stitch it up and give him hemorrhoid ointment because I guess the hemorrhoids started busting up. And did you know they said Usher mom knew about it, and she made a deal with Diddy. She said, listen here, my son better become a superstar. And Diddy offered her X amount of money. And Diddy promised her that he will make Usher a superstar. And guess what Usher is? A superstar. Ain't it funny that all these other artists from Bad Boys, they don't have any money. Their record deals went bad and everything, but not Usher, honey. Usher was protected because Diddy didn't win in his behind. And they said that Diddy paid off the hospital. Diddy paid off the doctors. Diddy paid off the nurses, okay? And we see that Diddy has a reputation of throwing money at situations, just like he did with Shyne. He did not want to take the fall, right? Because one thing we know about Diddy, he does not like being accountable for the horrible things that he did. If he was a guy that took accountability, then he would not allow Shyne to do 13 years in prison for something that he did. He would be account and he would do what's right. See, he don't have a do right in him. Okay, he is not going to be accountable for nothing he does. And it's saying with the Usher situation that he tore a hole in Usher back door when Usher was only 14 years old. He's not going to admit it and come forward. He's going to throw money at it to solve the issue, to get everybody to shut the hell up and move on where the party at. Okay, so honey, Usher have done all these artists wrong. So now the big dogs is going to throw his ass out. And I don't even think this comes close to the horrible stuff that he have done to Usher, Justin, and all these artists. He can never get karma. It would never be equal. I mean, he get embarrassed a little bit. Shit, it might turn him on. You know, some guys got a fetish. They get turned on when you embarrass them and stuff. Who knows? But no, do I think it turned him on? No, I don't. I think he's probably crying, upset, confused. But so what? So what? That is not even close to the horrible things that he ruined people's lives. People have done 13 years in prison for him. People got their behind torn down for him. People got the career upside down. Their dreams, their passion of just wanting to be an artist and respectable artist has been tarnished because of him. And you telling me some raves is going to equal to that? I don't give a damn if his ass get raided. Okay, I don't give a damn if Clyde Davis did it. I don't give a damn if Bunny did it. I don't care. Okay, just throw him away in the prison. Okay, don't put him under the bus. Press 1 if you want him to go to jail. Press 5 if you feel like, nah, that ain't right. Now, KFC, where are you? KFC, what is taking you so long? KFC, what took you so long, girl?
I'm sorry about that. I had a phone problem.
Girl. The phone problem.
But what's up, though?
Honey, Diddy is going to jail, and he has done horrible things. And did you know Shyne has came? No, ain't no allegedly. But Shyne, well, you right, allegedly, but unallegedly, but allegedly, unallegedly. Okay, Shyne, the rapper, has came out. He said he did not do it. Diddy is a liar. He don't take accountability. Diddy
The
did
only thing with
it.
Shyne, though, why would you start the conversation and then say you're not going to go into all of that? If this is about you getting, I mean, why bring it up if you're not going to see it through?
Nobody, he
Don't you
didn't
wanna get
bring
your
it up.
vindication
No,
too?
KFC, he did not bring it up. You know, they kept asking Shyne about it. They kept pressuring him about it. So he was forced to give a response, and that's what he did. Okay. He was forced to give a response. His backup was against the wall. He's a politician, so he has to be honest. He has to be forthcoming, because nobody want a politician that is hiding in the dark, that's not speaking when everybody is calling your name. They're calling for him, so he had to speak out, and he said he did not do it. Do you hear me? And 13 years of this man been in jail for nothing. And what about the victim, KFC? The victim want the person that was accountable. The reason why she was in a hospital, the reason why she missed out on so much of life, the reason why she almost died was because of Diddy. And he was never held accountable. And she wanted him to be held accountable for that. That's the only right way. I mean, Diddy, you had your fun, you made your money, so why don't you just come out and be accountable for the things that you did and just pay up. Stop running and be accountable, right? Press 5 if y'all want him to be held accountable. Oh, I did good. KFC ain't saying nothing on that, baby. Okay.
No, because I'm listening to you, but see, this is the thing.
Honey.
This is the thing.
Girl, did not do good.
What else?
I won that.
Nah, you ain't win.
Yes,
you
I
ain't
did.
Win. Okay, but look, this is the thing. With A$AP Rocky, the singer
now,
Rihanna's
why are you
boyfriend,
talking about
right?
A$AP Rocky? What does this have to do with Diddy?
If he's being brought up on charges, why come it's so hard to bring Diddy up on charges if he was responsible for that happening in the club?
Ooh, I can tell you.
See,
the
that doesn't make
reason,
sense.
well, hush up. Hush your mouth. And I'm going to tell you why. A$AP Rocky, he is not powerful. A$AP Rocky, he don't have money. A$AP Rocky, he don't have Clive Davis or big white people behind him. But Diddy does. Diddy has a lot of influence. What is all that damn barking behind your scene?
Okay, hold on 1 second. That's my dog. Go ahead. I'm gonna put you on mute. Go ahead. I'm gonna listen to you talk. Go ahead.
Yeah. It's a whole big difference. Diddy is a monster, and he can get away with more stuff because he has more money and power and influence to hide certain things, to threaten people, to get people to shut up. He is an informant. Let's not forget, he also worked with the feds. So what does that mean, Gigi? That means that anything when the feds is going to make a move, he had a fall guy in the feds that was working for him, hiding criminal activity, deleting criminal activity. Did you guys know that people in the informant, they were deleting stuff on the computer anytime Diddy or the people had something on Diddy, that he would get a call from the informants in the inside of the prison, jails, police and stuff. It was like, yeah, they got this on you, they got that on you. And he'd be like, okay, we'll delete the evidence, do this, do that. Well, we need to take this person out, and he would pay the people in the inside police top dollar to get rid of the evidence. Okay. So he was always the head of the staff. Okay. So, honey, it is a lot. It is a lot. It's a big difference. No, she did not. Feel free. Where y'all at?
Well, let me
y'all
just say this, though.
Call in, y'all.
Okay, can I say this, though? Have you done your research on Clive Davis?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, so if you've done your research on Clive Davis, you know that Clive Davis came out and said he was bisexual. All right, and that he back in 2013, and that he was married twice, but he's been involved with men for over 20 years. Okay.
Congratulations.
So, no, it's in his book.
No, that's I'm factual. Just saying, congratulations. He came out. Congrats.
No. So what I'm saying is, when people talk about people, sometimes you got to look at the source of where it's coming from. Like, who's Clive Davis? You see what he was going to Whitney Houston. He wanted Whitney Houston to be like a pop princess. He wanted to tone down her image in the beginning when she first got started. And then, of course, Diddy called out the Grammys once again back in 2020. But
can I say something? Clyde Davis is not out here talking. The Black community is talking.
How do you know that?
Because
how do you know it's not? How do you know that he's not the one talking?
Because Eddie Griffin talking.
I mean, you last night was saying that he had something to do with. A lot of people were saying he had something to do with Whitney Houston's death. What makes you think he doesn't have anything to do with Diddy being set up?
Well, that's what Eddie Griffin, he did say. He said that. But I'm talking about as far as him being held accountable. Everybody in the Black community want Diddy to be held accountable. They want him in prison. And despite if
nothing has been proven on this man
yet. If Clyde
though.
Davis want him behind prison, then I support Clyde Davis for putting his ass behind prison.
Clyde Davis need to get in prison as well.
Well, yeah, we'll get
He's not squeaky clean either.
Well, let's get Diddy first, and then we'll worry about Clyde, okay? One at a time. Because what he did to Cassie, will never forget what he did to that woman, Cassie.
Allegedly.
No, he did that. Ain't no damn allegedly. He did that to poor Cassie. He ruined her life.
I don't believe that.
Well, you don't have to believe it because it's
I don't
true.
believe that. I don't believe that.
Well,
until
shame
it's proven,
on you.
I can't do that.
She did it.
I'm all for if it's true, but also
it ain't no if.
Some people
she
do
did
things for
do
payday
it.
too. I'm not saying she does or she isn't, but I'm just saying some people do things to get paid as well. Wouldn't you?
No, I have integrity. I have integrity. I have morals. No, I would not. So you mean to tell me you will lie on a Black man to get a payday? Is that what you're saying?
You act like that's new. Haven't they been doing that all along?
And it's wrong. It's so wrong.
All right. So what makes you think Cassie was going to be the one that was going to step up and say today's the day where we're going to change it? See, this is, this go like yesterday we were talking about.
But can we talk
Beyonce.
about? Okay, hold on. But you will lie on a Black man, so how you can be trusted for a payday? And I want to know in the comment section out there.
I didn't say I would lie on one. I didn't say I would lie on one.
Yes, you did. Press 1.
No, I said, how do you know she's not lying?
You said this is what people do. This is what women do.
People do that. And
when I asked you the question, you did not answer. And when a person don't answer, that's an answer.
That's not necessarily true though, because it depends on what happened to me.
All right, let me ask the question. Press 1 if you will lie on a Black man to get millions of dollars. Press 7 if you would not do that because you have integrity. Okay? Comment, let me know. Where do you guys stand?
Let me ask you a question. That's no different than a Black man being married, having a jump off on the side behind his wife's back. I want to get paid too. If something happened to me, I'm not going to pull something out of a hat. I'm saying something happened to me. Why shouldn't I be paid?
Well, you just talk about liars because you said that Cassie is a liar. And she's not. She's been honest.
Nothing's been proven. See,
yes, she has. Tiffany Red. She even came out and she was a witness. Little Rodney, he is a victim too as a Black man. He has been victimized by Diddy. Okay.
Of course, they're gonna come out now because they saw Cassie got a payout. That makes sense, right?
It's not about a payout. It's about justice.
Obviously,
do you understand? She
sued. If it was about bringing him down, all these people over the years have been watching this man do so much that's not right. They would have spoke up a long time ago.
Oh, you know what? KFC. When Donald Trump Jr. get his father in office, he is coming for Diddy. He even spoke out about Diddy, how horrible he was, and how he was horrible to Kim Porter.
No,
he
listen.
Is done.
See, you don't understand. You don't understand the games they play. I told you Diddy went on a smear campaign talking bad about his father too. And Trump already said if he gets in office, he's going to go after anybody. He doesn't care who it is, whoever spoke on him or said anything bad about him. So of course they're going to make an example out of Diddy.
No, that don't have anything to do with that.
Yes, it does.
No, it does
Okay,
not.
let me ask you this. When Obama was in office and when Obama was in office and Trump
Let's not
was just
talk
a
about
celebrity.
Obama.
Okay, but listen, he was the one demanding that he was the one demanding that Obama show his birth certificate. Because he said someone with a last name like Obama is not American.
I don't remember that. I don't remember that,
okay,
KFC.
You gotta go back and I do.
Well, that don't
I
have
do.
anything to do with
research
here.
it.
I don't remember that. But I do
Okay.
remember Trump Jr. coming out today saying how Diddy is such a horrible person and how he was horrible and mean to Kim Porter and how Kim Porter's friend was his girlfriend, and have so many reports about he is really a monster. You know?
Okay, let me ask you a question. What's making him come out today with it? When he's been in New York all this time and Diddy's been in New York, and he hasn't said one thing about it.
You know why? Because he felt he was obligated, because he have seen so many people talk about this Diddy. And he said,
okay, well, let me ask you this then.
Hold on, let me finish. Can I finish talking?
Okay, go
he
ahead.
said, how could he sit here and just not tell his story of what's going on with Diddy and just hearing all those other people cry out? It's just like you see a lot of people crying out for help and you got information and you're just holding back. Do you think that's right? So he don't feel that it's right. And that's why he had to come out to tell his story about Diddy. And he wants Diddy to be gone. And he talked to his dad about it, and his dad has supported him.
Okay, so you're so involved with Diddy, but your father has never shown his tax returns. You ain't worried about that?
Well, that's not the topic.
Okay,
we're not talking about Trump.
Make it make sense. Okay. But that's what I'm saying. You don't get to do that. You don't get to be two different ways for people. You're gonna be, if you're gonna be ethical, you're gonna be ethical. How can you talk about Diddy being bad when your father won't even show his tax returns?
But taxes and what he did to Cassie is day and night. I don't even know how we got here.
Allegedly. How would Trump's son know that? Was he in Diddy's house when he said it?
Well, he have met Diddy before, and don't forget that his girlfriend was close friends with Kim Porter, and that's how he heard from the grapevine a lot of horrible things about Diddy.
Okay, but let me ask you this. If you're so worried about Diddy, why your father just paid hush money?
Well, I don't know that to be true.
So that's what I'm talking about. Take care of your own backyard first before you go snooping around in someone else's.
Well, they were asking him, what was he supposed to do? They were asking him, and everybody is talking about
business because it don't have nothing to do with him.
Well, it has something to do with him if he know information about how horrible Diddy is, and he just sit back and allow this monster to roam the earth.
And Trump are no longer friends, right? They used to be good friends, and they're no longer friends.
Yeah, but this don't have anything to do
about him.
It has everything to do. Donald Trump Jr. believes that Diddy took out Kim Porter. Okay, there you have it.
Okay, but listen, I don't care what Donald Trump Jr. says. So if he's so interested in investing in what happens to black women, right? Over 1 million wouldn't be missing right now. So I don't care about that either.
Listen,
take care of your own backyard first.
47 from pneumonia, and it was like, that's what when that happened, she called me, and this was a couple years ago now. Maybe not even. A couple years ago. And she called me like, something's up with that. I go, what do you mean? She's like, oh, dude, Kim used to tell me like, it was a bad, like there's a lot of weird shit that I didn't even know. But they were like, they'd do photo shoots together or whatever. They were sort of friendly. Like they'd hang out. Like we'd see them out downtown. I'm like, I'd hang out with her. Not so much with Dad. I think it was already sort of over there. But like, she was really afraid of him. And it, really? Yeah. Like this goes back years. And so and she was having these conversations with my ex. I was like, I don't know what, like.
A lot of people believe that whatever happened there happened with the woman afterwards, which is Cassie. And supposedly.
No, like I said, you sort of don't think about these things until now.
When I tell you, do you see how that man was shaking? Do you see how Donald Trump Jr. was shaking? He was so scared to tell the story. I believe he's even afraid of Diddy. Did you see that? He says that his white girlfriend, was so scared of Diddy because he was such a mean and horrible guy.
Okay.
Well, I got you quiet on that
me?
one. Yeah, I'm talking to you.
No. Because my thing is this: you so worried about Diddy, but your father only had one black person in his administration. Like, I don't care. You know, I don't judge people by what they say. I judge them by their actions. All right. Your dad had one black person in his administration, and that's it. But you're concerned about what Diddy does? Nah, you're not concerned. You're just doing that because Diddy and your father had a falling out. That's what they do. I mean, they smear you when you run your mouth. They're trying to show you who's number one, who's the boss, who's running the show.
Beefy said, you believe anything on the internet, GG? Yes, I do. Okay. Now, Beef, if you want to come up here and you want to speak something, you want to tell your opinion, you're free to do that. But this is what Donald Trump Jr. says. If his father get the president, he's just not going to be anybody. Do you understand? They're going to run it. But KFC, anything else you want to say about okay, you talked about Eddie Griffin, Deshaun, Carl Winslow. Did you know they are saying that Diddy got caught pumping up, taking Carl Winslow to Pound Town, and rest in peace to Carl Winslow. And they are saying Diddy, he just don't have a type. He just messing around with anybody. And Carl, I'm not saying Carl is ugly, but he's a plus size man. And I guess they expect Diddy to be with slim people or skinny guys. Are you there?
I'm here and I don't believe it.
Why don't you believe? Why would they lie? That was a black man that said that. That was a black man that said it.
For some reason, you can't see that if this man has such a devious past and he has this long history of doing all these bad things to people, it wouldn't take Cassidy starting it. It would have got started a long time ago. Because even with Trump Jr., whatever saying what he said, when your father was president, you had the opportunity to call Diddy out. Okay? Your father ain't even president no more. And now you want to call him out? After your father and Diddy had a falling out and Diddy was talking bad about your dad? Now you trying to jump on the bandwagon too for retaliation? Like, that doesn't make sense.
But see how you deflected? We were talking about Diddy
not
getting
deflecting.
caught.
I mean, what do you want me to say? I don't agree with anything they're saying about him because nothing has been proven. It's just what other people are saying.
We have
like
a witness.
What people said 20 years ago.
But we have
said 20 years ago.
But we have a witness. Why would that black man come out and just say that about Diddy and Carl from the Family Matters?
Okay, because everybody is saying something about him now. You see what I'm saying? You see how that goes? It's to take him down. Everybody's going to say something now. Everybody done seen something now. Everybody done.
So you feel that same way about Eddie Griffin? He's just talking to.
Yeah, I do. Because if you could have spoke up earlier, maybe if it's true that Diddy was victimizing people, maybe there would have been less victims.
Well, they say he has always spoke up about Diddy, but nobody believed him.
They're going to say anything. Just like Bill Cosby. Do you honestly want me to believe that all these women were so naive to go with Bill Cosby, the way he looked, and have a drink with him?
Yeah, because Bill Cosby has a reputation of being a nice guy. I mean, when we look at Bill Cosby and the Family Guy.
But if he invited you back to the room, would you go?
Uh-huh.
Why would you need to go back to his room? If you're there for to handle business and stuff. Most people
maybe they wanted to read a
script.
Maybe they wanted to read a script. You know, maybe they want to have casual conversation.
Reading the script sitting on a hotel bed?
Possibly. What's wrong with that? Maybe they wanted to have prayer time.
Why
Maybe
would you put yourself in a situation like that?
Okay.
Where that could happen to you.
Well, you would not think Bill Cosby, of all the people, would do something horrible.
You could.
Because
you could.
He's a good guy. He's a good guy.
The Jello pudding pop.
I mean, he has a show with kids. How can a guy that have a show with kids?
What does that mean?
That means that if he's safe enough to be around kids and have a show around kids, I would think he's an innocent person, an innocent guy. He would not do that to those girls in his hotel room.
Now. I know you don't think that.
He manipulated those girls. He had an idea.
How did Bill Cosby manipulate anybody?
Because why would you want to take somebody to your hotel to slip something in their drink? And they said he even talked about
go into the hotel room?
Just to have conversation, to be in a person's presence.
Why can't we have conversation downstairs at the bar?
Just because you invite me to your hotel room does not mean that you get to own my body. I still have
I'm not saying that.
have the consent.
I didn't say that.
But that's where it's going. It's like, okay, if you come to my hotel room, then your body is mine.
You knew he was married. Why would a married man need to discuss business part 2 in a hotel room with you?
Ask Bill Cosby that. He's the one that's married.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is a lot of these women
clearly
Bill Cosby as well.
He was up to no good. As a husband, why would you invite women to your room if you're such an honest integrity guy? Clearly, he was up to no good, just like Diddy. They're all up to no good, KFC. And they put themselves in this situation. They have put themselves in this situation. And you up here, you got the goddamn cape around your neck, caping for them. And they don't care about you. Bill Cosby don't care about you. Diddy don't care about you. None of these people care about you.
But listen, this is the thing. 40 women, even if you go to the doctor and it's a male and you're a female.
Okay, they said we're getting off topic. Hold on, KFC. Okay. Let's get some more calls. Calling from 818. You're live on the air. Maybe they can help us get back on topic. 818. 818. All right. I don't know what happened with that one. Calling from 917. You're live on the air. Can you get us on topic? 917.
Hi, Gigi, how are you?
Hey, can you get us on topic?
You know, I just have to tell you, where did you find this co-host of yours, KFC? She is one person that is like lost in the world, and she lives like in a bubble, and everything that she says has to do with race. And why is she talking about Trump?
Well, I think she talked about Trump because Trump Jr. Today he came out and pretty much was telling everybody that Diddy is a mean, horrible guy. And he believes that it was some foul play had to do with Kim Porter. And I guess she felt like it was a correlation to his father because his father and Diddy were close friends and they had a bad falling out.
I just think that KFC is, you need a new co-host.
That's your opinion.
But maybe you do that to, to
kind of I don't do anything. I'm dealing with the factual.
There's no factual. What's factual?
Yes, there is. Since OJ died, they're making sure they go after every black man in this country for anything to make an example out of them. Because they still believe OJ got away with murder. If you can't see that, I'm sorry.
Years. So
I'm sorry?
Everything that you say is about race.
It's not about race.
They
made it about race.
It's just
I didn't make it about race.
Yes, you always do. You need to focus on the bigger picture. This is not about race. This is not about Trump. This is about this guy who is a pedophile that screwed everybody, raped people, okay?
Great.
I'm not sure if you have kids. Seems like you don't, the way that you speak. I mean, countless of times people have said to you about these children that he molested. Let's say Usher.
He pedo. Yeah, he took advantage. We want to be careful with our wording. Okay. We want to be more creative.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, we talk about these kids at the time, Usher 14. It seems to me like when they talk to you about these children, it's like, oh, whatever. No, he didn't do anything. Oh, whatever. You sound ignorant.
No, I don't sound like that.
Yes,
I don't sound like that. I sound like this.
How you sound.
No. I'm supposed to believe it because they told me that.
There was a lady that came on here the other night, and she was so patient, and she explained to you for 4 hours.
Okay.
And seriously, it's like you have no brain cells.
No.
Like you were like,
no. I disagree with that. I disagree with that. You're not gonna tell me. You're not gonna tell me the moon is yellow, and I'm not gonna go out there and look to see if it is. You don't understand what type of person I am, sweetheart. I'm not gonna believe you. You can tell me the moon is yellow right now.
I understand that you're doing this to, for the attention.
I'm not doing nothing for the attention. I have a different point of view than yours. What's wrong with that?
But at the same time, you have to understand You sound like an airhead.
Okay,
Seriously.
that's what you sound out like, and you probably look like one. What I'm trying to tell you is the moon is yellow. You're not going to tell me the moon is yellow. I'm going to go outside and look to see for myself. If you don't understand that, then fine. I'm not arguing with your point of view. Why are you so mad at mine? Why are you so upset with how I feel? I don't get that. When y'all call in and say you think he's guilty, I don't get mad. I'm not combative about it. I don't beat you and try to make you believe what I believe. I mean, I don't do that. So why are you doing it to me?
You have no respect for children.
He hasn't been charged with nothing yet. What are you talking about?
Every night you sit there and you dismiss every single caller that talks.
How do you know that caller?
What this guy?
How do you know that caller?
To these. I listen to Gigi every night.
Thanks for being a fan. I don't do it every night. I have a different point of view. What's wrong with that?
Yes, you do. You're the first person to call in because you're part of the show, and I get it.
What?
But you need different talking points. You have to change your talking points.
This is my different talking points. She wants a panel that believes one side that did it and one side that didn't. What's wrong with that?
It's exhausting.
Oh my God.
It's disturbing. You have to drop the race card.
Why do I have to drop it? If you don't like it, then that's fine. That's your disposition on it. I don't want to drop the race card.
You need to you need to focus on how this man, for 30 years, you see, how they ask you how old are you? You sound like you're 15.
I do. You probably look like you're 15. I'm not 15.
Like 15 years old.
I'm not 15. That's the thing. See, listen to what you're saying. You're mad at me because I don't agree with what you're saying.
I'm mad at you because you're dismissing what this guy has done, okay, to Usher and
I don't know him,
people.
and no children have come forward. I'm not dismissing anything.
Okay, so what you're saying is that what happened to Usher and what happened to Beaver, it's not true. That's what you're saying?
They didn't press charges against him. Okay?
Well, they will.
That's what I'm saying. So if they would have pressed charges against Diddy, then I would be saying something different.
What would happen if they find him guilty, and after 4 hours that she explained to you, okay, I don't know why she wasted her time with you, but
she's not wasting her time with me.
And then she said to you, I am going to ask you, what would happen if at the end of the day, this guy is found guilty? And you had the nerve. I don't know. I still won't believe it because he's black and they're coming after them.
Okay, so he could be found guilty and he still might be innocent. And what? There's a lot of innocent people in jail that are serving time for the crimes they didn't commit. What are you talking about?
You must stop. You sound ignorant.
Why do I have to please you?
I understand.
Why do I have to please your point of view?
I understand that you have to do this because you're trying to get the conversation going. You probably think that's funny.
That's not why she's doing it. She just said when she opened the show, it's an open platform for everybody's opinion. What are you talking about? Now you're being biased because I don't agree with what you're saying. Now you're trying to be discriminatory towards me. Think about what you're doing. I don't have to agree with what you said. When Gigi opened the show, didn't she say it's a platform for different point of views? What are you talking about?
Well, you have nothing to talk about.
So when you come at me and you saying all these names and all that, I don't have to degrade you or call you out your name because I don't care nothing about how you feel about the case. Only how I feel. But I'm not disrespectful to nobody's opinion who don't like what I say. I don't understand why you don't get that.
No, I do not get.
All right.
You continue to talk about race.
Why are you so worried about what I'm doing?
Because I am listening to you, and you need to stop.
Well, get a life then, okay?
All right. Okay, let's get back. Let's get back. Thank you. Let's get back. All right.
Hey.
KFC, I'm putting you on hold. Calling. Let's try this again. Calling from 818. You're live on the air. Okay, I'm gonna let you go. 818. Calling from 216. You're live on the air. 216.
Yes, is that me?
Yes, that's you.
Oh, okay. Yes. I don't want to make it a long thing. I just want to say this, that everybody, when I heard about the Justin Bieber, I didn't know, I knew he was white. I'm black, okay? But it's just not a race thing. And I wanted to just scream in tears at this little boy. And all I saw was a little boy. And whether he was purple or black and white, I don't care, polka dot, the fact that it was done to a little boy is what got me. And I came to this conclusion, and this was what helped me, that no matter how this thing comes out in court, that God is the righteous judge. He's going to judge. So if whoever did this get by, if it doesn't go over well in court, God will, he will judge righteously. And if it was things wrong, and it was wrong, I don't care what color it was all this was wrong. And whoever did it was wrong. And so I don't know, I think we should all respect each other. And like the young lady said, everyone has their own opinion. But mine doesn't matter, yours doesn't matter, no one's matters, but the truth matters. The truth in all of this matters. And the thing that really counts is the person that it happened to and the person that did it. And then the all-seeing God that saw those three things. That's three things we know. Now, the people say they saw it, we can only go by what they said. So that's basically my sum up. And then they talked about the police department. The police department, LAPD, was in on a lot of things. And so I don't know that. We don't know that. They may have been, but it's one thing for certain. God knows who was in on it. If you were in on it, anything that was wrong, you will be dealt with righteously when God sees fit and when the time comes. That's all I got to say.
Well, I think you're right. And it's God's will be done. God's will be done.
It will.
And it's the reason why God is allowing all this to be exposed. Yes. Because no matter what you want to say, he allowed it. Yes. He allowed it. He allowed us to have this conversation about Diddy. He is allowing the whole world to talk about Diddy and all of his wrongdoings. Because we know that Diddy have done a lot of wrongdoing, but he's hiding in the dark. He's keeping it under wrap, and he's keeping these victims scared. You can only hide for so long. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
But that's okay. You can only hide for so long. It's like, the comedian Cat Williams said, it's all lies will come to light. This he said this year, but in all actuality, all lies. At some point, everything is going to come to light. We'll know the reasons why not. We'll know. We'll know. All in God's timing. And it may come out that that Diddy and all of them that he's guilty. It may come out. It may come out that he's not. So I don't think the whole world should get in a big uproar when it comes out. Because, like I said, he may think he got away with it now, but you can't get past God. That's the bottom line. You can't get past God. There's one thing for certain. There's an all-seeing eye. He sees everything. Nothing gets by him. He sees it all. So we have to be careful too, as well, and try to, we have to try to do all that we can to keep things like this from happening. But sometimes it gets out of our control. Like this got out of control because it's been going on too long. Going way too long. And it got out of control. Nobody's saying nothing. Nobody want to. And then, I don't want to get into a lot of times I've heard a lot of the callers say, well, they knew this was going on and they knew that he was doing this, so why were they letting them do it? But sometimes you never know what's going on in a person's mind. They probably were scared. At some point they was probably just scared. And you don't know unless you were in their shoes. And then I've seen things where, I'm like, it's time you can run now. but you don't know what's going on in that person's life. They're probably so afraid to run. And then when you've heard where people have killed people from running, yeah, you're gonna be scared.
I know I'd be scared.
You know, it's real. I would have too. I would have been scary. I would have been, you know. I just had to take it, and you know, I didn't just do what I, you know, had to do. Whatever
I would just have to get on my knees and ask God to please make a way. Please make a way. Make a way.
Yes. And to get me out of this, God, please get me out of this. That's the only way I can see. But it's not left up to us to judge people and say, well, they've been doing all this time. How, you know, let him do all this? They let him do it, and they were grown. Why did they stay there? You don't know why they stayed there. You know, you can't judge a person as to why they stayed there.
Yeah, they be projecting. You know, that's called projecting, because they look at the victim and they place themselves as the victim, like we all do sometimes, and they see, well, I would have did things differently, and they don't relate to the victim. And it's okay, because we all are not going to relate to each other. You know, and some people are very closed-minded, and they don't have the ability, or they don't have the skill to see things from a different perspective. They lack that. They lack that compassion. Everybody doesn't have the same level of compassion for others.
And that's one of the problems. You know, we're different, and you know, it's like, you know, everybody's just not the same. And so we just, you know, everybody thinks differently. They feel differently.
Right.
You know, and I just, you know, my heart goes out to, every time I look at Justin Bieber, my heart goes out to him, even though he's grown. When I look at the other guy, what's his Usher, my heart goes out to him. He's grown, because he had to go through something as a child that a child shouldn't have had to go through. Even though he's grown, he's still scarred by that stuff. Justin Bieber, he looks traumatized. Even though he's grown and he's going on with his life, he still looks traumatized to me. So that is a thing. And so whoever did this to him, they're not going to be able to live with themselves. And I bet, like they can't sleep at night. That's probably why they have to stay high and this and that and the other. And
stay on them
drugs. Have to have all these people around them. Yeah, because they can't live with what they know they've done. And the worst part about it is their problems and troubles has not even begun. They think it's begun, but it's gonna get so much worse for them. You know, and I pray for them that, you know, that God change their heart, and, you know, and that they, you know, render apologies and all of that, and do what they can to try to untraumatize the people's lives that they have traumatized, the families that they, you know, messed up by killing their relatives and things. They need to go to these people, and, you know, they need to have a whole change of heart. So, you know, the whole world is, you know, unless we just, you know, try to help each other, pray for each other, pray to God, you know, the whole world, you know, we're part of this world, and it just shows us that we need God. That's all. It shows us that we cannot make it in this world without God. And when you try to do it without it, this is what happens.
All right. Well, I thank you so much. All right. We're going to let you go. Calling from 347. I see people calling. We love the calls. Keep the calls coming. 347. You have me. Can you turn the radio off or down so it won't be an echo?
Hello?
Yes. How you doing?
Hi. Yeah, I'm hearing this, and I'm not going to stay too long because I have a cold, but with this Donald and Diddy business, both of them are two separate evils here. They're with this molestation and assault and everything. And then with this caping, I'm sorry, I understand that people are trying to cape and trying to, you know, praiseworthy these black men, but it's giving a similar energy to R. Kelly. When people were caping for him and saying, he can sing, he didn't do it, he didn't do all this stuff. But Cassie, for instance, when it deals with Diddy, she's saying that she was assaulted. She's saying these things are happening to her, and yet people are not believing. And I heard one of the person that had a disagreement saying like, oh, well, why didn't she come out before? Some people that had these incidents happen to them before don't want to speak out because they're too ashamed, or they don't want to be victimized, or they don't want their business out there exploited for everybody to know. So for all these people to come and say, oh, why didn't they say it before? Right now with Donald is a nasty man himself, stealing classified documents, wanting us to remove ourselves from NATO, saying he's going to take us out of Social Security. Not to mention he building relationships with dictators instead of upholding American values. He even wanted bleach from Dr. Bright. Donald Trump said he wanted to
Let's
flood
not
New York
get too much into politics. I try to stay away from politics and religion.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is they're two nasty people. And I don't like how this woman was saying like, oh, well, just because she didn't say and she wasn't forthright about saying that this happened to her. He's a very powerful man. He does, and she owing favors to him, she may have felt like she owed something to him. Like for
I would say that when it comes to Cassie and Diddy, everybody told you that he's a very mean guy. He's aggressive. He yells at you. He put paws on people. Did you know that Diddy put the pow pow in Cassie's mouth? Did you know he constantly put stuff in her drink, make her pass out?
I don't doubt that.
And have guys go inside and do horrible things to her and videotape it and blackmail her. If you leave me, I will put this out on you. You know, blackmailing is a real thing, and people will stay in situations they don't want to be in.
I'm going to be a little bit vulnerable here. I'm one of those people that was assaulted at underage at like 9 years old.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
Nonsense. Yeah, so this type of nonsense of hearing people talk about, oh, well, she didn't say this before. She didn't say that forthright. She wasn't saying all the evidence and telling everything to these people. Sometimes you just don't want to have your business out there. You don't want your business out there. You don't want people knowing your business or acting like you have to be ashamed of something that is not of your control. So this woman saying, oh, I care about children. I care about the Black community. It has nothing to do with color. This happens with different ranges of color. White, Blacks, Hispanics, Indians, it doesn't matter what race. It happens. The point of the matter is, if Cassie's saying that this happened to her and he settled, this is the thing. Diddy settled. He didn't saying, well, a lot of black people are targeted. They're not, some of them are not targeted without good reason. If they had done it, if there's multiple victims saying that he did it. So, and he settled. That's the point of the matter I don't get, where these people are trying to defend him. He settled. Why did he settle if he's so innocent that he states he is? Why would he settle and not go through a trial to show that he's innocent in the first place? It makes no sense to me.
Because he's guilty.
So this tirade of talking about, oh, well, people are targeting Black men. No, not all of them are targeting Black men because of their color. They're targeting because they did something they're not supposed to.
Because of their behavior. Their behavior.
grown women that were vulnerable and felt like they owed something to powerful men, and they had no choice in the matter. So this person coming over here talking about, oh, why didn't they say? People, there's multiple people that have been raped and assaulted and don't go to the police station and say like, oh, well, I was assaulted. And some of them go and do the rape kit and none of it comes back where this person has been put charges for what he has done to them. Some people don't even feel like it's worth going and being honest about, because they know they're going to be targeted or they're going to be shamed, victim shamed, saying, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? If those things happen to you. Do you know how many people that have been assaulted hearing this stuff? And I'm trying to be, not rated R with the cussing and
I
stuff.
can help you out. I can help you out. What are you trying to say?
It's just with all this, I'm going to keep it classy, but with all this stuff going around, people talking about, well, he's black. Do you know how many people with R. Kelly saying, he can sing, I'm going to still hear his songs. He's a wonderful person and all that stuff. But why did these women go out when there was a movie about R. Kelly, all these witnesses saying what he's done? And yet Aaliyah had even a marriage certificate showing her age, and yet still marrying her. These types of people are groomers, not only groomers, but assaulters. Stop trying to defend them and placate it by using their color as a front. It's nothing to do with color. It's everything to do with character. If you're not going to go and show that you are a decent human being that cares about other civilians, and they're trying to hide skeletons in their closet, then don't try to defend them as if they're the victim. They're not the victim here. That's all I have to say, really.
All right. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you. All right. We're going to let her go. Calling from 678. You're live on the air.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hi, Gigi. Hi, everybody.
Hey, talk to me.
What I want to say is I'm an older woman, and, I was young before the internet. And if there were pedos in the neighborhood or alleged pedos, word would get around about them being pedos in situations. You may call it gossip or rumors, but the thing is, like, what I want to say to somebody like KFC is, would you send your kids to Diddy Camp? Based on what's been said, all we have is the account for victims. And I would never victim blame a person because I've been a victim. Everything else is just irrelevant. Don't victim blame, because where there's smoke, there's fire. And we have to still have discernment like we did before the internet, before TikTok and IG, before YouTube. You got to have that inner voice. And so KFC, I've heard you plenty of times, and you seem like Diddy's biggest fan. If he gets off these charges or allegations, you need to work for him. I hope he hires you, since you're his spokesperson, seems like. But if 20 people is accusing you of something happens somewhere, somehow, and it deserves looking into. And that's what's going on now. If a person has an experience of Diddy, they have a right to come forward whenever they want, however they want. And we need to stop putting famous people on pedestals, because almost all of them change as their fame grows. So something ain't right in Hollywood. They're humans, and some, like, they ain't even, human. The way it changes them. They act like they don't have a conscience no more. We don't need the internet when you have discernment. Let it be your guide.
All right.
We don't have to trust the internet 100%. Use your conscience.
But Carl, I disagree with everything you say.
Okay, that's fine. You
Okay,
can.
because the
40,
reason
50
why
people.
is, once again, I don't call out other people's opinions. I don't know what mine is being called out. I never said this man was innocent. I just said the man hasn't been tried with anything. He hasn't been convicted of anything. That's all I simply stated. So would you want me to believe everything everybody said about you?
Would you believe
I don't
everything?
do that. I don't judge people based upon what other people say about them. I don't do that. That's why even you quote the Bible. Even the Bible says stop judging. And when you mentioned something about when I send my kids to Diddy's camp,
though?
Okay, you mentioned when I send my kids to Diddy's camp. Look what happens to children in church. How the preachers and stuff take advantage of them. I mean, what are you talking about?
Third eye in you, you don't have to worry about what somebody said or the internet. When you have a conscience and you have a spiritual guide and you pray, and it's not about religion, because I'm not a religious person, sweetheart. I'm spiritual. There's a difference. You know, religious people are people that's trying to get to heaven, you know, from hell. But spiritual people have already been through hell. So I know how it feels to be victimized. And for someone to tell me what happened to me didn't happen to me, that's hurtful. You know,
why am I being the ghost face for everybody who wants Diddy? I mean, who doesn't agree that people can have a difference of opinion? What is wrong with you not liking what you're saying?
What's wrong with you having a different opinion?
So why are you trying to make your point? Make me your point. You have to make yourself the point, not me, because I'm not asking for validation from you for anything about
I think it's KFC. I think it's a reaction, right? Like you said, you have an opinion. Well, they have an opinion about your opinion.
Exactly.
So if you give out opinions,
I want him to get off because I don't believe what everybody's saying about him.
You're going to have other people to give their opinion on your opinion.
I never said you said he should get off.
All right,
KFC. Let me just say this. I don't know
anything about Diddy. Back in the day, long time ago, I would just look at him and I would say to myself, I don't like his energy. I don't believe he's a good guy. You know, when they talk about the shooting with Shyne and all of this in the club, I felt like Diddy really did try to pay people off. You know, so I never thought he was a good guy. And that ain't got nothing to do with what other people think. That's my personal opinion.
Like I have my own
spiritual.
That this man hasn't been charged with anything.
And you got yours. So I heard yours.
Right.
And I'm just speaking mine.
Got
you know what I'm saying?
All right.
That's all you can do.
All right, KFC, I'll put you back on hold. Okay, 678. Thank you so much. We're going to let you go at this time. Calling from 703. You're live on the air. And Tracy, I'm coming for you next. 703, are you there?
I think so.
This you.
Hello?
Yep, you're here.
Oh my God, I'm on your live. How about that?
Yes.
Okay.
Talk to me.
How you doing, sis?
I'm doing good. I'm glad you called. Well, let me unmute her.
This is a good show. It's a lot of emotions going on and whatnot and so forth.
You know why? Because it's real. It's real. It is real.
Yeah, I'm a subscriber to your, podcast, and you always keep it 100, and you don't sugarcoat shit.
All right.
So, I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to use. I'm sorry, I don't want you to get a thing. Sorry, my bad. That was a Freudian slip with the sugar honey.
I understand. Talk to me about the topic.
Pardon my pun. Okay, but everybody, this is really interesting because I'm hearing two sides, and Gigi, I'm in alignment with you, what you're talking about with Mr. P. Diddy. KSC is very interesting. The world is made up of all kinds of people. So, and I think she makes the show
kind of exciting with her comments. So it's a lot of good dialogue going on. So I'm being stimulated by this intellectually, because I do have something quick to say. I'm sorry to be so wordy. I just had my adult beverage and I'm feeling good, winding down for the evening. And like grown folks do. And this Diddy person, he is a psychopath. He is connected in every facet. The feds, you know, he's with celebrities, politicians, princes, preachers. I mean, he got the full spectrum of connections. And Mr. Clive Davis, his mentor and financer, okay, he, you know, but now I heard the tables have turned. He's, you know, you just read so much when you be on social media, but when you talk about stuff, you deal with facts. It don't be hearsay. So that's why I always enjoy your show, because you come with the receipts, okay?
Okay.
So that's why I said, this is good. So Diddy is a pedo. He's psychotic. He's a woman beater. And he even smacked his mama one time. And Gene Deal, you know, that used to be his bodyguard, security. Back in the day, Gene Deal, he does podcasts too, but he talks because he used to work with Diddy as his bodyguard. And he said that he cussed his mother out and Diddy cussed her out and cussed his own mama out, right? And Gene Deal said, if I hear you say anything, talk to your mother like he told her not to talk to his mother like that, that's disrespectful. She brought you in this world. How could you be so disrespectful, right? So he said, if I hear you do that again, I'm going to take you out. So Diddy has a history of being disrespectful towards women. It started from home. And I mean, it's a lot of history. I didn't know so much background about this man until when Cassie filed that suit. Everybody came out singing like canaries and putting Diddy on blast, because he's been doing this for about 30 years. He has body counts, numerous body counts, you know, and I think he's guilty as sin. And like the good book says, what's done in the dark will come to light. And like my boy Cat Williams from the Ohio, the Buckeye State, which is where I'm at now, he said 2024, all these big celebrities and whatnot getting exposed. And that was in January. Remember when he said that? And look at all these people, especially Diddy, the Kardashians. I mean, he's connected with so many people doing some, you know, dirty dealings and stuff, making money. And he's also been, exploiting. You know, he exploited a lot of the people that work for him or aspired to be. He lied and said they would get be famous if you just get with me. And he used his power to take advantage of them. And I mean, the stuff is just coming out the woodwork now. I mean, even Stevie Wonder and Ray Charles can see this crap, okay? It's insane. And I just think he's guilty. I know he hasn't been convicted, but 2 + 2 = 4, okay? And like that sister that called before me, I'm like her. I'm not religious. I'm spiritual. And I was blessed with the spirit of discernment. So like she said, you can't believe everything on the internet. And I too am an old schooler. I was born before the internet and cell phones and all of that. So I'm, we know a little something. If you at least 40, 45 and up, you kind of saw some stuff, a little something. And Diddy, his sins is going to calm him out. You live by the sword, you die by the sword. And old boy, he got a lot of body counts. He's going to have to be accountable for his sins. And God is going to make atonement to brother Diddy and all his minions and whoever else wreaked havoc on these poor innocent lives, boys, girls, and adults he, took advantage of. And some of his cronies who, did his dirty deeds. So I believe he's guilty of sin. And at this point, I do not feel any sympathy for him because he has wrecked a lot of people's lives and he's a horrible person. And when you hear from a multiple people, and that probably don't even know each other, some might, as far as celebrities, but when people who've encountered, it's been nothing but negativity, and then anybody associated with him, he brings chaos into their lives. Look at TD Jakes. Rumor is that he stepped down from being the pastor. I don't know if you heard about that. It's out here in the internet streets, and I don't know if that.
Yeah, we'll talk about that tomorrow. Do y'all think we should talk about TD Jakes tomorrow?
Okay, I'll be listening.
Yes, call in too. Press 4 if we should talk about TD Jakes tomorrow.
I can get in it, but I'm gonna get off the line. I've been talking too long.
Now let me ask you something before you go. Let me ask you something before you go. Eddie Griffin says that Clive Davis set Diddy up to raid his house to get all the cameras and evidence because he fears that he might be on there. Do you agree with that or no?
Ooh, wow. Say what now?
Do you agree with what Eddie said?
Now, Eddie is a pretty intelligent guy. I wouldn't put it past Clive Davis. He's a snake. He's poo-poo. Okay, he's the one that turned Diddy into the monster. He even admitted that. I seen it on a podcast where he said that he created a monster. Okay, and that was his mentor, Diddy's mentor. I wouldn't put it past him because Eddie is pretty. He may be a little controversial to some, but I like Eddie Griffin because he gets it. Kind of like Cat Williams. Gets it sort of. He's smart and I think I wouldn't put it past Clive Davis. I saw that too, what you're talking about. So I'm not sure, but I wouldn't put it past them, TG.
All right. Well, I can't wait to hear from you tomorrow. I'm going to let you go now. Tracy, how you doing, Tracy?
Hi, I'm fine. And yourself?
Good. I'm glad you can join us, Tracy. Talk to me. What are your thoughts about all this with the Clyde and the Diddy and the Eddie and the Shyne?
Wow. Well, actually, what I really wanted to say is I'm coming KFC respectfully, though, because she said that.
Mute her, or you just want to say what you got to say?
Well, no, she can. I'm sure she has something she want to respond. If she want to respond, it's just that she keeps saying that nobody's come forward with any proof. And what I wanted to say is that there are people coming forward, but the thing is, right now there's a grand jury. You have to know how that grand jury operates. Of course, all of those, just like when they raided his mansions, and the agents didn't know who they were coming to raid. Those grand jury witnesses are going to be protected. They're not going to let people know who they are right away. But the thing with that grand jury is that they only get to hear the government side. Diddy's attorneys can't say anything. So they can't refute anything being told to the grand jury right now. So I think it's pretty imminent that Diddy is going to go to jail because his lawyers can't say a thing to the grand jury. All they can do is sit there and listen. And you won't know who those witnesses are until discovery, when Diddy's attorneys get all the evidence that was presented to the grand jury. Now, as far as Clive Davis, I wouldn't doubt if he had something, maybe a little bit to do with Diddy being set up to be raided and things like that, because Diddy did have a lot of incriminating videos, on big people. But I really feel like, and I could be wrong, but in my heart, I feel like Diddy's case is actually connected to Epstein, because you have so many people trying to get that list right now. You got so many people sending out Freedom of Information papers, trying to get that list because they've been trying to keep that under wraps. So Diddy would be the perfect distraction. It just so happens that he's done so many crudball things in his life that, it's taking him down. Diddy has dated his son's girlfriends. So I mean, how crudball can you be? You just gotta, you gotta look at the person for who they are. They're showing you who they are. He show you who he is when he's out there on those videos doing the things that he do, the things that he say. If you even look at the videos he make with with the younger kids and stuff like that, Tiara Marie, I'm pretty sure she's gonna be a witness because he was definitely sleeping with her at 15 years old. So I mean, he's gonna go to jail. That's all there is to it. That's all I really wanted to say because I got a house full of grandchildren. They're on spring break, and I snuck off in my room to say that.
You're a great grandmother. I love it.
Thank you. But I'm gonna be here down here in the chat, and I'm also gonna be here tomorrow too.
Yes. And feel free to call back anytime, Tracy.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night. We need you guys to use your voices. We want to hear what you got to say. This is the People Channel where we want to hear the voice of the people. Calling from 469. You're live on the air. 469. Are you there?
Yes. Hi, Gigi. How are you?
Good. How are you? Glad you called in. Tell us what's on your mind.
Well, okay. First, I want to say with the Clive Davis thing, I guess I'll start there. I'm so glad Eddie Griffin actually chimed in and said what he said, because I've always felt like it was Clive from the jump start. And and I don't know if you're familiar with, but there was a guy that used to be on YouTube about 8 years ago. When Cassie's lawsuit first hit, I knew it was true because there was a guy named Yash that used to be on YouTube, and I believe they ran him off. He said back then that Cassie was P. Diddy's slave. He told it all on YouTube, and they got rid of him off of YouTube. So when it came out, I knew it was true. The problem with people wanting to accept this is because a lot of people have very low self-esteem. They don't see themselves as a valuable being, so they look to these celebrities as some type of godlike figures. And so if someone said Joe up the street did something, they don't have a problem believing that. They just don't want that celebrity's world to come down, because if his world falls, then everyone else's come down behind it. So in my heart, of course, it would be inaccurate for me to say I know he did it, but I'm a writer. And one author said something a long time ago. It had to be like in the early 1800s. He said, man doesn't think, he feels. You can feel the truth. We might need him to go to court for them to prove it. But like the lady said, before YouTube, and I'll be 57 in August, I feel strongly that he did it. Now, I'm not sure if he's going to jail, because his job was to compromise entertainers, because reality is when they go to Hollywood, I asked myself a long time ago, I've always had a lot of foresight, and I've always been the type of person to like question everything. My parents, I'm not a religious person, went to church, but I dropped all of that. But the thing is,
me too.
I used to ask myself, why? I know, that's why I said I gotta listen to her, because I was listening to you the other day and I was like, oh, you just make my soul roll. I was asking myself a long time ago, why does all these celebrities, why are they always drunk? You know, they popularized Betty Ford centers back in the day. Elvis Presley died drunk on the toilet. Every one of them, when you go back,
you would think they'd stop drinking and doing drugs, because you don't need it to have a good time. You don't need that stuff to have a good time, y'all. You don't need any of that poison. It's just poison to your body. I'm sorry, go ahead.
But if you're chasing, but if you're chasing the fame, and if the idea of once you get money, money doesn't bring you happiness. if you get the money, you're supposed to have it all, right? But every one of them was always drunk or high. And the reason is because they've all been compromised. It's far bigger than P. Diddy. Yeah. But see, he got carried away, I believe. I think he got drunk on his ability to, you know, do compromise people. He is like the emptiest vessel that I've ever seen. He enjoyed it. And it's so sad that people would rather have money. What is that saying? What does it mean to gain the world and lose your soul? He is a soulless individual. He is soulless. And for all those people that stuck with him and all of these guys, you know, allowing themselves to be compromised sexually, they did it for money. In regards to Cassie, my heart goes out to Cassie. The reason being is the frontal of a person's brain hasn't fully developed till they're around 25. And then they said that's when the individual develops a character. Basically, that means that those pathways has hardened. And this is why people can get up and do the same thing every day. She was young, she wanted it, but he impressed upon her early on. Cassie will never be the same. And it's so unfortunate because she has little girls that she has to be there for. It's sad. I'm glad she found the strength to do it because like someone said, it's that element of shame that probably had her holding back for so long. But who pays off a lawsuit the next day? The next day, if you didn't do anything, prove it. But I knew it was true. He know it's true. And I feel sorry for those children that have grown up around him. He's always been this way. Yeah. So y'all let y'all children? I mean, look, Kim Porter, I don't have a lot of respect for Kim Porter. Because if she was strapping on and doing him like that and she had her children around and she wasn't too good of a parent herself either. Yes, she probably was abused by him as well as everybody else, but she saw with her own eyes. At least Cassie didn't have no children by him. Everybody that was around Diddy, it was something to gain. It was something they were trying. It was an extraction. He was trying to get something from him. He was trying to get something from you. I feel sorry for those children because even though in their age, we say they're 25, they're almost 30, they're still mentally children, and they're not going to know how to maneuver in this world. I hope that it's somebody that they can, because if they don't kill P. Diddy, they're going to ship him off somewhere and say, you can't come back. You just got to go off and live somewhere else. But I feel sorry for those children. But I wanted to call in and say that, yes, I agree with Eddie Griffin. Eddie Griffin has a lot of foresight, and this is all Clive Davis is doing. This is all Clive Davis. And Diddy played with the wrong group, as many of them always do, and it's time to pay the piper. And just so happened my last name is Piper. It's time to pay the piper, and they're tired of him, and he's got to go.
Now, I don't want you to go. I don't want you to go. You have to stay in and talk some more. I mean, the audience are loving you. You are a breath of fresh air, and I want you to talk some more.
Oh, I just don't call in a lot of shows because I listen a lot, and I'll be completely honest with you. I didn't used to listen to YouTube, and a few years ago, I think it's probably about the time that I found out about that guy Yash, I went on YouTube and I actually I would listen to it. And I was like, wow, and I knew he was telling the truth. You know, I know I feel truth. I can tell he's a weirdo. The guy who did is a weirdo, but I didn't realize, and I hope people don't take this personal because I know that I don't identify as Black, although because people always want to judge people by their skin color, but I don't identify with a culture that's that sick. I didn't know the Black community was that messed up till I got on YouTube. I did not know it. I was like, these people go for anything. They try to cover up and then holler racism. Everything is not racism. It's all about how you carry yourself and what you endorse. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to share something with you that I share with a lot of people. And being a writer, I have published, but I don't care. Tonight, I say to people, what people don't understand above all things is perception. Mm. And what is perception? There's an author who said, perception is a video that scrolled before the mind's eye. Now think about this. If all your life you've been taught not to play with snakes because snakes will bite, am I right?
Right.
Are you going to go outside and you're gonna play with a snake? No, because you've been told that the snake will bite. Now, and if it bites you, you could possibly die. I want people to hear me when I say this. So when we talk perception, and we live in a world where everything is black and white, only in America are you judged either black or white. Your friend, everybody else, they're European, Australian. They don't identify by these crayon colors. So what has happened to the so-called black people in America? They've opted in to let people like P. Diddy be their leaders. They've opted in to allow the rappers, whether they're female or male, promote this horrible music. Shoot the cop, beat the, do this.
Oh, that's so horrible.
All trash. It's so much trash. So when the people in the world are looking at us, whether I'm articulate, whether I'm the most calm, pleasant person to be around, when they see me, I represent that rattlesnake. They don't get to know me. They see the culture, and the largest percent of the culture supports this stuff. They watch the movies, they play the music. I don't listen to the music. I cannot stand it, especially that, because I'll be 57 in August. My favorite male artist was like Peebo Bryson. I liked Babyface's music. I love Whitney Houston's music. But my favorite female artist of all time is Celine Dion. But I say that is, we're judged by our skin color. And we're judged because of the things we saw. We're judged because the perception is snakes bite. So when people see skin color, this is why they judge us in the way that they judge us without getting to know us. So this P. Diddy thing is bigger than P. Diddy, but it also shows the consciousness of the so-called race. People, if he did it, his day is here. I don't speak of a God. I don't speak of any of that. God to say, hey, when you mess around, you do something, it's coming back to you. That idea of karma just making that U-turn, his day was coming. It's here now. Mm-hmm. And I hope everybody that he's ever violated comes up. And everybody want to denounce Little Rod because Little Rod is not popular. But I'm so grateful that young man stayed around and took them pictures and took them videos because you know what, they act like, well, why did he stay so long? He probably needed the money. And he's probably saying to himself, once I get my money, I'm going to get out of here. But Diddy never paid him. He never paid him. And I'm so glad that he didn't, because had he not paid, we wouldn't be here today, Gigi.
Right.
We wouldn't be here.
And that just goes to show how wrong that Diddy does. He don't pay people. He does people wrong. But why you get so mad that somebody schemed on him and played that same damn game on him to get him in prison? You would think you'd be more upset how he did all his artists.
But how can he be any different? Think about it. Yeah, and Little Rod said that he would get so upset he would holler at the children and the family too if he didn't get his way. So how is he this Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde around those children? What it is they were just growing up in a lot of wealth. You know what I'm saying? With a lot of money around them. And with the having all, they easily brushed it off. You know what I'm saying? Or they could go somewhere.
Yeah, but you can't buy class. You cannot
90
buy class.
seconds.
You cannot buy morals. You cannot buy values. Do you understand?
No.
No matter how much money you have, you can't buy that. You can't instill morals and values if you don't got none.
No, they got to buy that. They got to make that. Well, experience is your teacher, and experience can cost a lot. So I'm like, he is what he is. And he always flexed on the so-called Black community.
60
and
seconds.
Somebody said on another show, I don't know who the guy is, but he said everything he did, he misused all the Black people. Who, other than Justin Bieber, who else did he mess over of another race?
Ava.
Ava. Who?
Ava, the white girl he adopted.
Oh, okay. I saw that video. That was so weird. I don't know. But what I mean is he stunted the growth. His job was not to sign anybody. His job was to compromise them. And another thing people need to realize, I know people that still try to get their children in Hollywood. I'm like, girl, don't you see what's going on up there? But the thing with P. Diddy is, remember when Master P, not Master P, but MC Hammer. MC
10
Hammer
seconds.
came up on his own, right? And then they go get you because the thing they don't want people to see is that you can do it without them. If you go and build your own wealth outside of Hollywood, they can't do anything to you. It's just when you go up there and you start dealing with them.
Girl, you sound like the government.
No, they want to create in everybody's mind that you got to come through them to get what you want. And then everybody dies a horrible death. Who in Hollywood is happy? Look at them. Give me one person. Give me one person.
I don't got nothing to give. They all gone. To Michael, to Prince, to all of them, they all gone.
Michael was damaged from the idea that Michael was a child.
All of them.
DMX, and he told them. DMX said, I remember when I saw him, I knew he was telling the truth. He said, I just want to make music. I don't have time for all that other stuff. But girl, it takes, Benjamin Franklin said that an empty bag will never stand upright. And that is so true. These people want money. They don't know nothing about God. They want money. They worship money because you will get what you need in life if you are willing to stand on a foundation. They go up there without any type of foundation. I heard you say you don't do religion. I don't either. Grew up in the church. I was like, nothing made sense. Nothing made sense to me at all. So I dropped it. And I mean, as an adult, I don't have anything to do with it. And I always used to ask, well, why isn't this working? Why isn't prayer? And, you know, my research and my observations just took me into something else. Because as a young girl, I was like, why is everybody in Hollywood on drugs? Help me. Can I just walk up to you and give you a pill and say, Gigi, take this pill. Are you going to take it?
No, I'm going to feel attacked. I'm going to get your ass arrested. What are you doing, soliciting?
How do y'all get on cocaine?
Sugar boogers.
And also, I'm sorry, sugar booger. And remember the movie Eyes Wide Shut? They killed that man after that movie was made. Everybody should watch that movie. Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman played in that movie. And they also said parts was taken out of that movie, but that was all about sex parties. Diddy is not the first. What Diddy did was he controlled the Black community. That's what he did, the Black entertainment industry. He was there for that. And by the way, those tunnels under his house, there's a documentary. Anybody should Google it or go on YouTube and Google. Hugh Hefner, them had tunnels under those, because he lived in that neighborhood. They had tunnels to that mansion. And do you know, I watched the documentary, they were taking children from a daycare center through those tunnels to that mansion, to Hugh Hefner's mansion. They found out one lady was walking, she's a Caucasian woman, said she was downtown with her child one day in that area, and her child, being a child, shouldn't have known, was familiar with all those areas. When they busted it and found out the daycare people, they took them to jail, and they were taking those children over to those mansions. This is bigger than Diddy. I think Diddy was sloppy, really sloppy, and they had to find a way to get rid of him. That's all it is. He's just sloppy. He's arrogant. Like
very arrogant.
Had his little daughter on the lap calling their names, taunting them. I was laughing. I said, this boy is arrogant. He had a little girl calling out their name. Y'all have an obligation or something. They committed to his party or doing something.
But you know where that comes?
Have you seen him?
Yeah, you know that arrogance comes from, I feel he never had anybody to discipline him. You know, he did not have a father growing up, and I don't think his mom could really discipline him, and to have respect for authority and to have respect for the laws of this land. So he didn't have any respect for the laws or authority or anybody else. And that will boast an arrogance and a pride that you feel like you are untouchable. No matter what you do, you can always get away with it because you have no respect for anybody or anything. And that has been his downfall, you know, getting caught up in this stuff. That's how I feel. What are your thoughts?
Well, I would say this probably. I can't say because I only have a daughter. I didn't have a son, and I know that doesn't apply to. I'm not just saying it's just to the boys, but my thing with him is I think that the dealing with the people that run Hollywood and the people that are known to kind of control that environment. I think he felt like he was protected because he knew that they backed him. Okay, he was given a role and he played that role. And he's been playing that role so well, girl. I mean, he done handled them. Him and Jay-Z, they have, and it's so sad that they would take the lowest of the lowest and prop them up and say, these are y'all's kings. This is who the community celebrates. And then this needs to change.
Well, they had to take the lowest of the lowest so it can be relatable. Because most of their fans come from the hood. So they want to see their people rise. If they would have took a black person that came from wealth, that ain't relatable. You don't live in our world. You don't even understand our Ebonics, our language. So you have to take somebody that they can relate to.
So are you, and I'm just asking, I respectfully disagree because, and I'm not the person that grew up in the hood or anything like that, but I think that they forced him on us, like they forced him on the population. Because if you see a person all the time, then you're like, well, must be something going on because they keep putting him up there. Because what about all of the people that have gone to school to do great things? I have a daughter. She became a dentist. She's doing her own thing. Why don't they go get a young doc? I know a little young lawyer. I know a lot of little young sisters is doing their thing. They ain't gonna go get one of those individuals and have them to represent. They're not gonna go get a young, I hate to say black, but for the sake of the conversation, black male that's just upright and doing the right thing. They don't want that. They appeal.
The reason why I say that, when I was growing up in the black community, if you were a black guy or girl and you were smart, you were considered a nerd and you would get bullied. That's not cool to be smart. So the smart people, the cool people was the thugs, was the sassy, was the unruly, was the bullies. They were seen as the tough. So when you're talking about hip hop, that is birthed out of the cool people, not the smarts, not the ones that's, too smart and over talking people with big ass words. And, we don't understand what you're talking about. And we might bust you in your face because we feel offended because we don't know what the hell you're saying.
I get called, you think you're white. You think you're white, because you can articulate, but that's not what I'm not saying pertaining to hip hop. What hip hop did was appeal the music, good beat. I remember some of the music, I always like to dance. I like a good beat. I never paid attention to the lyrics, but they wanted to appeal to the lower side of the black sector. So, I heard you talk. I hear you. I totally flow with what you be saying because I agree. I mean, it's got to stop. It's like but they wanted to appeal to that, and they kept throwing him out there. They dressed him up. They gave him the money because they know that people want money. They don't necessarily. They want money over if they say, "I'm gonna give you a bowl of happy," and I'm gonna give you a bowl of, and I'm gonna give you a big old bag of money. People will grab for that bag of money because they think money is happiness, but it doesn't. It just basically puts. It just really just what puts. It just makes it. It makes the ignorance. It just enhances. It just puts forward a big bomb of ignorance. But the happiness would take you further because it may take you a little longer to get there. But at the end of the day, you got that peace. You know what I'm saying? That
but people are going to gravitate to stuff that they don't have. If I'm poor and I don't have nothing, shit, I might have happiness, but right now I want some damn money. I'm not thinking about happiness. I'm thinking about I'm hungry and I need somebody. I'm struggling out here. Okay.
But Gigi, okay, you might take a look, but if you And this is where the religion, the people, the church, falling up into the church has failed people. Because you have to be rooted in something, or you're going to fall or cave into anything. So yeah, that money may be appealing to you, but if you got an inkling of what's building up a true foundation in you, or solid, and been taught the way, because that's what it means to train up a child in the way they should go. And when they depart, when they get old, they won't depart from it. See, you might be enticed by that money, and you might take a little of it, but see, that's the thing. Okay, I'm gonna take, but now y'all want me to go too far. These fools went up there, they wasn't rooted in anything. They just let everything go. So yes, I understand. There have been times I used to want to be, I said I didn't want to be an actress because I wasn't going to be on TV letting anybody kiss me. No, I ain't even they're not going to have their way with me. Mm-hmm. And then I have a side of me, I embody the spirit of the Leo because I am a Leo. And I'm like, anybody's going to tell me what, I'm going to stand up for myself. So yes, we can say, okay, you said you're right. Okay, I need this money. But Gigi, how far is it going to take you?
It depends on the person, because everybody is different. Depends on the person. And I know you bring up religion, but if I go to jail right now and I take a poll, how many people are religious? How many people raised up in the church? Most of them, they said they would. They know the word. They rolled up in religion. They believe. They even have church at prisons. So that does not dictate whether a person is good and bad based on religion.
Preach, Gigi.
Well, religion is basically a con thing. Oh, I'm totally opposed to it because you can believe what you want to believe. It's what you know. See, this is why people always, I mean, I know all the people, religion, that's just a way of controlling people. And when you can control them, you know how, basically that control, you know how far you can take them. It has every one of those rappers get on stage after they done sung a song about degrading a woman or killing somebody. And the first thing they say when they accept their award is, I want to thank God. And I'm like, what God do you serve? What God would have you out here putting this degrading music out here and influencing a whole new generation of children, possibly adults too, to fall in line with you? So I'm totally against it, but I don't criticize people that are for it. That's your business. Whatever you want to practice, you practice. I believe in freedom of speech, and the first right for me is to frame my thoughts how I want to. I don't believe in anything. I will say I hope you can, but I don't believe in anything. I've watched it all my life. Like I said, I'll be 57 in August. It ain't worked for nobody. What it does is the whole intention is to keep peace and harmony amongst the people, but that doesn't even work because people get so emotionally caught up in stuff, and that's just what takes them away. Because
that's been the biggest war when you talk about Muslims versus Christians and Catholic versus Protestants. There've been many religion wars. I mean, when we're talking about religion, you have religion war right now with, I won't say those names, but it's based on religion. So religion has always been a creation of war and division, and it will continue to be.
That's right.
That's just history.
And that's
you can't stop that.
P. Diddy felt like had his back. And those are the people P. Diddy felt like had his back. This is why he became radical with his behavior. And although I didn't follow him, when this hit, when the Cassie case dropped, it took my interest. And then I started listening to people, oh, she's lying. She's just a money grab. I'm like, a money grab? You hear what the girl went through? Hell, no amount of money brings back to her what she lost. So when that happened, then I started really paying attention to it. And then I said, well, and I'm kind of like, I don't know if they're going to take him to jail or not, because
he's going to go to jail.
Eddie Griffin. Let me tell you why. I'm going to tell you why. They may pull a Epstein, say he died, and I don't believe he died in jail. But let me tell you, because this thing is big. You know, this is that when they raided his house, I said they went in there to get some videos for themselves. The only thing I say is the best thing he could do is to start releasing tapes as we speak. Let the videos start to play, because that is the only thing. And then if he get bumped off, we gonna know they bumped him off. Because quit saving this stuff, play it. He needs to let the videos roll. That's what he needs to do, because he don't have no protection anymore. No more. So yeah, I know they use all that. They use race to divide people. They use religion. They use whatever they can do.
But
women and men.
I can't wait till Diddy go to jail. And Tessa Tale said he's going to go to jail within a month. That's what Tessa Tale says. So
Yeah,
we will see. I watch her show. She said in 30 days.
I listened to it too. I mean, but again, we're speculating. I mean, they got this guy. This guy has been a useful idiot for them for a long time. And he has been so to the point that he influenced the whole generation on how to vote. He's not usable. He has no more. They have no use for him. They could use him, but he has done too much. I think he got carried away. Put it like that. He has done too much. He was doing this back then, and he was still telling people what to do and influencing people, telling them how to vote or die, vote, no matter what situation. They can't use him anymore. What can they use him for? The whole world knows what this boy's done. And all due respect, the lady who spoke earlier when she said her heart goes out to Justin Bieber, mine too. I get chills down my spine when I look at all of them. It just hurts. A lot of people have lack of empathy. I feel her. And Usher's a little different for me. For some reason, Usher don't even seem like he's affected by what happened between him and Diddy, because he took Justin Bieber over there to be abused by Diddy. So Usher, I look at a little different, but I see the trauma on Bieber's face. He didn't come back from this at all.
All right. Well, I thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to let you go now. Hope you come back soon. Now, Rashida, how you doing, girl?
Hey, beautiful.
Hey, talk to me.
I got the greatest news today. When I seen that video and I seen Shyne speaking his truth once again, I said yes. Gigi, that made me so happy, because this man been saying whole time, I didn't pow nobody. I didn't do it. He never directly said who did it, but he was like, the victim told you who did it. They didn't take ballistics. I was so glad. And he right, now it makes sense on why he was going in and out over there, why he was contributing money over there. It all makes sense now. And I was listening to the caller before you, and I heard some of the things she was saying I totally agree with, but then I got lost with some of the stuff. It's kind of hard to speak about what the agenda for Diddy was when you're really not a part. Like, why do people do the things they do as far as the money? Why do they chase the money? Is a difference in how the world should be and the truth on what the world is. And the fact of the matter is, you have a lot of people that do not have parents. They don't have good upbringings. You have some who do have good parents that don't want to listen. Some of them do listen. But when these guys put together these plans, now they wasn't bringing Diddy in to appeal to just the lower, the hood people. No, they brought him in to appeal to everybody. They looked at, his demeanor and what he stood for. And I seen somebody in the comments said they was looking for people that were hungry. 100% facts. They're not gonna go get a smart person, because they don't want a person that know that they're being taken advantage of. That's the whole point. They want somebody that will do whatever to get a dollar and appeal to the masses, because when you appeal to the masses, it's more money in their pocket. Now, yeah, when they seeking out for people to abuse, yes, then they'll go to the lower levels because they prefer somebody who mother and father wasn't around, or that was already being abused, or it's easier to manipulate those children and those people that got big insecurities. It's easier to manipulate them. So I heard her say she's not from the hood. So if you don't know what it's like to have that hunger in your stomach, some of them people are not strong minded enough to know that, or to even say no when they see an opportunity in front of them. Because when your stomach growling, and when your kid's stomach's growling, right or wrong, until you in a situation like, right?
I have to say this: we may live in America, but we all live in different worlds, and some people just will never be able to understand or relate each other worlds, and that's okay.
Right. It's just, you have those who probably, I mean, I've seen interviews and people speak out about how, they could have been in the industry and they chose not to be. I watched one interview and he was telling the guy, he was like, "You're so talented. They gave you the contracts. Why didn't you do it?" And he said, "Because before I signed the contract, they brought me to a party and I decided that's not what I wanted." So you do have people who do turn around and run the other way. But come on, the majority of people that do get involved in this and put themselves in certain situations, you have either they don't have control over what they're doing because they're underage and it's somebody above them making the decisions. They come from a broken background. They could come from a good background, but that's not enough for them. It's all walks of life. And the fact of the matter, everybody thinks different.
They do.
Period. Period.
Still, people don't understand that. They have this perception that you're supposed to think like I think, and we all think the same, and that's not reality.
Right. Right. The higher ups, that 1%, when it comes down to manipulating, making money off, abusing, is no color involved in that. It's whoever they can do it to. Whoever they can do it to. And we put ourselves in situations sometimes where, you know, it turns out bad. People make mistakes. Right, Cassie, I'm glad she got out of it. But she was in a position where she wanted to be famous. She wanted a lot of things. And then by the time she realized, okay, this is not where I want to be, she was kind of deep in it. It's just crazy to me. But I am so glad Shyne spoke out. I didn't I don't know. I just been thinking about a lot of stuff, and I was thinking about how they did both of his properties, right? And they got a lot of stuff to go through. They got a lot of interviews to do, statements to take, and I'm wondering. I was watching some interviews with some lawyers and stuff, and they were saying he is definitely going down, but they don't know when, because once they bring the charges together, now they got to figure out, okay, with like with the RICO, how many counts of this, how many counts of that, how many people can testify for this or that, and it might take a little bit of time. But I am praying that, was she with Tessa said, mark your calendars? I marked it.
She did. Tessa said it. Tessa said he going to jail in 30 days. Yes, she did. Go ahead.
Yes, and I definitely marked it. It's just, it's time that, even if we can't clear it out, it's time to start holding people accountable for their actions. And it's a lot of people walking around here praising people and their hands not clean. Their hands is not clean. I most definitely think Usher is a victim, but I think that also he's not ready to face what really happened and what he turned into. I think he's fighting with that that he, you know, especially once it's different when you do something wrong and you know you did something wrong and you doing something wrong and now everybody else know you did something wrong and you hearing it nonstop. So I think that's why he quiet, because I don't even think he thought people would put together, okay, the Love album is the very first time Justin and Diddy did anything musically. So what was the purpose of the 48 hours? Why was he around Diddy so much if he had nothing to do with the music side of things? If he wasn't working, Justin's clearly stated in one of his interviews that he used to ask, can they do certain songs? And Diddy would turn them down. So what was the purpose of him being there? But you won't let your sons go. And you told us that live on TV, in front of everybody. Oh no, my sons ain't going. And then Diddy told us you gave him Justin Bieber. So it's so many things. And that's just one part of it. I'm wondering, you know, where is Justin Bieber's mother in all of this? Is she gonna say something?
All right, keep it right there. We got an anonymous caller. Anonymous 111. You're live on the air. Talk to me. 111, are you there? Anonymous. All right. You want me to come back to you? All right. Calling from 248 Southfield. Are you there? 248.
I'm here.
All right. We're going to wait till you run. Hey.
Hey, Gigi.
Hey,
KFC, I'm calling in because, can you hear me, Gigi?
Yeah, but it sounds like you got me on speaker. I know speaker when I hear it.
I do have you on speaker. You want me to take you off?
I would love that.
Okay. All right.
Thank
Gigi,
you.
I'm calling for one thing and maybe two things. The first thing I'm calling for is that we have to pay attention to the time that we're living in and what's going on outside of all of this. There's something that we have to put our heads together to find out the bigger picture. I'm so zoned in about this Diddy stuff. I'm slipping in other areas of my life. And I'm probably going to have to pull out in a minute because I want to see justice so bad, because I know I'm in the social work business and I have a lot of trauma kids that has been affected. So what the trauma kids are saying, they're saying that when they want Diddy to go down because they feel vindicated if he goes down, because so many people, Gigi, have gotten away. These people don't have no retribution. So I think the victims of any type of abuse or violation of any kind are all wanting to see this guy go down. Because many of their abusers have gotten away. They have been silenced through fear and intimidation. Parents have told them, don't open your mouth. I know some parents that know stuff happened, but because they sworn to this secrecy of this family lineage, that I don't want my business to get out. And this is going on, Gigi.
It is. You tell them right.
And we have to take account. I want to talk to KFC because she made me mad too.
Okay.
KFC, is she still here, Gigi?
I will unplug her. KFC, are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
KFC, okay. I don't know what your background is. I don't know what your history is, but I want to know why are you so committed to seeing this when everybody else sees white? You're seeing gray, yellow, and blue. Okay. And wait a minute before you answer.
Okay.
Everybody else is seeing the picture being brought to light, and you refuse to succumb, to admit, to acknowledge that all these facts are standing in your face. You still want to go in this area. Let me tell you something. Black, white, blue, or red. Anybody with all this evidence being presented, at this point, I have enough. And I don't care what color you are. If you blue, red, black, white, yellow. If all this evidence is signed up against you, at that point, your race card is taken from you. You understand what I'm saying? Diddy's race card is taken away from you. The facts are out there. The allegations are there. I have enough evidence by these different stories that this man is guilty. He's guilty in public opinion. He's guilty in political opinion, social opinion, financial opinion. And let me tell you something about the dark world. This dark world makes money on who they could exploit and get the money. This is what's all being presented before us. This is a business. This is financial. We forgetting about a whole thing. Diddy, Clive Davis, and all of them will use anybody that can make a buck. Okay? This is what you're not getting. This fetish that these people have is a part of their world, of their twisted, psychotic world that caused them to go out to this addiction. They have to be fed with these things. It's psychological and it's spiritual. They got to be fed with this stuff, and they keep people money, but at the same time, if you notice something, some of the people that they get, they have sworn to do this, that, and the other. They have made deals with these people. All of them, don't give all of them. Now, here's one thing that I want to, we could agree on, KFC. These people wanted the limelight. They wanted a chance at fame, glory, money, power, and influence. They wanted visibility and they wanted relevance. But they didn't know how much it was going to take. It's like somebody dangling something in front of your face, but you don't know. Once you get into it, they got their claws on you, and you say, wow, I got this, but really, is this really worth it? I get what I want. It's the trick of Satan. I get what I wanted, but was this really worth it? Was this really worth it? So these people partnership with them too. But just because you partnership with them, that doesn't advocate the person's intent behind the offer, behind what they dangled in front of you. It doesn't advocate Diddy. It doesn't advocate Clive Davis. But the people have some bro in them. If you offer somebody something and you said it, you got to, I don't want to talk religion. I am a religious person though. But I don't want to make this, I want you to see the picture beside the picture. So I answer this. When he took him up to the mountain and offered him this, I'll give you, when he took Jesus up, he said, I'll give you all of these kingdoms if you will worship me. This is about worshiping. Who's behind the scheme of it? You do this, you're worshiping these people. This is about idolization. And they offer you any of these things. And you today, they'll take Gigi and say, Gigi, I want to turn you into a 50 millionaire. If you will do this, and you will represent. If Gigi has a powerful enough influence, they will take Gigi and offer her every last dream, including vindication, including taking people out, including houses and cars and yachts. If Gigi wanted her enemies gone, these people have the power to take her enemies out. if I could get Gigi's 50 million followers to buy into this idealism. This is what this thing is about, that what people are not seeing. So I agree. That's the part I'm gonna agree with you on, KFC. But these people have some type of culpability, Gigi. I want you to understand that, Gigi, because you want, and I deal with it. And guess what? I was a victim of molestation too. Okay? I was a victim by 2 people, family members. So you have to understand that, but we're not talking about totally innocent people, because I was taken without my permission. You got to understand that, Gigi. I didn't have no say-so. I was violated for real, for real. These people have some type of, I don't care if it's me, you give them 15% culpability. These people have some culpability because they could have pulled out at any minute or at any time. Now, you talk about this drug and stuff, let's get on that. How did you get there? Why did you get there? You didn't go in there, and then you end up being drugged. Now, at some point, your intent and motive have to be checked. Gigi, we can't determine these people's motives and intent when they get arrived to the scene. And you don't feel positive. The women, I'm gonna give you a great.
I think the phone is going in and out.
People had something in their mind. You understand? Look at the girl at Kobe Bryant. I'm on my point. I ain't even look at Kobe Bryant, the girl that went after Kobe. These people have some intent, some ideology of something they could get. Because ask me how I know. I went with 4 drug dealers. I went with 2 old men in my 20s and they were in their 60s. You understand what I'm saying? So I know there's some type of, and guess what? My drug dealers I went with, I was 14, 16. Now let me tell you, sir, I do what I have some intent, and even in that, because my idea at the 16, I'm in the street, I'm looking for support, I'm looking for some type of security, and I need to keep survive. So I just don't know to give all these people, some of them fake have something.
Your phone is going down. Can you speak up a little bit, please? Can you speak up? I know the last time I heard you said you were 13 or 14 and you were with grown men.
Well, let me tell you something, Gigi. I was from the city of Detroit, the streets. I was in the day of drug dealers, BMF, and all them days. My baby daddy was one of the ones that got shot 17 times.
I'm sorry to hear that. Hold on. I just want to let you guys know I have unmuted KFC. She did want KFC to talk, but KFC just been listening. And I don't know if she really want KFC to speak, because I know you said you wanted to talk to her respond, but you just kept going and you just never.
I wanted KFC to look at these people, and because I wanted to look at the fact. What I wanted to do, Gigi, is I wanted to look in a lens. She don't have to look in my lens. She got to look in a justice lens. I wanted to put herself in that arraignment here. And let me tell her something. I've worked with many litigation hearings and lawyers. I'm not a lawyer. But let me tell you something. When we assemble a grand jury to look at a child protective case of abuse, of sexual abuse by a father to the daughter, they array a secret grand jury. And they hold the evidence. Somebody said 30 days. It may be more. You know how I know? Because these grand jury panels, who's been exclusively picked by the district attorney, they sit there and they run all the evidence. They haven't finished going through the evidence to present to that grand jury yet. They praise all of the witnesses. All of them. Anybody willing to come forth. And the ones that don't, they're going to get a subpoena. So it may take more. I listen to tales too. It may take longer than that because the evidence is great. And the people that's coming to present their stories to the grand jury, he's going to be I'm 1,000% sure Diddy will be indicted. There's enough evidence. There's enough testifying. We don't know how many people came forth. Some people are scared to death. Some people have gone in the witness protection program. This is my belief, Gigi. This is my belief. I want you to hear this. Some are in the witness protection program now. They are scared to death. KFC doesn't understand this. I heard you the other night. Why these people take so long? People are embarrassed. People are ashamed. People, their percentage of culpability. Because once you pull me in, their job is to use me to pull other people in. Now I'm partially guilty, Gigi. Are you hearing me, Gigi?
Yeah, I hear what you're
Gigi,
saying.
I don't hear you saying nothing.
Yeah,
baby.
I hear what you're saying, that people have to incriminate you in order for them to feel comfortable. I saw it on the TV show last night with the strippers.
So now you have guilty too, you see what I'm saying? You have guilty for the two people you lured in for. So you got mixed emotions. There's something the lady just got up there about Usher. Usher know he pulled more. That's the only one we know of. How many other people you know was lured in by Usher? You see the culpability there? Now I started innocent. You turned me out. Now I get 3 more people. Now I'm dealing with this. I'm dealing with the 3 people I didn't affect it. What if those 3 people get killed? What if Diddy used that to get me to get jumped and tell on me with the 3 people I pulled in? I think Bieber's the only one we know. See, this is how this thing works. It's a weaver web. Now I get some incriminating evidence on you. Now I weaponize your participation. By the way,
They're saying they want to hear, I guess, KFC response in the comments.
Okay, Gigi, but I wanted to say, okay, I want to hear too, but Gigi, I wanted to ask you this. What if Usher's scared that Diddy gonna release the 3 people that he pulled in besides Bieber? So tell you, he's quiet for a reason, baby. He's quiet for a reason. Let KFC come on. Come on, KFC.
All right.
Okay.
Well, thank you.
Hold on. I want a little bit of that time that she got. Just like that. Okay. The first thing is this. Carter, you just contradicted yourself. You know, you're saying you don't know if Diddy is guilty yet. I never said he was innocent. I just said that I want the evidence to convict him, not hearsay. Because you keep talking about what other people have said. You don't realize that you're still saying what other people have said about this man. And he hasn't been charged with anything. And the reason why I'm on a different, I may walk down a different path than you, there's 300 billionaires in this world, right? 14 are Black. Only 7 in the United States are. That's why I'm so concerned. Plus, you need to sit back and ask yourself something else. There was a study that was done, all right, at drugabuse.com, right? And they found out that heavy metal fans consume the most drugs and alcohol at shows, all right? But nobody's blaming heavy metal artists. But yet you're saying that they created Diddy to be something in the Black community. Like, I don't get that one either. Like, see, it's all over the place with what you're saying. Do you know the definition of what's called whitewashing? Do you know what that means?
Yeah, I know what it means.
Okay.
But I didn't say they created
But listen, because I let you speak, though. But listen, that's the practice of erasing or minimizing the presence and contribution of people of color in history, culture, and the media. And I think that's what they're doing to Diddy. Because already people are saying this man is guilty without him being convicted of anything. Just hearsay. You just sat up there and said Beaver and Cassidy. That's it. Is that fair? I mean, you got to think about what you're saying at your mouth. And if you want to talk about being fair, everything in this country is about race. And I get tired of people saying that it isn't, because it is. The next time you put money in your hand, you look at all them dead presidents on your money. All of them were enslavers of black people. All of them raped black women. Where's the outcry for that? They put them on money to celebrate them.
Okay,
to memorialize them. So why are you saying there's something wrong with me because I'm saying that Diddy hasn't been convicted of anything?
You said something wrong, and I want to correct you. Abraham Lincoln is on the $5 bill. He entered the emancipation in 1863. Then he was assassinated 6 months after that.
Oh, hold on, Carla. Back up on that one.
So
back up on that one. Back up on that one.
But he was a Christian.
Okay, but Carla.
He wasn't perfect.
Okay, but in the beginning,
he didn't believe in slavery.
Okay, but Carla, in the beginning, Abraham Lincoln said if black people want their freedom, they should go back to Africa and get it. Did he not?
What? What he say?
So Google that in.
I didn't know that.
What are you talking about?
Abraham Lincoln was a martyr.
Carla. Whoa.
He wrote emancipation. He freed the slaves. 200,000 slaves fought in the
Carla,
Civil
just
War.
Google that in. Abraham Lincoln said if black people want their freedom, they should have to go back to Africa to get it.
Man's watch.
Okay.
Let me tell you something. You talking about colorism. Now you racism against Abraham Lincoln.
But I'm not being racist. I'm just saying everything in this country is about race.
Slavery will still be happening, sister. Come on now. Rock with me, KFC.
What are you talking about? Abraham Lincoln said that.
I don't care what he said.
So what are you getting on me about then?
And they won the war because in 1863, the war was a stalemate. There's no one deciding winner in the war until he released those slaves.
So black people didn't continue to go on being slaves after that?
He was instrumental in the 13th Amendment passing that abolished slavery. Because if he didn't release the 13th Amendment and voted on it in Congress, then the executive order entered him in 1863 would have been overturned by the next president.
Okay, so why were we still getting lynched after that?
You gotta, if you don't see the good in this man, well, nobody is perfect.
There was no good with none of them. I'm sorry.
Color that you probably regret.
No. So why did black people continue to go on being enslaved after that?
Look at his facts. Look at his facts. Go ahead, KFC.
So when the music industry first got started, along with Hollywood, you mean to tell me it was equality? That it was on the same level for black people? Even after Abraham Lincoln, black people didn't still continue to be slaves after that. We got our freedom right then and there. We weren't lynched. We weren't,
in Justine, Texas. They found 2 years later after slavery was ended.
Okay, but ma'am, let me ask you this.
Not only that,
but let me ask you this. After Abraham Lincoln,
look at the police station. In January, they found 200-some bodies that they never made it to court. 200 bodies behind the police station in Mississippi that the white folks killed. Oh, I'm very aware of my people.
But you won't let me say anything, Carter. Okay, so even after Abraham Lincoln, why come in this country right now, you still have the sundown states that the sun shouldn't hit you on your back if you're black? What are you talking about? You act like Abraham Lincoln did so much. Well, we're good now. Everything is even. Where did the criminal justices, where did it come from? From the slave patrol? That's fair? So you think a black person really gets a fair trial? That's it? I don't understand. Okay, well, if you feel like that, that's fine with me.
I'm on NAACP. I'm on SCLC.
No, that's not fair.
That's not fair. Demonstration. All through that, we still doing it. We ain't stopped. And let me tell you something. Right here in Michigan, we got a sundown place.
Okay, so then you know what I'm talking about then.
When the sun goes down, I'm asking Gigi, can I say the N-word?
Please not.
Okay. Now, when the sun goes down, N's got to be out of town. That's right here in Michigan. The head Ku Klux Dragon of them is over there. In Michigan, died now about 7 years ago. But the head of all of it was right here in Michigan.
Well, what city is that so I can stay away? Hold on, wait. I need it. What city is that so I can stay away? So I know not to go.
All cities.
Caller 248. What city is it so I can avoid it?
Oh my goodness.
My scary ass don't need to be over there. What city? Y'all not gonna tell me the city?
Michigan.
Michigan is a state. What city in Michigan? Kalamazoo? Which one?
No. It's by Holly. Hold on 1 minute. Hold on. Listen, it's by Holly, Michigan. I'm gonna get you to that city. But KFC, I'm very aware. I'm proactive. I put my life on the line. So
the only thing I said to me that
get me twisted. What I want you to see is everybody, when it comes to somebody doing wrong, it's just like this man. He slept with this is right here in Michigan. He slept with his we looking for everybody. And he slept with his own daughter. This is in Lansing, Michigan. And he slept with his own daughter and impregnated her. And all this time, all these people thought it was somebody else. And it was him, the father. And there were people like you, KFC, trying to say this man is innocent.
I never said he was innocent.
Like these people let this man off, and it was him that raped his own daughter. See,
I never said he was innocent, caller.
KFC, it's why these ends get away.
I never said he was innocent. I said they made sure they went on the smear campaign attacking his character with all this stuff before he even went to trial. I said, to me, that sounds suspicious. I never said he was innocent. I said the evidence should convict him, not hearsay. I've said that since day one. Not how I feel about him, not what he didn't do for the black community, how he treated black. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I said the evidence should convict him, not what other people are saying about him. People have devious reasons why they say what they say about people. You can work at the post office and people not like you. I mean, that's everywhere, not just with Diddy, but it doesn't mean it's true. There's a difference between having evidence and proof.
Kyle, Michigan. Let me get before I just come out.
You said that Kyle, like K-Y-L, Kyle.
Michigan.
Say it again.
Howell. H-O-W-E-L-L.
And to be honest with you guys,
in Michigan.
To be honest with y'all are informing me because I'm ignorant to a lot of things, and I had no idea that what y'all talking about the sundown. I didn't even know it existed. I'm like, what are y'all talking about?
They use it in stuff, but they have them in different places outside.
Yeah, I know the KK. I know there's. Yeah, I know they're still around.
The Grand Dragon of the Ku Klux Klan.
The K, just say the K, because I don't want to say their name either. Okay. I'm scared of them too, girl. I'm scared of them. So let's just say the K's. Okay. I want to avoid.
I only said that to make the point. The reason why I said that, caller, not to bring, because I'm not getting off topic with it. But the reason why I said that is don't act like they're doing Diddy fair. Okay, that's the point I'm trying to make. Because yes, I believe his gender and the color of his skin plays a role into how all of this just came out of nowhere. That's all I'm saying.
Can I ask you this KFC? What evidence do they have? What evidence are they showing the grand?
According to you, all this stuff. You're the one that started the conversation off and said,
"Ma'am, I haven't finished the question."
But you keep over talking me. Okay. Okay, go ahead.
We going toe to toe tonight. We going toe to toe tonight. Now, let me ask you again. What evidence do you know that the district attorney, the prosecutor, in 3 counties, LA, Miami, and New York, what testimony, what proof of Little Rod? Do you think that the Little Rod gave you know all the evidence Little Rod produced? Do you think you know all the evidence that Cassie did? I'm not talking about hearsay, chop, chop, chop. I'm saying actual evidence that they videos, pictures, recordings. Do you know all the evidence?
Well, let me answer you.
These other people,
let me answer
people
you.
that you don't know about, that's in protective custody.
Okay, but can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, now let me ask you a question. if you stay at a hotel or you stay somewhere and someone has a secret, a hidden camera, do they sit back and wait till they get many a guests that have to be recorded, or can your one recording be substantial enough? What I'm saying is, if Little Rod had all this testimony, why isn't he just being arrested or hasn't been arrested on based upon Little Rod?
That's not how it works.
What do they wait for? 50, 60, 70, 80 people come out? How many people do you need? Why come one video at this point in time is not good enough to at least bring him up on charges for Little Rod?
Are you familiar with any cartel trial?
No, let me respond. Then you try to throw it back on me. You're the one in the conversation not too long ago that said, and what he did to Justin Bieber, that little boy. How do you know that? You weren't there, and Justin Bieber so far is not pressing charges against him. So what you want me to jump on the bandwagon and say he did something to Justin Bieber, and he has yet to be proven or determined? Like, you can't throw that back on me, because I'm not the one saying that. You did it.
Okay. He didn't say they did, and he didn't say they didn't. So me and you are 50-50, baby.
Okay, so why are you getting on me about not agreeing with your opinion? I don't get that. You just told on yourself.
Listen. I'm throwing your argument back at you.
No, you're not.
He didn't say nothing. But did he say yay or did he say nay?
So how can you sit and say what he did to little Justin Bieber?
You want to shout out at everybody else,
well, let me finish.
Including Gigi, by taking their opinion.
No. But how can you say what he did to little Justin when little Justin hasn't even come forward to say what Diddy did to him? See what I'm saying? You said that, not me.
He hasn't denied it, ma'am. And he hasn't denied it. He hasn't said yay or nay.
Okay. All right.
So we both in the same position.
No, we're not. We're not in the same boat, ma'am.
A-hole, everybody has them. So don't hate anybody, these callers. Don't hate Gigi. And you can be confrontational, but you got to stand back and say, wow. You always,
ma'am, I don't hate anybody.
Position, but other people got their weights and beliefs and perspectives to conclude their opinions.
But you're the one that wanted to speak to me to tell me that, and I never said anything about what you said.
I wanted to speak to you because
you
now
you're throwing back on me again.
Right of entitlement. You understand what I'm saying? You got to. This is not my opinion. Everybody got one. Because if you come up here and you stand on a platform, then you have to be able to take everything that people say.
I do.
You at least got
I can.
You
I can. It doesn't bother me.
People going to say what they're going to say.
Right.
And I'm going to say what I'm going to say.
But I'm not the one that came on the platform stating anything.
Said what she said. All the other callers said what they said. Because you're the one that's the real colorism.
See, that's wrong right there. Now you bring prejudice towards me.
I told you my background on civil rights movement, political action movement, with SCLC, NAACP, the marches, the protests, the demonstrations.
Okay. So
but that's
now you're doing to me what you're accusing me of doing.
I want you to look from a scope. I want you to remain open-minded about others' people's perception and beliefs, because you got wounded people on these lines, and they're not going to be so much on your side like that. Because I already told you, working with thousands of these cases with these youth.
But ma'am, why would they think that? Okay, ma'am, can you hear me out real quick? Hear me out real quick.
He got to go down because these people have been silent.
But can you hear me out?
You don't know what it's like to be silent.
Okay, but can you hear me out real quick?
You don't know what it's like when your parents say, you better not tell what happened, or I'm going to do this to you.
Okay, hear me out real quick.
So these people paying when they speak out. They ain't telling you all their business.
But ma'am, can I say something real quick?
I know the ones, and they have confided with me their stories. Not only that, we have went to court on their testimonies and poured people out of these homes and with protective went to the police office and snatched these kids out these homes.
But man, can I say something?
So you can't automatically be a one-off thing, is what I'm saying, KFC. You're dealing with a lot of wounded people. They're not gonna get on this line and tell you their business.
But let me just say this real quick.
People out
That's
like,
true. That's true.
Of their right to to feel some kind of way by saying what you're saying.
Okay, can I say something?
That's all I'm saying. Gigi, I love you, baby.
I love you too. All right.
Listen, I'm gonna be on tomorrow, baby. I'm gonna let y'all. Hey, I gotta go. I gotta get in and hit these payments tomorrow.
All right. Ooh, that was some good porch conversation. I felt like I was in the porch in the hood. I love it. I love it. I felt like I was on the porch. How you doing, Rashida? You all right? KFC?
Yeah, I was listening to both of them, and I believe like KFC has her views, and you can't change nobody's opinion on how they feel. She's standing up for innocent until proven guilty. But one thing I'm gonna point out, and this is very, very factual, when a person can firsthand relate to the situation at hand, it's a passion in them, whether it comes off right, whether they use the right terminology, whether what they're saying, but it's a passion. And it's easy for a victim to hear what you're saying and take offense to it, even though they shouldn't, because your opinion is your opinion, but it could come off that way, especially when you know firsthand. And I'm only saying that because I know what that feels like. Does that make sense?
KFC, are you there?
Oh, you saying what was you saying about my opinion again? I'm sorry.
I was saying
you were saying that when you give your opinion, other people that might be victims, they may take it personal. They may take your opinion to heart, like you're talking about them.
Okay, I understand that. But what I was trying to get the callers, and I'm sorry that they do, like I wanted to tell the caller, I'm sorry for what happened to her, but and just to go from there, that Diddy didn't invent this word. If he is guilty of what they're saying he did or whatever, allegedly, he didn't invent this word. People been doing this, you know what I'm saying? So it's like you can't take all the cases and throw them on Diddy's back either, because that's still not fair.
No,
it's happened to you. If something happened to you, it's not fair and it's not right, and I get it. But you can't look at Diddy's situation and make Diddy out to be the perpetrator or whoever victimized you. Because a lot of that, it seems like a lot of that's coming off like that. Like
because when you,
what can you? I said you can.
That's true. That's true.
But nothing is about him though.
Yeah, it's very true what you're saying, right? Because when you see one perpetrator, like it's like, all right, it's like this. Smart people are smart and there's levels to it. So the same thing goes for people who prey on the innocents. When you've seen one, you've seen them all. So even though it's not per se your opinion, because your opinion is your opinion. But when you deal with a trauma like that, when you see somebody else going through that trauma, like I heard you ask her a question, right? You said Justin Bieber never said anything. Well, anybody who's ever been victimized knows that when you see an encounter with somebody, you can tell in the mannerisms. You can feel it in your soul, especially when you done been through it. You ever heard a song and they was singing a song and it was something that you could relate to and it touched your soul, probably made the hairs on your arm stand up, probably made you tear up? It's the same thing. Every video. Go ahead.
And I'm not trying to make it about race, all right? But historically, I have to go back. Remember back in the day that they would use reasons to lynch black men because they raped raped the white woman? And some of those weren't raped the white woman, and a lot of times they were lying about that.
Yeah.
That was the reasons why they burned down Black Wall Street, right?
Right.
Because allegedly a black man got on the elevator and tried to assault whatever, a white female on the elevator, whatever, and come to find out he only stepped on her toe. But they bombed that whole city down. So what I'm trying to say is that racism is always going to be in the foundation of this country because it governs everything in this country. It's never going to be fair. It's never going to be right. So all I was simply saying is, with Diddy, because nothing has been proven about him, I'm not going to say he's guilty, because if he is guilty, it's going to come out. But let me ask you this: do you think OJ was guilty?
I don't want to answer that. I don't want to. I don't know. I don't know. My honest
I think he
opinion,
was
yeah,
guilty.
yeah, I think he was.
Okay, you
I
said what,
do.
Gigi?
I
I
do.
think he was
Okay,
guilty.
based on what? You weren't there.
No.
You weren't there,
Well,
right?
Uh-uh.
Okay,
I
so
don't
based
got
on what
no
then?
proof. KFC, I don't got no proof. I don't know. I didn't
Okay, so
even
why
watch
do
the
you have
trial.
so much proof with Diddy then?
I
How are you
feel
so certain with Diddy?
I feel it in my
because
spirit.
and see, and like I said to you before, I'm telling you, it's mannerisms that people that's in a certain group have, right? When you hear and you see this person interacting with other people, when you see the reaction of these people, you could see fear, you could see shame, you could see all of this stuff when he interacts with certain people, when he says certain things. There's been times that I done seen Diddy's lives and he be off one and he slip up and he say stuff and he do. I done seen it before. No, like yes, innocent until proven guilty for the law part of it. But nobody can't tell me I've seen him before. I've seen him before. It's nothing you can tell me. If I was to see a man in the streets or he lived in my neighborhood and he had the same mannerisms as Diddy, right or wrong, he had the same mannerisms when certain people come around him, they look fearful, they can't get their words together, they trembling, they sound like they're about to bust out crying. That man did something. You can't tell me no different.
Okay, where have you seen Diddy where the people feel like that?
You watch him? Do you watch his lives? Do you watch how he stand and try to use that intimidating tactic to make sure that they know to watch what they saying? Have you seen the video every time Justin Bieber even gets close to him? He looks down at the ground, he shakes his
Okay,
head,
have you heard
his
the video
voice
with
start
Ellen
trembling.
DeGeneres?
Huh?
Next question: have you heard the what they were saying about Ellen DeGeneres? How all her workers were saying that she treated them bad, even her
No,
housekeeper, stuff like that.
no, I didn't follow that.
Is a criminal because they're nasty to people, or they disrespect people, or they're arrogant because they have money. That doesn't make you a criminal. I mean, you got bosses and supervisors on jobs that treat people like they're dirt because they have
You all right, let me ask you this. So
criminal.
when they bring in the teams, when say it's a state or a city wherever a lot of people are turning up in their deceased, right? And it's a pattern between all of them. And it's a serial K, right? How do they find out who this person is?
Let me ask you a question.
Are you gonna answer mine first?
Well, okay. Well,
Yeah,
hold
but I'm gonna
on.
ask you this
Wait.
question.
KFC, can you
Okay.
call right back? People are trying to call in, and I have over 8 callers waiting in queue. All you 8 callers, I hope you listen to me well. Can you call right back? I have to hang up and I have to redo the radio show. And I'm
Okay.
sorry. I know a lot of you guys were like, oh my God, I've been waiting. And I did take your numbers down. And if you do not call me back, I will call you on this line.
Okay.
Okay. Now,
All right.
Rashida, you
Yeah.
on StreamYard, so that does not apply. I'm talking to the
Okay.
black people. So you stay
Okay.
right there.
Okay.
All right. So
All right.
Rashida, continue to talk while I redo this blog talk radio.
Okay. Yeah, but when they looking for a serial case, they look for a type. They have is certain things they look for to find these people because they have different things about them and they match up the that's how they find them. So it's not hard for a person who has been victimized to know one when they see one. That's all I was really trying to say in that. So it's like it's more than just a arrogancy or treating people bad. It's deeper than that. You could clearly see it.
You can keep talking, Rashida.
It's just sad. Like, I understand the innocent until proven guilty. That's law.
Welcome to Blog Talk Radio.
That's law. That's the law part of everything. But at the end of the day, it is what it is.
Your show
You
now.
could-
1. To hear important instruct.
Your show is scheduled to start in 29 seconds.
And I don't mean look at them, you look at their face, oh, this person is that. No, it's deeper than that. We're talking about a man who's been out here for decades and been a center of attention. Got to have all cameras on him. It is way deeper than just a look at a
The
person.
show will go live in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh.
Blog Talk Radio.
Yeah, so it is what it is. You know, you could just tell, and it's gonna touch people who are victims more because they know what it looks like. They're gonna be more passionate about it. And to be fair, a trauma plays a part in that. Whether it's right or wrong, trauma plays a part in that. Because once you victimize, your brain it handles everything different. You look at everything different, you see things different. You don't have that innocence that you once had. Now you are watching everybody's mannerisms. You are you're just more alert to things that you know can happen because it done happened to you. So it yes, and it's like I tell people all the time, yeah, it's a part of PTSD, is a part of it. It is. But you can clearly see, especially when someone is constantly around. I'm not talking about in passing. Oh, you just can point somebody out. No, it's not as simple as that. You know, because you can live next door to somebody that that you don't even know is doing certain things. You get what I'm saying?
I
But
get what you're saying, Rashida. We got the
yeah,
phone line. Sorry to interrupt you. I'm going to go
no,
down
you
to the
good.
next caller. Calling from 240. You're live on the air. Talk to me. What are your thoughts?
Hi, Rashida. Hi, Gigi. How are
It's
you?
okay. Good. Talk to us.
That's good. I've been listening. Well, probably. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you great.
Okay. I've been listening for the last. I listen to you almost every night when I can catch your show.
Oh, love
Basically.
that. Thank you.
You're welcome. And you and I, one time I called in, you ended the show after we had spoke a little bit. And I've listened to Rashida and I've listened to KFC. I've listened to a lot of different people speak. And I listened to a couple of callers tonight. And also the other day, I was in your comments. And I was putting something in there and I was talking about age and I had to actually get off your live that night because I wasn't like I was triggered or anything. It's just that I can see, KFC, and I'm not trying to get on her because at certain times she makes very good valid points, very good. And then there are times when I have to go back and forth because she'll say things I'm like, I am totally in agreement with. Rashida, oh my gosh, I love everything she's been saying. There's a couple of callers tonight I agreed with, and then I could tell by the way then they went down to like the caste system. I think it was a lady talking about, oh, they go get the lowest of the low. And then that hit me. I'm like, wait a minute, what do you mean the lowest of the low? Whether or not somebody grew up in the hood or whatever, they're still, people are people. I don't look at my people like that. One thing about, I understand what KFC is saying to a certain point about race. I don't want to say race is the thing, but when we look at the history and all that, I've been listening to her tonight. All of that is valid. The history, how they've done our Black people, how they've done Black people for years, and it continues and it's still going on and all that. I'm in agreement with that part of certain things, but I have to agree with Rashida when she talks about predators and people and I think the other lady to a certain extent, and then she went, it's like, this is going so far into so much that I was trying to follow everybody tonight. And I'm like, wow. And then everybody would hit on certain things and then go talk about this and talk about that. And it's all around. But then when we come back to it, it's like a circle. It keeps going in a circle. And what are we talking about? We're talking about individuals that could, right now we're talking about Diddy. Then they were talking about, I think they mentioned Trump's son and everything and some other people. And we're talking about Justin Bieber. We're talking about Usher. We're talking about all these people. We're talking about victims. We're talking about predators. We're talking about people in the industry for years. If we want to go back for years and years and years and years, this has been going on for a long time. Diddy is not possibly the first person and will not be the last until they shut this down. Diddy is one of many people, white, black, the other people that might be involved. We'll talk about the raids, the raiding of houses, the raiding of his houses. I used to be military, so and then I've seen some things. I've seen all kinds of different things happen all over the world in different places. So the other night when I was talking about, they're trying to normalize pedophilia, and y'all were like, no, that was me. I tried to call in, but y'all like, no, this has been going on forever. Yeah, but it's not right. There's certain things that are happening in the world and that have been happening all over the world that are not right. When we talk about some of the things.
Okay, I can say something with that. Yeah, I think I remember because it seemed like you did not realize that they had child marriage in this country. It seemed like you didn't realize that more than ever, we are fighting to say, if somebody is under the age of 18, they don't need to be with an adult. It has never been said throughout history. When you look back in those days, they were not fighting. They didn't get upset. Hell, even in the 90s or in the 80s, they were not outraged that a 16-year-old was with a 24 or 25-year-old. This has been the only time where it has been an outrage in history.
But see, then if we even go back to history, it was never right then. If you go back to and see what one of the callers said tonight is, well, I've been waiting for over an hour and 15 minutes to speak to you, and I had to call that. If you go look at the studies, the mind, the brain, the maturity of the brain does not happen till between 25 and actually they say even 30. But then if you go back, I'm going to tell you a little secret. I'm not telling all my business. I'm not going to say how many, but I have, if we go into the brain, I have a child that's autistic, right? So it's so many different things of development. If a person, I'm not saying that, everybody doesn't function the same way. Everybody doesn't think the same way. When we talk about brain development, you might have some people that are disabled. Then you have some people that are highly intelligent. You have people that have what people might say an average IQ or what have you. But when you go into brain development, they say that even at the age of 16, or people say, oh, once you're 18, you're gone. I have never done any of my children like that. I have older children in their 30s. But when the brain is matures, they're talking about 25 to 30 still. So even when we look at things that happen to Cassie and different people and different things, we look at children, it's never been okay. Okay, I'm sorry. And I think I put in my little thing on your thing that never will accept a 14-year. Okay, it's happened. I'm from the country too. So
yeah, but the only thing now is today we are shaming it. In the 90s, we were silent about it. So that's it. But let's get back on topic. A lot of people in the comment section saying that we're getting off topic.
All of this is tied in together. That's why I was bringing that out, because when you look at it, Cassie was 19 years old. We don't know what her history was. We don't know who she had in her life, who was there for her to guide her, to help her. I think somebody talked about that. So she's impressionable. I don't know how she met up with Diddy. I don't know any of those things.
What age would you like it to be? Would you want it to be only 25? Is dating at 25? Because what age would you put it if you had control of the law?
Well, this is the thing. People even mature faster than other people. You can have a young man
that he
I
still feels
understand
like
that,
he's
but we're just talking about a number. You have to give the number so it can be lost. So we can go on the hypothetical and this man and that man, and we're getting off topic because people in the comment section say, "Can we please move on?"
Well,
but
the
I'm
only
just
thing
trying to
that
get
the only
just
reason
a
I was getting
clear
into
and
that
a
was
blunt.
because they were bringing up Justin Bieber and different things like that, and where were the parents and things like that. So that was the only reason why I was bringing up the age, is because, you know, you'll hear somebody say, well, why didn't they do this? Why didn't they do that? Everybody doesn't think the same way. Everyone doesn't feel the same way about certain things. So, somebody says, say a number is not rocket science. Well, guess what? Nothing's rocket science. You know, everybody wants people to be a certain way or say certain things. My whole thing is that only reason I had mentioned that, and maybe I shouldn't even mention that today, but this is the thing: if a man is with someone, and you have to go back, and it's not even just about men. There's women with men that are younger now.
Okay, but let's just keep it simple. If a man is with what, a 18, 19-year-old, a 25, a 30-year-old, I'm confused here. But
my whole thing
what
is
we can
that,
say
okay.
is what Usher did. I mean, what Diddy did to Usher is wrong. We don't stand for it.
Yes, that was wrong. That's
what
very
he
wrong.
did to
Very, very
Justin is wrong. But yeah, so
all of that's wrong. All of that is wrong. Only thing I was saying was that, okay, when someone's saying, well, how come these people didn't speak up? How come nobody said anything? If we look at just the human brain, that's why I was saying these people were younger when they got involved in this situation. None of that was right to happen to anybody. The person was like drugged and all these different things were happening, going on. I wasn't there. I don't know. I can only go on what we have heard, what people say. But this is the thing like this. When Rashida was talking, I agreed with a lot of things that she was saying. You can tell how a predator moves. You can tell how certain things are. You sometimes could be somewhere and you get an uneasy feeling about things like that. I've had something happen to me before. I was a young child.
Got it. Well,
I was younger than 14.
I'm so sorry, but I ask you guys to please, we don't want to go into people's personal stories, but I apologize
But
that happened to you.
Only thing, and I apologize too for even saying that. I'm just saying that there are so many different things that are going on that when we are looking at, when KFC saying, okay, we don't know if Diddy did it. We don't know who this did, who did this, who did that. There's so many things going on that goes beyond even Diddy. And that's the thing where I said, I agree with her to a certain extent about that. I agree about what Rashida is saying about certain things too. Okay. You know, people are saying, oh, I want to jump off my roof because they don't want to hear what I'm saying. Well, the truth is the truth. There's so much going on. It's a lot more going on than what KFC is saying. I don't agree with everything she says. I totally don't, because I know it's more than just race. Okay. But we have to go back. It goes back to history. Okay. Girl, bye. You know, that's what they're saying. They don't have to listen. They don't have to listen. I just know that, you know, I just know that this has a lot of different things going on with it. You know, we've been talking about religion, race, all kinds of different things for the last couple of days. And I just wanted to call in and say that, you know, I'm sorry.
I said, I've been trying to get away from those topics and just stick to the Diddy situation.
I know you have. And someone called in and somebody was saying, oh, they got you to talk about race. I mean, not race, about religion. And I said I wasn't going to do that because I understand.
Yeah, this is a gossip show. This is not, you know, a church forum.
It is a gossip show, but you do have a lot of people calling in and they're talking a lot of truth. And that's the reason why I watch you a lot.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you so much.
Thank
you. I appreciate you calling. We're going to let you go. Calling from 111 Anonymous. Are you there? Hello, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can barely hear you.
Hold on. Okay, can you hear me now, Gigi?
Better.
Okay, good. I don't know why I called anonymous. This is Santana. I called you on Monday. How are you doing?
Good. It just comes up. Do you have me on speaker? You still sound far away.
Let me put you on mute because I'm watching you on YouTube as well too.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay,
I'm going to
probably
come
better.
right back to you, okay? I'm going to come right back to you. Calling from 818. You're live on the air, 818. Hello, 818. Are you there?
Yes, this is me, Beatrice. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, but the
Yes.
audio is not the
Yes, I'm
best.
here. Can you hear me?
The audio isn't the best. Okay, I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you. 111 Anonymous, are you there?
Yes, sorry, Gigi. Can you hear me better?
A little bit better. Talk to me.
Okay, yes. So I've been listening to everything. I just have a question though. So we're just going off of the facts. When did Cassie actually meet Diddy? Because it's showing from all the sources that I found that she first met Diddy when she was 19.
Okay. Well, I don't know exactly when.
Now, we're going to go off of that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm a gossip show. Okay. So basically, I'm not going to just take facts. I just take hearsay, whatever goes on these gossip streets. I take it and I dissect it here. That's all I do. I hear that she was 16. Then I hear she was 19. But go ahead.
Yeah, and I'm just saying, because I'm down with everything that you're saying, but I mean, that could be a huge difference because, liability, I mean, not to get off topic, but you have like these school, essings, with the bang bang. And for the first time, they actually tried the parents and found them guilty. So I'm saying at the same time, if you know that these people have such tendencies and behaviors, if you're the parent, there has to be some liability. We can say, yeah, she was 16, she didn't know any better, whatever. If that's the case, let's give that to her. She is a victim. Make these parents accountable as well too. It's not like R. Kelly cases didn't happen prior to this as well too. So parents have been aware. All these cases have been going on for a while, and if these children are of that age, they're not. It's not like Diddy. And I'm not defending him at all. I'm just saying it's not like these guys are just popping up in their homes and just kidnapping these children and stuff and doing these things to them. It's the parents that have to have some kind of accountability. And what you were saying the other day, it's the songs too. You're letting your children hear these songs. Oh, you like this? You like this? Okay, well, let me let you meet this kind of person and stuff. The parents got to be held accountable. Even Usher's mom, it don't matter what kind of money, you're being held accountable. So at the same time, yeah, go ahead and charge Diddy up. I'm with that. If he's guilty, he's guilty. And I hear what KFC is saying too. But if these parents, are introducing them a lot, I don't care what the money is, what the price is, they got to be held accountable. So if Diddy is found guilty, and all of them are all found guilty, Jay-Z, all of them, you got to hold the parents accountable as well too. You can't let them get off the hook because too many times you see this. Macaulay Culkin, anybody, the parents get off the hook. The children of the victim and the parents get off the hook. So I'm just saying, it's innocent until guilty. But Diddy right now, because of him being so bold and brave and stuff, and his tendencies and all his parties, yeah, we're going to pin that. But if we said Denzel Washington was the same case, we would say no. We need to find out what his real charges are before we say Denzel's guilty. So I mean, we gotta paint it the right way at the same time.
Well, that's how people are gonna do. They're gonna pick and choose. Come on, people are always gonna pick and choose. Nothing is fair in this world. Nothing is fair.
The parents gotta be accountable. That part is that's just common sense. Parents gotta be accountable. So but these parents, we can't let them slide. The parents and all this shit that happens.
Okay. Well, are you gonna is it a bill that makes parents accountable? Because I don't know.
I'm saying.
You said what?
With the child that was held accountable with the school essing, bang bang. The parents, for the first time in American history, were found guilty. So I'm saying it's an eye opener.
Oh, okay. So they're starting to do it. So America got to get it right? So America always messed up on stuff. So maybe in the future, they will
be accountable regardless who the victim is. I'm just saying, for you personally, do you think that the parents should have some kind of accountability in this?
When it comes to the case with Cassie?
Yeah, that's all. I'm still with the whole.
Hold on, Shelly Boo want to say something. Shelly Boo, talk.
Hey, ladies, how y'all doing?
Good. And we
Good.
have a gentleman
And
here.
Phil tonight. I just want to say, like you said, when you come on with a topic, people need to understand that they should be talking about Diddy. They should be talking about Shyne. They should be talking about Trump's son. Whatever you have posted, they should be talking about. I don't understand why people keep repeating themselves and going in, with KFC. She made herself quite clear. She says she is standing on waiting for the evidence. So when people calling in here, understand that she made her statement and she's standing by it. Don't talk about Abraham Lincoln. Don't talk about the $5 bill. Don't talk about understand this and that. She made herself perfectly clear. Now the gentleman that's on talking about the parents and all that, we understand all that. I'm a type of person, I don't like to keep repeating or listening to the same thing over and over and over. We understand about all that. What Gigi is talking about tonight, new news came out that Shyne admitted that Diddy set him up. Let's get to that. They said Eddie Griffin stepped in. Let's get to that.
Right.
We understand the parents should have did this. We understand all that.
Key part though to know the difference. I'm just listening to this stuff and I'm hearing the same thing Gigi was saying, 16 and 19. So I'm just asking that part. Because that is a key difference. There is a difference between an adult and a minor.
Yes, I understand that, and you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
But I just heard people repeating the same thing over and over.
Yeah, well, I think Shelly, you made yourself clear, and I'm glad Shelly came through because she's one of my favorite hosts. So y'all heard what she said. KFC said her stance, but I guess some people may not be here for KFC. I'm not sure. And KFC, they want to talk to her, and it makes it interesting. So they're gonna.
Yeah, but I understand that.
Shelly, I have the form open. Nobody called, right? Nobody said.
Right.
I promise you, I don't see nobody in the queue. Soon as I have KFC and she talks.
Yeah.
The phone line blows up to 20 callers. When KFC talks, it blows up. So it's something about KFC that she creates this passion. And I don't because that's the only way I can get y'all to talk. Shit.
Yeah, she triggered the people. She triggered the people that said they went through the trauma, and but she makes herself perfectly clear. I can respect anybody when they take a stance and say, "This is the way I feel." You know what? When you tell me the way you feel, right, and you gave it, you only have to give it to me one time. But I understand other people need to hear something repeatedly before they get it. The woman said she stand on evidence. Okay, I understand that people gonna call in, but when they call in and then it gets off into Abraham Lincoln and slavery and all that, people get tired in the chat. They don't want to hear that crap.
Right.
They want to hear something to elevate to Eddie Griffin and these other people, Clive Davis. You talking about Abraham Lincoln? I'm about to get a beer and go to sleep. Who the hell want to hear about Abraham Lincoln and slavery? I mean, hey, Rashida, you know where I'm coming from. Don't start that.
I kept trying to jump in like, well, can we talk about, because the Abraham Lincoln was way off. But what did Eddie Griffin say? Because I don't know.
Well, he basically saying that Clive Davis set Diddy up. But is the young man still there? Because I don't want to be disrespectful to him.
Yes, he's still there. He want to know. He has a question. He says that should parents be held accountable in Cassie case?
In Cassie case,
I don't know about Cassie's case, but for when you deal with, for me, when you dealing with parents, I only deal with the parents who had children that was not able to make their own decisions, and they took money and was okay with whatever happened afterwards, if that makes sense.
Okay, Shelly Boo.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm more concerned with the kids because I believe Cassie, if she was 16, I don't think her parents could have told her what to do anyway. But I was concerned with the ones who were teenagers, like 14, like Usher and Justin. But yes, all parents should be held accountable when their kids is under 18 and they allow them to go off with someone just because they're a celebrity. They don't know these people from a can of paint, and just because they have money don't mean that they're not evil. So yes, they should be held accountable. They should be.
And to top it off, is Jennifer Lopez, is she going to be held accountable because they're saying that she carried a gun into the club for the whole shooting?
Yeah, she should be held accountable
Yeah.
too. She
I
should
think
be held accountable.
I think they might have already reached out to her because the way everybody, it's a lot of TikTokers who I guess she has gotten a page shut down, and they speaking about her a lot as if she's in the background frantic. Like something maybe the FBI already reached out to her.
Yes, they did.
Thank you so much.
All right. Well, thank you, 111. We're going to let you go. People in the comment section are saying they want to hear KFC response. KFC, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Got it. Okay. So the people in the comment section saying, okay, what is your response to everything that, been said? Shelly told the people, hey, you said what you said.
Well, my response is everything in this country is about race. For example, the topic you were talking about,
but
Jay-Z, Beyonce, right?
KFC, Shelly was just saying, let's focus on Diddy. Let's focus on that. Let's not go into history.
But see, with Diddy, with Shyne, with Shyne back in 2022, he said he no longer blames Diddy for his imprisonment. So that's why I haven't been following him. Now all of a sudden he's coming back out, so I don't know.
Okay, KFC, let me talk to you for a minute. Okay, let me ask you a question. Now, you remember they told you about when that shooting happened, right? Or did you hear about the shooting at the club?
I heard about it. Right.
Okay. Now, the young lady that got what can we say? Can we say shot in the face?
Pow in the face.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
the young lady that said she got pow in the face, and she said Diddy did it, right? And this was before any of this happened. Before any of this transpired, and they went to Diddy house or anything. This was years ago. Do you believe this young lady when she says she know who shot her in the club?
KFC.
She thinking about it.
No, I don't.
Okay, you don't believe that this young lady saw who shot her?
Oh. No, I believe she saw who shot her, but I don't think it was Diddy.
Okay. So no, because I'm gonna ask her a few questions and then we're gonna let it go. Because now I understand what you're saying. You said you want to wait until the evidence is presented, and that's fine.
Right.
That's fine. I understand it.
Okay, hold on. She got more questions. What you say, KFC?
Go ahead, KFC.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I'm saying if somebody shot you in the face and you
popped you and
you saw it, when EMS got on the scene, why come you didn't speak up?
She did. She said it then. She told them repeatedly that Diddy pow-powed her. When she got to the hospital, she repeatedly said Diddy pow-powed her. And
I gotta say something. Everybody is not pretty much registered to speak up. Soon as someone speak up, you better speak your ass up. And I think that's great. If that's how you are wired, if anything happened to you, KFC, I know you're gonna speak up. And KFC, if anything happened and you come back 5 years, why you ain't speak up then? Shit.
Yeah.
KFC might be lying because why she ain't speak up. But society does not promote, it does not teach these victims to speak up. It pretty much, society teaches you, don't be a telltale, don't be a snitch, just take it, be quiet, put your head down. It's not that bad. People have done worse. Why are you going to make a big deal out of it? So that
but see,
they
why
have
you taking all the cases and putting them all together? You can't congregate everything together. What I'm saying is, what I was trying to say, each case is different. But in her,
yeah, it is. It is.
It's easier to get Diddy back 25 years ago when he had less money and less power than it is today for her to get
Right.
what I'm saying.
But this is the thing.
Those lines.
Okay, but this is the thing. Way before this case started, go ahead, KFC. I didn't hear you talking. Go ahead.
Discrediting her, or I'm trying to put her down, because I wasn't a victim of that. So I have sympathy and empathy for her. But what I'm saying is, it would have been easier, in my opinion, to get Diddy convicted on that 30 years ago, because he's not the same Diddy he is now. Because, you know, look at his
He had money. He had money then, KFC.
You know what I'm saying? That's
Yeah. When the shooting, when the pow happened, KFC, he had money. That's how he was able to pay off the police people that came there and everything, because Diddy knows the police. He lived in New York all his life. So what people is trying to explain to you is, he had police on payroll. He had certain people on payroll. Do you know they didn't even do the gun kit? So they just took his word, and Shyne was arrested with him. And so what they did was, Diddy had people pay people so that they could come and testify against Shyne. And this is what Shyne was saying. So he's more a religious guy. Now, I wouldn't have took the rap, but he paid Shyne. And that's why Shyne came and performed even after all that happened. But this is stuff that happened way back before they even came for Diddy. So I was just saying that sometimes, like, you know, you looking up now, I guess you checking articles because you said you saw some things. Just, I don't know if they took the videos down, but this is coming out their mouth. This is on video. A lot of these videos that was out, they were taking them down. But I'm just saying that Diddy was paying people. This is stuff that's been going on for years. So when people call in and tell you that, and you say, no, I want the evidence, this was coming out of his mouth. He was over there bragging. This is people in New York that'll tell you this. And he was bragging how he was doing things. But, you know, I'm going to let it go because, like you said, I understand that you want to see. And then once the evidence comes, you said you will, you know, accept it. But they're not going to come. They're not going to come out there.
There's a documentary on Shyne, how he went from a rapper to a politician. So that's the thing with that. He's not putting a lot of emphasis on what transpired at that club. That's why I'm saying 2009. So it's like I'm you know, I wouldn't know. All I'm saying is the victim, and I'm not blaming her because I'm not in her shoes. You know what I'm saying? I get all of that. I don't know what I would have done if I was in her shoes. I get that. I have sympathy for it, but I'm saying to me, it would have been probably easier to get Diddy back then than the Diddy we see now. Because from the nightclub, look how things allegedly progressed for him. They didn't progress better. Money-wise, it did. But look everything he's caught up with now in 2024. You see what I'm saying? That's how I was looking at it.
But right now,
the glove is off.
His state right now. I mean, right now, he is put down on his back.
Right. He doesn't have protection right now. He had protection then. He don't have it now, and that's why this is happening.
Yeah, back then people have so much investment in him. They saw potential. Now he's already used up. He old. He's used up. So he don't hold the same value that he used to.
Right.
And I guess the higher up, child.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
oh, go ahead.
Oh, because back then, all of these record labels ran everything, right? We live in a day and time now where, it's still record labels, but it's so many people that can just make their music and put it directly out. Record labels is going to be how it went from cassette tapes to CDs. It's going to be non-existent in a minute. Everybody is going independent. It's not a lot of people that's out right now that's hot, that's signed to a label. They independent artists. So as far as the music side of things, he not bringing in nowhere near the amount of money he was bringing in then. Like Gigi said, Diddy was their investment. They was not finna let that investment go. He was the hottest thing, the hottest producer. But now, whatever transpired over these few years,
Hold
whatever
on,
he
let us
did,
finish. I'm gonna put you back on hold, boo. Go ahead,
uh,
Rashida.
whatever he done did, to piss whoever off, that protection, they took it off. Now have at him, throw him to the wolves. So it wasn't easier to get him then. It's easier to get him now.
Right. Right, because I think what's happening there is KFC has the history, on Diddy as much as we do. We seen him say this out his mouth, how he treated people, how the artist supposed to bow down to him. They even have a video out right now that they dug up on Diddy. Did y'all see that where he was tearing up his office because he didn't get something
Oh
and they
yeah.
turned him down and he tore that place up. Rah! I'm the beast. I'm this. I'm that. They are showing you who he really is. He has
Yeah.
been protected all these years and he had bragged. Diddy not even smart about it? He has bragged to plenty of people, artists and everyone, how he took over people and what he's done to people. He bragged about how he used the women. So this is not a nice person. Okay, he is very evil. And as far as them trying to, Clive Davis set him up and everything, well, he was sleeping with Clive Davis. So maybe they did have a lover's quarrel. We don't know what, but we do know those men are evil.
Mm-hmm.
And this is way back when people were speaking on them. This don't even have anything to do with what's going on today.
Right.
But she has to see and hear a lot more. She has to start seeing those videos where Diddy's saying it out his mouth. I understand where she's coming from. I want to hear it out his mouth. That's where she's coming from.
Yeah,
And
that's true.
she's about to get what she wants. She's going to hear the tapes and see the videos with it coming out his mouth. Because every day they are posting this stuff from way back. Someone was smart. They went online and started pulling down the videos that we saw years ago with Diddy coming on the radio saying this, I did this, I did. See, back then they could brag. No one was coming for them abusing women and doing all this stuff. Actually, they were praising them, saying to keep the women in line.
Yeah.
But she's about to get what she's asking for. She's going to get the videos we saw dated back to the 80s and the 90s where Diddy was bragging, where they have him abusing people, artists and everything. They had the TV show. They show how he abused them there. And then Candy Dane or whatever those Caucasian women are, they running that video now where he was yelling and hollering at them. And then she said he wanted them to get intimate.
Yeah.
And they were saying no. So when they said no to him, oh my God, look, wait till she see that video. And this is him. This is not no AI. This was filmed back in the early 2000s. And when KFC starts seeing these videos, there's no way she could say it's AI or not Diddy. This is straight up Diddy. They have a television show with him with fat behind, what's that, DJ Khaled. That old slug. They had that snake on there with him. And they show you how bad Diddy treat the up and coming artists. So she'll be okay once she starts seeing the truth come out. And also when, I don't know if it'll go to trial because I'm thinking they're going to take Diddy out before the trial. And I don't wish nothing on nobody, but I'm just saying the way this thing looking. And if Clive really did send them people to that house, they may take Diddy out before it even get the trial. If they didn't get what they wanted, like Eddie Griffin, if y'all want to spin it to this person did it and that, and Diddy innocent, let's say this. If y'all right and Clive sent them in there, what you think Clive gonna do if they didn't find what they were looking for? Because that means that Clive is under a threat. because he did not get the videos. If what y'all say is true, he did not get the videos of him and Diddy freaking and the other man that they were freaking with. What you think he's going to do? He has no other choice but to silence Diddy. So if you're a Diddy fan, you better pray they did get those tapes. And y'all say Clive went up in his house. You better pray he got the tapes that Clive went up in his house. Because if he don't have the tapes, y'all little Diddy is done. Diddy done.
For real.
Could he be paranoid, Shelly? You know he's old. He's like 92. So I'm sure he's not going to be around for too much longer. I think about Wendy Williams. When you look at her, sometimes she's go in and out and she can be very paranoid. Could he be like having flashbacks and just tell his people, just take him out of here. Take him out of here. Okay? Okay.
He could.
He don't want to die without Diddy, you know. I think he'll probably, I don't know, shit. Would he hate to die and just be uncertain if Diddy gonna talk or not, you know, while he's dead? I'd rather take Diddy out of here with me first. Take his ass.
I think so.
don't know. Very much could. But
because he's a threat. His existence is a threat.
But not just to Clive, it's to so many other higher ups, though. So
they all want to take him out, then, right?
Yeah.
Shit, let's just take him out, then. Hell, what the we waiting on?
That's what's going to happen. If they didn't get, since Eddie Griffin and all these people want to say Diddy was set up and that they just busted up in the house to get the evidence that I'm freaking on the tapes, then Diddy is still in demise, because if they didn't get what they came for, then they have to take Diddy out. That's just as simple as that, because they don't want the tapes to get out of them freaking.
Well, they should take his ass out, because you can't trust Diddy. He's not trustworthy. He talks too much. He's too flamboyant. And hell, when he get old, then he might start talking. So they better take his ass out of here.
When he get old, Gigi, I think this is my opinion only. I think Diddy already turned over some stuff to try to save his. I think he's literally trying to give them whatever he can on certain people to try to save his behind. I really believe that, because I don't see him. Right? Do you see him just? Oh, okay. I'm gonna let them try me, but I'm not gonna make sure I bring a host of people with me. So I'm gonna tell you exactly where these specific tapes are at, because I don't think he has all the tapes just hung around with each other. I think he got it bolted out, ABC order, some type of order.
Yeah, and Diddy is not the type to go down by himself. He already done showed you that. Everybody went to jail for Diddy.
Right.
All the cases that came up, Diddy was able to pay hush money. And this is a fact. Okay? And so, do he look like the man that is standing alone? Ain't he the same man about a week ago put a child on his lap and read off names?
Yeah.
What he need the child for? If you 100% man and strong man, you would stand there by yourself and read those names off. He used that kid as a diversion.
Yeah.
And sympathy. He could have stood there by himself. So he's the type of man that'll save his own, you know what?
Right. That's how I feel wholeheartedly. So I wouldn't put it past if he already had his lawyers collect certain tapes from certain places and give it to the feds. I wouldn't. I promise you, I wouldn't be surprised. Not at all.
But I'm glad he made your day today, because he spoke the truth. Shyne spoke the truth.
Yeah.
He repeatedly told those people he did not fire a gun. And I think I'm gonna have to pull this tape, because it's a tape. I can't remember the young man that was speaking, but he clearly stated that Diddy said Shyne took the fall.
Oh, it was Little Rod.
Okay, I mean before Little Rod, it was someone back when that happened, and they came on an interview, and they said how Diddy said he paid Shyne.
Yeah, but I mean and that's why I say I respect KFC's opinion. You know why? Because it's different. We all different ages, right? Some of
Right,
us grew up with this. We lived through the whole
right.
thing.
We
You
lived
got the
through it. Yeah.
younger, right? And the younger people, they only can go back to what's either out there or what they've heard. We actually seen this stuff play out, so they might not know what we know in it. And the fact of the matter is, he's been saying this, but for the first time, why it made my day is because Little Roy said he has him on recording saying that
Yeah.
Shyne took the fall. Shyne been saying this the whole time. Yeah, he did say he didn't blame Diddy anymore. That was he was in a spiritual place. He was
Right.
basically saying he's not holding anger towards that man anymore.
Right.
What's
Right.
done is done. He gonna serve the time and he gonna go about his business. But he been saying he did not pull the trigger. She been saying that Shyne didn't shoot her. I mean, pow her. Excuse me.
She been
So
saying that from day one.
day one. Day one. So I'm
Where's
so glad.
they asking for where's KFC?
Let me unmute her really quick. KFC, they looking for you.
KFC?
I heard you. I'm here.
Okay, it looked like you got it. Well, let me ask you this, KFC. Do you believe I'll be sure when he say did he put him in that coma?
No, I don't.
Now you know he got the proof. He got a documentary. Would you believe it then when he proved to you what happened with that?
It's not. Only from the. I would question it. But I'll be sure got it to like 400 pounds. Reason why
Well, he had I guess drugs too.
Like 400 pounds. So it could be a number of reasons why he was in a coma.
But I said if he brings out the documentary, right, and he tells you what was in his system, and the hospital tell you what was in his system, would you believe if he told you did he done it? Once the hospital do the toxicology, when they release the toxicology,
you wouldn't make a document. You wouldn't say that without him being at least charged first, right? You can't just whatever you want to say about somebody. You could be sued for that. That's like defamation of character. I'm just saying, if he did it like that, how can you say, I know who did this to me, blah, 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 but you're not pressing charges against him for it. Now, if he pressed charges against Diddy for it and Diddy's found guilty, now that's something different. But you just can't come up with whatever you want to say, and it's real. Because I don't know.
Well, before he went,
he could, but hold up, he might have a hatred for Diddy ever since Diddy broke his family up. You know what I mean? Ever since.
Yeah, but before he before he went in that coma.
No.
Before he went in that coma, right? He was on the phone with Kim Porter. And I mean, before Kim Porter died, he was on the phone with her, right? And she said she was running for her life. And he told her to go to the FBI. Did you know that?
Who's
he
saying
told?
That?
Yeah. He said, yeah, Albie was on the phone. This was before Albie got sick. He was fine. And this is when Kim called him and said she was running for her life, that people came after her because she was talking about Diddy. And Albie Shore said, go to the FBI. This was before anything happened to Al. And so this is okay, but this gonna be part of the documentary that comes out. So I just wanted to see. So I understand, like Rashida said, we respect that you want to wait for the evidence. But I just wanted to know your take when you heard what Al B said.
Why couldn't he fly out there himself and go get her? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, okay.
He can't do that.
Go check on her.
I got a question.
Couldn't do that. He couldn't do that. You about to meet the devil. I'm telling you, you about to meet the devil, KFC. Nobody can go move and do anything. This man had hitters. Hitters is people killers or K'ers. But you'll find out. I just wanted to see if you were susceptible.
I had
You said,
a question, KFC.
Oh, here it is.
Is it just because he's a billionaire, or say if someone that was close to you, right? Like a family member, a friend, or something came to you and told you somebody did them wrong and they did something to you. Are you not gonna believe them until they can prove it?
No, so you can't do that. You can't take every case and throw it on Diddy's back. I said the thing
No.
that makes me look at the case, interestingly, a little bit deeper, is the fact that they're trying to prove so hard and go so hard with him now that he's so guilty before nothing has come out. That's what makes me, because they did the same thing to OJ. They found blood in his Bronco. He left a bloody sock on the floor. I mean, come on. They wanted you to think that before this man even went to trial, that he was responsible for what happened. And to me, they're doing the same thing to Diddy. They're trying so hard to make you think that this man is a criminal. He's an animal. He's crazy. He's done all these things, and he hasn't been charged with not one thing.
But isn't it kind of different? Sorry, but isn't it kind of different because they are trying to prove that he did something to somebody that's no longer here to say, versus people who have been saying for decades and that's been silenced? Isn't that kind of different?
No, because let me tell you why. There's women that have spoke up about how when they are SA'd, how the police act like they don't care. How the police treat them. There's women have said the police re-victimize them all over again. That's why they wish that they never would have came forward. So why are the officers all of a sudden so caring about Diddy's victims? Why are they so invested in making sure they get Diddy now?
I think that's where our opinion comes in, because we don't know for sure. So this is where speculation come in, that he was once protected and now he's not. Because it seems like a lot of people think that these cases on Diddy are just popping up out of nowhere when they've been going on for decades. It's just that we just say that again.
Going on for decades. When have you ever known America to allow a black man to go on for decades doing anything?
When they fill in their pockets with money, when they have an agenda and they're trying to push something. So I'm gonna give you a prime example. In a city where I'm from, it was a lot of black men who were able to go out and sell narcotics on the streets as long as they paid their dues to these protect and serve people that's supposed to be protecting and serving. They were not. They was letting them do it because they was being paid. So that's how I know. And it's been going on for years and years. That's just one case that I know.
Got it. Well, hold on. I gotta hold on because I do have some calls and I do want to get my calls in. Put you on hold, KFC. Calling from 678. You're live on the air. 678. Hey, how are you? Yeah, I can hear you really well. How you doing?
Hey, how are you, Gigi? It's me.
What
again.
up, Trey?
Wait,
hey, Trey.
Hello to KFC. Hey, KFC, how you doing?
Let me unplug her.
Oh.
Hey, KFC.
Hey, KFC, how you doing? Okay, so
maybe she not talking. KFC, you not talking to nobody no more? KFC?
KFC's like,
yeah, she
I'm here.
Oh, Trey said hey,
KFC,
and you didn't even respond to Trey.
Hey.
Yes, I did. I said, what's up, Trey? What's up?
We didn't hear you,
hey,
girl.
KFC.
Go ahead.
I just want to say a lot has happened in the last 24 hours. So now we've seen Shyne strategically, because he was very careful with his words, okay? He strategically said that he was the fall guy. He never shot anyone. And he also said, well, the victim is telling you who shot her, so go support her. I like how he worded the thing. It was very clever on his part. And we all know that woman had said for the last 25 years, it was in 1999. It was 25 years ago. This woman had said for 25 years that Shyne was not the one who shot her. How Shyne was convicted
powder.
with powder. I don't even know how Shyne was even found guilty. When you have a victim saying, that is not the man that shot me, this man did. And then you have the so-called shooter saying, she's right, I didn't shoot her. And yet, he spent a decade in prison.
Because Diddy paid off some of the jurors. It's known fact.
It's a fact. Yeah.
They didn't even do a residue check on your hands for gunpowder. They
They
didn't.
didn't. They didn't use a gun kit. A pow kit. They didn't take
something. And I'm gonna tell you somebody who should be shaking in their boots right now, because aside from this Diddy thing, boy, are her chickens coming home to roost. J-Lo is being pushed out of Hollywood, if y'all haven't noticed. Turning against J-Lo left and right. No one in Hollywood wants to be bothered. She did a new movie where she just put out about love and her life and whatever, and she was calling, there's a scene in her movie, I know you guys have probably seen it, where she was getting her manager to call people to be a part of the film because she funded this with her own money. And one by one, she kept saying, well, Selena Gomez, and they said, well, she's going to be busy. And they said, well, what about Derek Jeter? He's out of town. Well, what about Zendaya? She's going to be filming a movie. And she said, why are these people telling me no? They're pushing you out of Hollywood for whatever reason, J-Lo, and I don't know. And now on top of that comes this. I bet J-Lo thought that this was over and done and left back in 1999. But
She sure did.
It's not. It has resurfaced. And the way the universe works, it has resurfaced at the absolute worst time for you, J-Lo. That's how it works, though.
Yeah.
And now, there was something that made sense. In Cassie's lawsuit, she brought up an incident where Puffy had a beef with a producer. And it's in her suit. And she says they were somewhere, and I guess Diddy thought that he was going to need protection later because that particular producer was there. But instead of carrying the gun, Cassie says in her suit, he made me put it in my purse. Well, guess what? Now they're claiming that J-Lo brought Diddy's gun in for him. That would make sense because that would be his MO. If I don't start with it, I'll get my father to slip it in. So how is it that Cassie said he did that, and then years later, this comes up, and they say J-Lo possibly brought it in? Because the woman who got shot clearly said that night, she said, well, security was so tight at the door that when she came in, she had a hairbrush, and they made her throw the hairbrush to the side in order to get to the... That's how, because they said that was a possible weapon. She said her hairbrush wasn't even allowed. The same lady who ended up getting shot that night, she said she had a hairbrush that wasn't even allowed in. She said, so if my hairbrush wasn't allowed in and security was that strict, how did those guns even get in there?
And it's weird because I don't know how many people been to New York or the clubs there. A lot of the times when you going through that security, especially the ones who got money, you can tell they will pat the guy down, but they don't pat the women down the same.
And I heard somebody from New York say that.
Yeah.
Post. And see, Diddy knew that J-Lo probably wasn't going to be patted down. So it was planned. And Diddy, and what ended up happening, because the lady said what happened. The lady said Diddy and a guy got into it. And Diddy was acting like he was a hot shot. And so whoever the guy was wanted to prove to Diddy, you're no better than me. And to prove it, she said the guy, whoever he was, threw a bunch of cash in Diddy's face to show him, look, I have cash too. And that's what started the whole thing. And so now with Cassie saying he made her put the gun in her purse, this makes sense about 25 years ago with J-Lo. It all makes sense, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And so now, guess what? With Shyne saying what he said, and all of a sudden, let me tell you something about Shyne. If you think that Shyne is over P. Diddy betraying him,
No.
making him take the rap for a decade, you're sadly mistaken. And when I saw Shyne sitting up there saying he was the fall guy, I saw a man who was happy that the moment of truth.
Mm-hmm. Yes, he made my day. He made my day.
This is what this man had prayed for the past 25 years, y'all. This is a man that was happy that the chickens were finally coming home to roost.
Yes.
Donald Trump Jr. Donald Trump Jr. sat up there. I watched it last night. Donald Trump Jr. sat up there with academics and gave us, and he spilled good tea, didn't he? Who knew that Donald Trump Jr. would spill some tea on this? I'm so glad that academics thought to even ask Donald Trump Jr. about Diddy. I'm so glad he did. And Donald Trump Jr. told us what? Well, my wife has been good friends with Kim Porter for years. They used to call each other, text each other, lunch dates. She was good friends with Kim. And when Kim died, my wife told me she didn't die of pneumonia. Something's up.
The neighborhood knew.
Mm-hmm. They did.
Junior say that yesterday up there? Didn't he?
Yeah.
Said
And
no. She said no, it wasn't pneumonia. She was healthy. Something's up. And he also said that him and his wife knew for a fact that Kim Porter was always in fear for her life.
Mm-hmm. Everybody know.
This is coming from Donald Trump Jr. Didn't know.
Mm-hmm.
Hey Trey. Trey, did you hear that Diddy ordered that casket 2 months?
Hold on. I don't think Trey is done with his training.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So
I'm
guess
gonna
what?
put y'all on hold.
Remember
real
they
quick.
said
Go
that
ahead,
Diddy
Trey.
broke Kim Porter's nose, and then he flew in a doctor to go ahead and fix her nose overnight? I don't know if y'all heard that story. Well, guess what? There are pictures on the internet when Kim Porter was wearing that bandage across her nose. I saw a couple of pictures tonight. She went out in public with a bandage over her nose. And it had to have been around that time. Well, guess why he broke her nose, y'all? Been doing my research. Diddy had just found out that Kim Porter was having an affair with producer Shakir Stewart. Well, guess what, y'all?
What?
That's why. He found out that Kim was having an affair with producer Shakir Stewart. Shakir Stewart, if you don't know who he is, he's a big-time producer. He signed Sierra, he signed Jeezy, and a whole lot of other Atlanta artists to their first record deals. Well, what happened to Shakir Stewart on November the 1st, 2008 in Atlanta? You want me to tell you?
Yes.
You can look it up.
No, we want you to tell it.
Look it up. Shakir Stewart was found dead in Atlanta on November the 1st, 2008 in his mansion of a supposed self-inflicted gunshot wound. Look it up. So her side dude died in 2008. And they say she told Shakir Stewart all of her innermost secrets. She confided in him. So when Diddy found out that she was having an affair with Shakir Stewart, he broke her nose. And rumor has it, he came down to Atlanta and had people rough Shakir Stewart up. Then Shakir Stewart pops up dead November the 1st, 2008 in his mansion. Self-inflicted wound. Why would that man kill himself that young?
Kill yourself.
And guess
You
what?
know Diddy did it.
And guess what? And Diddy was sending Kim a message. And I honestly believe that Kim knew Diddy had done it. Because I think Diddy told Kim he did it. I think Diddy told Kim, you see what happened to your boo thing, right? You thought I was playing? Play with me. And that's why she was in fear. He did that to show Kim, I can kill Shakir. Make it look like a suicide. I can take Shakir out. Make it look like a suicide.
He took himself out of
and
here.
get away with it. Shakir didn't kill himself.
Take
Diddy
himself
was
out of
behind
here.
that.
He did not take
And
himself out of here.
And I
Trey.
wish more people would talk about Shakir Stewart. I wish more
Well,
people
we'll
would
talk about him
Shakir
tomorrow when we talk about TD Jakes. How about that?
Right, Shakir Stewart. We'll talk about that. Because I wouldn't be surprised.
I'm
if
just
they
gonna
now
call
go
him
back and
Kim
look at
Porter
that.
Mistress or some shit. Because I don't know no shit. What's his name? Stewart?
Yeah, this is all true. He was her boyfriend. That's why her nose got broke.
Yeah.
And then Shakir Stewart ends up dead in 2008 in his mansion alone. Nah, Diddy did that too. Diddy's a dangerous man. That's why Kim was in fear of her life. She saw what he did to him, and I think Kim also knows that Puffy arranged the hit on his own artist, Notorious B.I.G. He did. He did. Because it never sat right with me that his car ran that red light, leaving Biggie's SUV at the light, and Biggie's car gets shot up. Your car conveniently ran the red light, leaving his behind. Never sat right with me. Never did. Never did. You had this man in California 6 months after the death of Tupac Shakur. In LA, just 6 months? It was too hot. Anybody with common sense would know that was too hot to have that man over there. Because a lot of people hated him because of Tupac over in California. 6 months was not long enough. And you begged this man to go over there and promote his new album that night. Why? It could have waited. He didn't need to be over there. You set your own man up. You definitely set your own man up. And then when Cassie said he blew up Kid Cudi's car, that's in the suit. Kid Cudi confirmed it. He didn't say that Diddy did it, but he did confirm that his car did get blown up, and they didn't know who had done it. Cassie said it was Diddy. You know why he did that? Because Cassie had started dating Kid Cudi, and she was in the process of moving on. So when he found out about Kid Cudi, isn't that a pattern? My girl cheats with somebody else, and I try to kill them. Well, he tried to kill Kid Cudi. Is it a coincidence that Kim's boo thing ended up dead in 2008? He was a big-time producer, Shakir Stewart. There's a pattern. And what I'm learning about P. Diddy, he keeps making the same pattern, making my girl tote my firearms for me. You did it to J-Lo, make my girl take the gun in the club. You did it to Cassie, it's in her suit. Make my girl tote my gun. Kid Cudi, anytime you cheat on me, I'll try to harm the dude. Now, luckily, Kid Cudi wasn't in that car. But I bet you Kid Cudi cut off all contact with Cassie during that time, though. He was telling him. And somebody brought something up. They said, well, Diddy was probably the person in charge of handling the urban market of the entertainment industry. I think somebody said something to that effect. That's what I think Diddy's role was. That's what Diddy's role was. Handle you're gonna be the guy in the hip hop, urban R&B sector of entertainment in America that nobody messes with. You control them, keep them in line, and that's what he was there for. Why was Justin Bieber? Justin Bieber was different, and somebody brought this up earlier. Justin Bieber was not on P. Diddy's label when he was 14. He wasn't on P. Diddy's label. He didn't have a single song produced by P. Diddy on his album. He wasn't modeling for Sean John or anything like that. P. Diddy wasn't his manager or anything like that. So why was it that he was sent to hang out with P. Diddy for 48 hours? Why? P. Diddy didn't play a hand in his career at that time. Why? Why was he sent? Why was 14-year-old Justin Bieber sent to P. Diddy's house to hang out with him for 48 hours? Why? There was no reason for it. That was Usher's artist at the time. But now you see the connection? P. Diddy allegedly had Usher around the same age at his flavor camp at his house. Right? It was the same pattern. I told you P. Diddy does things in patterns. Isn't that a pattern? I had a 14-year-old Usher, and years later, he brings a 14-year-old Justin Bieber to me. Isn't that a pattern? It's like the fourth thing that I proved was a pattern with Diddy. That's a pattern. So you victimize Usher. And I watch, and you know what? The only time that Usher has ever gone into depth about what happened at P. Diddy's house was when he did that Howard Stern interview, because that's the one we all keep going back to, right? I don't know what was in his coffee that morning, because normally Usher had never really spoke about his experience with P. Diddy, had he? But for some reason that morning when he got on the Howard Stern show a few years ago, he decided, I'm going to let it out here. And didn't he talk a little bit more than he ever has?
He sure did.
When Howard Stern asked him, would you let your sons, because you are a father of sons, young sons, would you let them go to a camp like the one you went to at Diddy's house?
Hell no.
What did Usher say?
Hell no.
No. Hell no. That's what he said. But I find it interesting, Usher. I find it interesting, Usher, that you said, hell no, you would never take your sons to Diddy's camp or time with Diddy alone. But you sent a 14-year-old Justin Bieber. You sent someone else's 14-year-old, though, didn't you? See, a lot of times, you got to realize, a lot of times, I think, and then a lot of people say, well, why would Usher do that knowing what happened to him at that same age? Why would he send that poor little boy to the man that allegedly victimized him? Well, guess what?
What?
I think Usher was looking at it as, well, you know what?
What?
This is what you have to do to get on. It's what I had to do to get on. This is the norm in the industry. So if Diddy is asking for a young Bieber, my artist, because Usher helped to discover, and Diddy clearly said in the video with Justin Bieber standing there, he's Usher's artist right now, but he's going to spend 48 hours with me. When every time I watch that video, it makes me cringe. You predator. That's what you are. You're a predator.
Pedo.
So when he said that, I think he thought, well, this is the industry. So Justin Bieber's going to just have to take this, and I hate to say it that way, take this.
Take that.
He's take that. Take that. The pillow. I had to do it. He'll become a star. It's just what you do. It's just the hazing part of it. So he'll be fine. I got through it. He'll get through it. And that's what Usher was thinking. But I think Usher feels guilty. I think Usher feels really guilty about that now. Because guess what? If y'all have noticed, Justin Bieber doesn't look like he's handling things too well, does he?
He looks bad.
It's all over his face.
Oh, he looks so bad.
That boy is only 30, and I swear he's starting to look 43. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? He's not handling it well. And they're saying his marriage to the Haley Bieber, you know, he married the Haley girl. Who is Alec Baldwin's niece. Well, anyway, he married that girl. They said that relationship, he's about to end that. This man is traumatized, y'all. He's traumatized. He's traumatized. And And I thought, well, maybe if Usher came forward and told his story. And then something say, no, I don't think Usher will do it anytime soon. But you know who probably will?
Who?
Justin Bieber's a wild card, ain't he? Ain't he a wild card? And I don't know if y'all saw that video of him and Diddy. And it ain't been that long ago where they caught it on video, and Diddy looks like he's patting him down for a wire. Did y'all see that? It's like he's patting because Diddy doesn't trust him. Diddy's paranoid anyway, but Diddy does not trust Justin Bieber. He was talking to him, but you saw he was patting him down, though, right? The things that industry has done to that young man. If we knew all that was done to Justin Bieber, our jaw would. I think our jaws would drop. The things, I feel it in my spirit. The things that they made that young guy go through. He looks so sad. He looks like somebody that just doesn't even want the fame anymore. He looks like he really does not want to be bothered. I think he still may want to sing, but I think the fame part of it, he doesn't want to be bothered with that. He would rather we just listen to his records but leave him completely alone. But unfortunately, it doesn't quite work that way. Once you're a star, you can't backtrack and then unstar yourself, right?
Well, it has been done, but go ahead.
And so, right. So he would have to leave the industry. And he might leave the industry. But Diddy, I told y'all he does things in patterns, didn't I? I told you he does everything in patterns. So this is when I knew, and I can't stress this enough. This is when I knew. I totally believe the rumor that Cassie and Little Rod cannot be found right now. You couldn't find them right now if your life depended on it. You know why? Because Cassie and Little Rod are being protected by the FBI and Homeland Security. They are in secret locations out of fear for their safety. And do you want to know why?
Why?
The FBI went ahead and put Cassie and Little Rod in secret locations?
Why?
You want to know why they did that?
Yeah.
Because the FBI has heard every story we've heard, the FBI has heard. People have gone to them with evidence already. So the FBI knows that Diddy is the one who really shot that lady in that club. If we know, don't you know the FBI knows? If we know, don't you think the Federal Bureau of Investigation has heard and knows too?
Yeah.
So they know that. So they're looking at it as, well, he shot that lady in that nightclub, possibly, in the NYPD.
Pow, pow.
Pow, pow. So he possibly shot that lady.
Pow, pow.
He possibly pow-powed the lady in the nightclub shooting. He's capable. If he's capable of doing that, and if he's possibly capable of being involved in the deaths of Tupac and Biggie Smalls, and if he's possible, and if he's capable of blowing up Kid Cudi's car, and if he's capable of having Kim Porter off, and if he's capable of having Shakir Stewart off, then he's definitely capable of having Cassie pow-powed and Little Rod too, so that they won't make it to those trials, right?
Well,
so I do believe that the FBI, they do have Little Rod, Rodney Jones, and Cassie Ventura in protection in secret locations, and they will remain there until all of this is over. And this is when I knew they were working with Little Rod already. Let me tell you.
Tell it.
Little Rod's suit. At first we heard Little Rod's suit, and a lot of us were like, yeah, here's another one. Now the producer's upset, right? When I went through his report and I read it, I skimmed through it. And he has, throughout his report, you guys, there are stills in his report. They look like photographs, right? Well, no, they're not photographs. They're stills from the videos that he had. You see in the still in his report, right, go back. You see in the still, he has the part where he says, Young Miami and her cousin had the drugs that Brendan Paul had brought to the party. You see Young Miami, you see in his report the photo from the still of Young Miami standing in Diddy's house with this unknown girl. That's the girl he said was the cousin. They had the drugs. And that was the girl that he said he claimed that Diddy tried to force them to have sex with.
Freak offs. Okay. Freak off.
Those are steals from his videos, you guys.
Oh.
He was filming P. Diddy the whole time. Did you not see the photograph from the video with him and Cuba Gooding in the studio at Diddy's house?
He must really trust Rodney. Was that his boyfriend or what?
And this is when I knew for sure that they were working with Little Rod. Little Rod was the one who put us on to the name Brendan Paul in his suit, right? We didn't ever hear of Brendan Paul before Little Rod's suit, did we? We didn't know. Who was that? He said that Brendan Paul was the drug mule that supplied the drugs at the parties at P. Diddy's house.
He did.
Well, guess what?
What?
I did my research. I don't know how P. Diddy came in contact with Brendan Paul, but Brendan Paul actually used to play ball at Syracuse. He was a basketball player at Syracuse University. He's originally from Ohio, but he was a basketball player at Syracuse University. He didn't get much playing time back then, but he was on the squad. How he came in contact with Diddy, I'll never know. But anyway, he became the drug mule according to Little Rod in the suit. Well, guess what?
What?
On the day, the exact day, and we all remember that day that the houses got raided, right?
Right.
Only one person in Diddy's inner circle was actually arrested. Who was that? Brendan Paul was arrested for cocaine possession.
Cocaine, sugar boogers.
Brendan Paul was arrested while the houses were being raided for possession. Well, what do you know? Of all the days and the times he could have gotten arrested for possession, it was the exact time the houses were being raided. Doesn't it look like they're working with Little Rod? Do you believe now?
Yeah.
They're working with Little Rod. And that's when I knew. I said, yep, they've already seen the videos in the house. That's why they raided the homes, you guys.
Right.
It's an ongoing investigation. Guess what? They had enough evidence already. And I bet my bottom dollar, because before those raids had to be conducted, a federal judge had to sign off on it. And they had to bring probable cause to that federal judge in order for him or her to sign off on those raids, right? Well, guess what the probable cause was, y'all?
What was it?
The videos from Little Rod. That was the probable cause. That was it. That was the probable cause. And guess what?
What?
So they already had enough. But guess what the raids were for? First of all, in order to take you to federal court, I would have to do a raid. It's part of the process, right? Everyone gets raided that they look at right before trial. I don't think there have been many trials that have gone before a federal court and a raid wasn't conducted. I don't think there have been many. Probably not, right?
Right.
That's just what you do. And so here was the purpose of the raid. The purpose of the raid was to see, while we have enough charges to take them to federal court, let's see what else we can get. This is the final step we have not taken yet. The judge has already said, you've shown me probable cause, probably more than enough. Go in now. So the raids were, let's see if we can get his computers, any cell phones, any surveillance videos, any hidden tapes. If he has any hidden cameras in there, bring all of his electronics, laptops, everything that we can get. And we're going to survey those electronic devices. We're going to look at, because you know, when you do things on a laptop, you can erase it, but it's never erased on your computer, right?
Didn't know that.
You know that, right? So, no, yeah. When the FBI goes in, they can dismantle your computer. So if you have an email, just erasing it from your file completely, it's not gone. It's not gone. So if you send me an email, Gigi, and we're talking about something illegal, and I say, well, shit, the feds might come, so let me erase these. Do you think it's gone off of my computer?
No, you know what I need to do? I need to take
search history.
I'm gonna take your ass out of
ain't
here,
gone.
Trey, and I'm burning up your damn computer, nigga. Okay. Okay.
You would have to confiscate the computer, get it out of there, and burn it till it melts.
And I'm gonna take you out of there too. You a liability.
Right. So guess what? If y'all think, and see, this is, and so when people say, why are they taking so long? They are the FBI and Homeland Security. When they come back to arrest you, they have dotted every I and crossed every T to the point that when they arrest you, they have to have every single charge that they can put on you. The purpose of the raids were to see if they can add any additional charges. Well, guess what? Allegedly, they took some of those firearms out of his house. Well, guess what? I hope none of the serial numbers were taken off of him, because you know those gun charges will get you 20 years by itself. Am I lying? Am I lying? So guess what? They're going to throw every charge, and I'm going to tell you something else. Because his sons have been named in Little Rod's suit for bringing underage girls, I hope Little Rod doesn't really have underage girls there. Any of the girls that are in those videos, because you know the FBI has probably already tried to find out who those girls were, right? Am I wrong? Let's find, because the FBI can find anybody. All they need is to see the girls on tape. They can find out who those girls are, and I bet you they already have. You better hope that none of them were 17 and under. You better hope not. And you better hope that they're not seen doing the sugar booger and drinking alcohol. And you better hope that you didn't fly them from New York to your LA house, or from New York to your Miami crib. Because guess what? Now you're trafficking with minors. You're going from state to state. Now that's where the trafficking comes in. And guess what? Flight logs. He has a private jet, right?
Right.
Do you know by law you have to keep flight logs? So every time that jet moves, you're supposed to have a log of who's on it. You did know that, right? Yeah. You're supposed to have a log of who's on that jet every time it moves. Date by date. Who's on this jet? You better hope he didn't falsify the logs. That's against the law. You better hope that he didn't say that he wasn't there and he was, and they find it out. See, that's why it's taking so long, y'all. And it ain't really that long, because it ain't even and for people to say, why is it taking so long? When you really look at it, we're not even a month away from the raids, are we? It ain't been a month yet. It's going on a month, but has it been 30 days? No. It's going on 30 days. Has it been, though? We're not even 30 days removed from the raid, y'all. They have to go through the electronics. They have to check out the guns. They probably have to see if they can contact the girls if they haven't already, but I think they have. The FBI and Homeland Security don't lose. The FBI has a 95% conviction rate, you guys. Do you know what that means?
He going to jail.
They rarely lose. They rarely lose. Homeland Security, and get this.
What?
I looked at their conviction rate. Well, what do you know? When Homeland Security tries accused sex offenders,
freaky
sex
offenders or
in
something,
court,
shit. F off.
freaky
Essays.
offenders,
Essay offenders.
the freaky tracking,
No, let's just say essay.
the ST,
Essay.
the S trafficking. Whenever they try those cases, do you know what Homeland Security's conviction rate is? 98%. So that lets you know how thorough the FBI and Homeland Security are. That's why they have such high conviction rates, because they move and they don't make another step until they have every possible charge they could put on you. So when I tell you, and another thing, y'all, that people ain't talking about enough, I wouldn't be surprised if they turned this into a RICO case and his sons are arrested the same day he is. Because if you think his grown sons are going to get out of this when they were at the parties and they're grown men too, people aren't talking about this enough. His sons are grown men. And if Little Rod has what he says he has, Justin Combs and his brother, Christopher King Combs or whatever, they're grown. They're 31 and 26. So you think they're going to say, oh, well, they brought the girls and they had drugs with the girls, but I'm going to just go after Diddy? No, sir. They're going down too, y'all. His sons are going to end up in federal court. Their dad groomed them to be him. What do they even do? At least King Combs, the youngest one, is actually a rapper and he actually does performances, right? What has Justin ever done though, y'all? What does Justin do? Other than follow behind his daddy and rely on his daddy's name. What does Justin do? He went to UCLA, but did y'all not hear what happened at UCLA?
What?
The dad, Justin had an incident with his coach when he was on the football team at UCLA. Is there anybody that's heard about that?
What happened?
He went down there and the coach took him off the field because he felt like Justin really wasn't cutting it.
Did you hear about that, Shelly?
Just look it up. Diddy was actually arrested. Look it up. So he went to UCLA a few years ago. It's been a couple of years. It's been about a decade now. But he went down to UCLA because Justin cried because the coach said that he wasn't giving him any time because he wasn't cutting it. He sucked. Cried.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
His daddy went down there and attacked the UCLA coach and was arrested. They sent Diddy to anger management.
Yep.
No charges though.
He get out of everything.
At UCLA though. These are facts. You can look this up. Diddy
Yeah, you can look it up.
Coach over Justin. It's there. This ain't the first time that Diddy has settled out of court for sexual harassment. His former chef, he settled out of court with a few years ago.
Uh-huh.
He said that him and his guest, whoever these men were, walked around and flashed her. And
that's true.
To her. She sued him, and she also sued him for unpaid wages. He settled out of court, and he gave her a good chunk of money, and she went away. It's
that's
all
true.
there.
You better bring it, Trey.
With her.
One thing I love about
He
Trey,
settled with her.
he don't come up here in his feelings. He's telling
only
us
deal with
straight
facts.
facts, baby.
Facts and
I can
things that you
appreciate
can
that.
find.
He's not
Things
in
that
his
you
feelings with this and what's that.
Nope.
He's giving you
No.
straight
It's about
up
the facts.
information, and I love that. Ain't he right, Shelly?
It's about
Because
the
Shelly
facts.
would tell
Yeah.
you. Shelly
Yeah.
is another one.
It's about
Shelly,
the
she
facts.
don't come up
And what's
here
gonna-
in her feelings. Shelly gonna tell it. That's why I love her.
You can't come in your feelings because you know what? Because when they go in court, they're going to be what they have against him. The FBI is going to come with facts. The FBI
But
ain't
Trey,
so when all these people get up here and say, "Oh well, they ain't got this, they ain't got that," the FBI is listening to this just like we are, and they laughing. Cause you know why they laughing? Cause they saying these people don't understand how this works. But luckily, like I said the other night, luckily for all who don't understand how the FBI and Homeland Security roll, don't fret, cause you're about to find out. You're really about to find out. For anybody who has never really understood how those two agencies really roll, you about to find out. And you about to find out probably in the next 30 days.
but Trey,
That he may have gotten, it's unfortunate that this man may have gotten his sons in this. When this is all said and done, his sons could lose their freedom and be in a federal prison as young as they are. Ain't that something? I remember the day of the raids and they had his sons handcuffed in the yard. And I said to myself, these boys have had guns in their face before they were brought out their house. And then, pow, pow. And then they were handcuffed in the yard, and their daddy was nowhere to be found. Their own daddy is the cause of this, and he was able to escape being handcuffed. And he didn't even have any guns in his faces that day. But your sons did? And Diddy's greatest fear. Do y'all know what Diddy's greatest fear is, though?
What?
You want to know what it is?
What is it?
Prison. Prison. That's why he worked so hard to get Shyne to do a decade bid for him. That's why he's paid people to cover crap up. He fears prison. That's his greatest fear. And so for a man like that, who has lived a lavish life for the past 30 years, and a man who fears prison that much, if this man is found guilty on any of these charges, he's already 55. Each of these charges carries a 20-year bid. He could get it from the weapons charge. Even if they just get him for the weapons charge, and the minors being there, those two things together are going to land him in there for what? For life at the age of 55. Am I lying? Because if they just give him 40, think about it. If they give him 40 years, well, Diddy's already 55. Wouldn't that mean life for him?
Yeah.
That would mean life for him, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
And I guarantee you when
Melissa donated $10. She said, "Shout out to Shelly and Trey." Yes, the goats or the greats.
When
Go
this
ahead.
is all okay, Shelly. When this is all said and done, y'all, they're gonna probably have about 13 charges against Diddy. And guess what? Even if he's found guilty of at least 2, and he will, and it'll be more than 2. But my point is, all they would need is 2 of those charges to stick, and he's guilty of to put him away for life. Like I said, he's already 55. If you give him 40 years, that would mean he wouldn't get out till he's 95. Well, he'll probably be dead, y'all. Let's be honest. He'll be gone. He's gonna pass away in there. Let's be honest.
And he ain't gonna make it in there.
And he ain't gonna make it in there. And I'm gonna tell you why. Diddy, you gotta look at his type of personality. He's a narcissist. He's used to getting his way. He's used to weaseling out of things. He's done it for at least the past 30 years, right? Diddy was weaseling his way out of stuff. Diddy was weaseling his way out of stuff when I was in high school. So a man that's used to that power and privilege and all of these things, and you're telling him now to serve the rest of his life, he ain't built for it. Diddy's a coward. He ain't built for that. That's why he's always had people do his dirty work and his bids for him. I guarantee you, 1 or 2 things. I would not be surprised if this is the way the story ends. Are y'all listening?
Yes.
Either the man is gonna get offed before the trial starts.
Now they're gonna take him out.
Or either that, or he'll be found guilty, and after the verdict, after it's all said and done, he'll hang himself before he serves all those
Okay,
years in
take
prison.
yourself out of here, Trey. Take yourself out.
Take himself out. Would any of us be shocked if would any of us be shocked if any of the 2 outcomes I came out with, if they happened? Would any of us be shocked? No.
Press 1 if you'll be shocked. Press 4 if you're not gonna be shocked.
No. But Trey, did you know?
At best, we're probably, you're gonna have a whole. Even if he takes himself out, it's gonna be a conspiracy theory. Because even if he really takes himself out, it's gonna always be people.
Well, they ain't gonna do it like that,
right? Diddy is scared, y'all. Diddy is scared, y'all. He's somewhere tonight afraid. He don't want to spend the rest of his life in a federal prison. And he also knows that he may have put his sons in this. He's scared for himself, and he's scared to sons, y'all. His 2 sons, but he did this. He did this, and the chickens. Let me tell you something. The Bible says, and look, I'm not trying to bring up religion because I know how you are about that. Because everybody doesn't subscribe to the same channel when it comes to religion.
Yeah, Trey, just talk. Go ahead.
But even if you, but you reap what you sow. You have to reap what you sow. Either you pay in this life or you pay in the next. But the tricky thing about it, some people pay in this life first. Am I wrong? Some people pay in this life first. Because this life is the end for all of us. At some point, we all know that that's true. At some point, we're all going to pass away. That is a fact. And we all know this. But when it comes to karma, you reap what you sow. You're going to pay in this life, or you're going to pay in the next, or you're going to pay in both. Some people, I honestly believe, somehow they skip paying in this one. And some people pay in both. And Diddy, because he's done so many things, y'all. I think Diddy has done just about everything we think he's done, and 10 more things that we don't know he's done. And I'm going to tell you something else. Who was the first person in the 90s? All of this started with a popular radio host on Hot 97 back in the 90s. This popular, this mega hot, mega popular radio host on New York radio on Hot 97 was the first to go on air and claim that P. Diddy was on the DL. And who was that popular radio show host on Hot 97?
Wendy Williams.
The legendary Wendy Williams. And when she had the guts, no one else, people had heard it, but no other host would dare touch that story, especially in New York, out of fear of P. Diddy. Everyone heard it, but no one was brave enough to actually touch that. But Wendy Williams said, guess what? Y'all ain't gonna do it, but I'm gonna get on the air. And when she got on the air and accused P. Diddy in New York City of being on the DL, it sent shockwaves. People said, I can't believe she did it. P. Diddy hated her. He was angry. That man was so angry, I think if he could have had her killed that night, he would have.
Taken out of here.
But guess what? Taken out of here. And this started the beef between Puffy and Wendy that's never really gone away. And if y'all remember, in 2017, he came on her show. Do y'all remember that? And that was them saying that they were going to bury the hatchet. Pull it up. That episode, I remember watching it the day he came. And they agreed that they would bury the hatchet. It was a good show. Do y'all think Diddy was really going to bury the hatchet with Wendy? Because, see, Diddy's image, that started the whole gay rumor stuff. Wendy put that tag on him publicly, and that tag never left P. Diddy, did it? When Wendy went on the air that night in the 90s and said that rumor that came off her lips, it stuck with him to this day, did it not?
Mm-hmm.
Wendy did it during a time when everyone was afraid of P. Diddy. It ain't like now where we dragging him back and forth. She did it when everyone was afraid of him. And guess what P. Diddy did to get back at Wendy? He told Hot 97 and every radio station in New York, he told Hot 97, if you don't fire Wendy Williams today, right now, I will make sure that no artist of mine ever gives you an interview. And not only that, I will go to every friend I have in the industry, and they won't let their artists come on this show and interview with Hot 97. I will make sure that every friend I have boycotts Hot 97. If you think I'm playing, try me. Hot 97 got scared. It was P. Diddy in New York during the 90s. P. Diddy was the guy, right? We all remember the bad boy, the golden era of bad boy, right? We remember that, right? So guess what they did? They fired Wendy, got her out of there, and sent her to Philadelphia for a couple of years. Okay? But guess what Diddy thought? Diddy thought, well, that's the end of Wendy Williams, at least. For some kind of way, Wendy Williams bounced back from all of P. Diddy's antics and him having her moved and fired. He thought that it would be the end of Wendy Williams and she would go into obscurity. No, sir. Wendy Williams, her career, she stayed in radio, fought her way back, got on VH1, had a little show on there, and next thing we knew years later, Wendy ends up on TV. We invited her into our homes every week. And Diddy didn't see that coming. I thought Wendy was done. Wendy gets even bigger than ever. Because once she got on TV, the people who didn't know her from New York radio, they now know who Wendy Williams is. Am I lying?
Mm-mm.
And Wendy still got on there. And P. Diddy was still not off limits from when she sat in her purple chair. Because every time a story came about P. Diddy, she still reported on it, didn't she?
Mm-hmm.
She even went so far as to tell us on the TV screen, whenever a P. Diddy story came up, she would look at the screen and she would say, a certain radio show host told you this years ago, but I'll leave it alone. You think Diddy like that, y'all? That day he came on her show and said they were burying the hatchet. Do y'all really believe that Diddy was over her doing that?
Mm.
No. I think he hated Wendy Williams more than anybody else because she's the first one to put this out there in the atmosphere. He never forgave that lady. He never forgave her. And I'm going to tell you something else. With everything that he has done, I would not be surprised if her health decline has something to do with P. Diddy. She should have never invited him on her show. She should have never had him in her studio. Something about this does not, and I kept thinking about Wendy. Well, she's the one who started this and put him on blast. I wouldn't be surprised if he'd in some kind of way hire somebody on her set to put something in her drink to mess her up. I'm not lying. I wouldn't be surprised if he resorted to doing voodoo on Wendy. Puff Daddy is capable of anything. I really wouldn't be surprised if he's behind what happened to Wendy Williams. That was his payback to her. I promise you I wouldn't be surprised. Think about that. Everybody you have an issue with, Puffy, ends up dead or sick, and now Wendy's sick. And the way we saw her on that TV, and we know you hate Wendy. So the first person that put you on blast, now she's going through, she's out of her mind. Y'all don't think it's possible that he's behind that too? Y'all don't think so? The Keefe D trial starts in a couple of months. The Tupac Shakur trial starts in a couple of months. And we all know that Keefe D has stated that P. Diddy is the one that ordered the hit. We all are aware of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when that trial starts up, I'm sure he's going to say this in court too, right? Remember, before Keefe D was arrested, his home was raided in Vegas. Do y'all remember that? Back in September, his home was raided.
Mm-hmm.
What were they looking for in the Keefe D trial? Then Keefe D was arrested after the raid. Diddy, it's like everything is hitting him at once. Everything. And when he settled with Cassie, within 48 hours. That told me all I needed to know back in November. I said, he would not, his personality isn't set up. He's not one to just hand somebody over 30 million because they threatened him. The only way he would have handed over $30 million to Cassie is if her attorney told his attorneys, look, we have proof of this stuff. You don't want to try us. Cassie actually kept proof. Now, we don't have to tell you what it is, but I promise you, if you try us, we have proof that we can take to the cops. And I think Diddy might have said, I don't believe her. And I think his legal team told him, go ahead and give it to her. We don't want to take that gamble. You hear me?
Yeah.
Give it to her. We don't want to take that gamble. And because Cassie won't lie, she got proof. She got proof. Because, see, I think Cassie was already, get this, I think Cassie was already working with the FBI and Homeland Security before she got her money. Because, you know, New York, you know, the statute of limitation, they were saying in order, if the statute of limitation had run out, you could go after the person in civil court and get your money. You could file a civil suit. But they extended the deadline for that. I don't know if you guys were aware of that in the state of New York. Cassie went ahead and got hers in right at the deadline. So she got her money. She got her money. And I also think that Cassie went into protection not long after she got her money, because they know what Diddy's capable of. See, the FBI, they dot every I and cross every T. They know that Little Rod and Cassie's lives are in danger. They know that. They know what this man is capable of. That was one of the first things they did, is gave them protection. P. Diddy couldn't find Little Rod and Cassie right now if his life depended on it. He couldn't get to them right now if his life depended on it. Believe me. This is going to be one of the biggest downfalls that we have ever seen. That we have ever seen. And you know, with Diddy, I honestly believe that he was groomed to be this way. I think he watched Andre Harrell, who was also dead, his first mentor. He's dead now. I think he watched Clive Davis. And I think the things that Clive Davis has gotten away with. I knew Clive Davis and Wendy Williams also. When Clive Davis came on the Wendy Williams show, go look at that episode when Clive Davis came and was promoting his autobiography. And what did Wendy Williams say to Clive Davis? Something that most people have been scared to ask Clive Davis. Wendy Williams was brave. Wendy Williams said, well, it never sat right with me that you discovered Whitney Houston and you were like a father to her in the industry. You gave her her first record deal and you made her a star and you pulled the strings of her career. And it never sat well with me that she died on the day of the Grammy, Clive Davis's Grammy party at the Beverly Hills Hotel. They had, her lifeless body was still upstairs. The coroner hadn't even moved it. And people were finding out that she had passed away upstairs. And Clive Davis, of all people, the person she was closest to in the industry, still threw that party and didn't even cancel it. And you knew that Whitney's lifeless body was upstairs. The coroner hadn't even moved it. And you said the party must go on. Whitney was closer to Clive Davis than anybody else in the industry. And her death wasn't even enough for him to stop that party. Doesn't that tell you something?
Mm-hmm.
And I think Whitney Houston was murdered, but we're sticking to P. Diddy right now. So we're going to go back to Diddy. But I think she was murdered. Why is it that the Beverly Hills Hotel, every celebrity goes there. Every celebrity was there. So you mean to tell me nobody has thought to look at the tapes to see who went in and out of Whitney Houston's room when she was in her room alone? Nobody has has said, well, let's roll the tapes to at least see who was in and out of her room. Nobody thought to look at the tapes from the hallways? Y'all have never wondered that? Why we've never seen footage from the hallways of the Beverly Hills Hotel to at least see who went in and out of Whitney Houston's room. I think Clive Davis knew that her voice was gone. I think when she went on that last tour, you can pull up the YouTube stuff from her last tour. Her voice was shot, you guys. I love Whitney Houston more than anybody. The voice was gone. I'm going to just be honest with you. Her voice was gone. And I think Clive Davis put her out there on tour. And I think that was him saying to himself, let me throw her on tour and see if we can salvage any of this. And when he realized the voice was gone, I think Clive Davis made up his mind. Whitney would now be more to me dead than gone than alive. The woman that some have called the greatest singer of all time, she has no voice no more. I can put her out there and she can do live performances, but she sounds horrible now. It could be from her smoking cigarettes, could be from her drug issues, both. But she can't get out there and sing and wow us anymore. It's gone. She's worth more to me now, dead than alive. And I think she was murdered. If you look at her autopsy, she had bruises and scratches. She had defense wounds. That lady fought for her life in that bathtub. She fought in there. Whoever was in there, she fought for her life. And for them to just say, oh, well, she drowned, oh, this, no. Because why did she have a cut on her face? Bruises on her arms. Why? If I just drowned, why do I have cuts and bruises? She tried to fight for her life in there. And sadly, she lost. And that's why he still threw that party. And another thing, Whitney Houston had a time period. Remember when she went away for about 8 or 9 years and didn't record an album or anything? Do y'all remember that? She was probably doing all the drugs that she wanted to do in that 8 or 9 year period before she tried to make that comeback. Don't y'all find it strange that she ends up dying when she could have died any day? She ends up dying the day of Clive Davis's Grammy party, and she ends up dying in the same hotel that everyone's at and where the party was held? Y'all don't find it strange? She died the day of her mentor's party? That day. Look at the timing of it. I think that was planned. You can call it a sacrifice. You can call it whatever you want to call it. That was planned. Whitney Houston was murdered. For sure. For sure. And so, with P. Diddy being as close to Clive Davis as he is, I wouldn't be surprised if he knows the truth behind that. But I think Diddy himself was groomed to be this way, whether it be from Andre Harrell or Clive Davis or somebody else, we don't even know. But those two for sure, he watched them. These were his mentors. Now, the celebrities aren't going to support Diddy. He's not going to get that public support, y'all. It's not going to happen because they don't want their brands attached to this. They don't want their careers attached to this. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So you're not going to see Naomi Campbell, who has removed every picture of P. Diddy from her Instagram. She did that months ago. You won't find any pictures of her and her good friend P. Diddy. She went back 3 years back, 4 years back, and removed every picture that was on her page. That tells you a lot right there, right? Because when you think of Diddy, you think of Naomi Campbell. She was a good friend of his. Mary J. Blige. Where's Mary J. Blige? He helped you become a star, Mary, and you were at every party he held. Where are you, Mary J. Blige? Jay-Z. We all know you were good friends with P. Diddy for many years. Where are you, Jay-Z? Where's Beyonce? Where's Ashton Kutcher? Where are they at now? Where's French Montana? Where's Ellen DeGeneres? Where are all these people, P. Diddy? Where's
90
Usher?
seconds.
Usher isn't even defending you publicly. Not one friend. Not one A-list friend. Before y'all throw Stevie J at me, Stevie J is not A-list. He's not. Stevie J doesn't have anything to lose. Standing by P. Diddy's side is benefiting him more than not standing by P. Diddy's side. The fact he's just in the mix is helping him, because I'm sure Diddy's paying him.
60 seconds.
And tweet that stuff. Where are your friends? Where are your friends? All of those friends that you invited to these parties, they have now deserted you. And I'm going to tell you another reason they deserted him. When they found out, when they read from Little Rod's suit that Diddy had secret cameras and recorded all the dirty deeds that went on in those bedrooms, he had secret cameras all over his house. Of course he would. He's a narcissist. A lot of those celebrities got scared anyway because they felt betrayed. You don't think he's called Kanye West and couldn't get through? You don't think he's called Jay-Z and couldn't get through? You don't think he's called
10 seconds.
And couldn't get through? You don't think he's called Ashton Kutcher and couldn't get through? All he's been able to get is, I'll call you back. Yeah, nobody wants to touch him. He doesn't have his protection anymore. See, he did when he was red hot and J-Lo was by his side in 99. 99 Puff could get away with this shit because he had the protection. 2024 Puff ain't the same, y'all. Look at what he's lost. He lost $30 million to Cassie in 48 hours, less than 48 hours. Then Sean John, the clothes and the perfume and the colognes, got moved out of Macy and every other store that carries it. Then he had to step down from Revolt. Okay? Then him and the liquor company parted ways. He filed a lawsuit against them. He had to drop the lawsuit. So they just parted ways. So he doesn't represent Diego anymore, the owners of Ciroc. You can't even make money promoting that anymore. You don't have a position here. Then you still had your shares to Revolt TV, but you just sold them 2 weeks ago. So you don't even own any shares to Revolt TV. And now you're about to be in the big, and now you have all these lawsuits. Oh, all these lawsuits that, oh God, the lawsuits. He has about a good 5 against him, including Little Rod's suit. And now you can't make money doing anything. You have more money going out than you do coming in. P. Diddy probably ain't had that problem in a while. And wait till y'all find out he was never really a billionaire. That's going to blow your mind too. He wasn't a billionaire. He never was. You know how many people that we've given the billionaire tag to and they're not? He's not a billionaire. He's not. That $30 million in November, that hurt him. Because that was part of the little bit of liquid cash, because we all know net worth is not liquid cash. It's all of your assets, your stock, cars, jewelry, homes, property. It's everything, publishing. But your liquid cash is separate, and it's always much less than your net worth. So y'all don't think that $30 million hurt him? Yeah. Hurt him hard. Then on top of that, y'all, he's about to be in for the fight of his life. How much he's going to get the best legal team that he can get? Believe me, he's going to make sure he gets the best legal team. But guess what? If it's the best legal team, how much of that is he going to have to pay them? That ain't gonna be cheap either, y'all. This man is about to lose all of his fortune. His reputation is forever tarnished. His sons, if his sons go to prison with him, that'll be unfortunate. You put them in this. The chickens have finally come home to roost. And I knew that this was a long time coming and that people were working from the grave. When his home, and I brought this up to you, Gigi, the other night, when his homes got raided, I think it was like the day that his homes got raided, that was the same day of the release. It was the 27th anniversary of the release of Life After Death, Biggie's last album. It was the same day that the homes got raided, the exact same day. That was enough of a sign for me from the grave, from Biggie. And that also let me know that Diddy likely had his own man set up. Yeah, he had his own man set up. He knew that Biggie was about to leave the label. He was about to do his own thing. He was about to start his own imprint. He was about to have Junior Mafia on his own label, and Charlie Baltimore and Cameron. He was leaving Diddy. And Diddy told him that he supported him, if that's what he wanted to do. But no. Now Diddy was looking at it as, I'm about to lose my best-selling, most popular artist on my label. And he's going to think he's just going to up and go? So you said, no, I'll put him in LA and I'll set him up. That's what you did. I believe it. Until God himself tells me that I'm wrong, I'm going to believe that. There ain't enough guilty verdicts in the world that can make that man pay for what he truly deserves. Life in prison wouldn't even be enough. But because he's 55, 40 years would be enough for me. And out of those 13 charges, if he's going to be found guilty on more than 2, well, 2 is enough. 2 is enough for him to spend the rest of his natural life in there. He's going down, you guys. You can believe it. He's going down. And like somebody said earlier, I wouldn't even be surprised if he listen, with all he knows and the stuff he has, because Diddy ain't going to go down by himself. He's going to try to do something to lessen, he's going to try to save his own butt. Now, he ain't going to completely get out of it, but he's probably going to tell them, if there's some kind of way that I can get out of this and just do 20 years, I got this person, this person, this person. But I don't even think that's going to work. Look what happened to Epstein. He had a whole lot of secrets, and look what happened to him. Look what happened to him. And Suge Knight said it on his podcast, and I don't know who's letting Suge Knight speak from prison. But Suge Knight said it on his podcast a few weeks ago. He said, oh, his life is in danger now. And he knows it. He said, Puff knows it. His life is now in danger, though. He said, forget about his freedom, because he's probably going to lose that. But for right now, his life is in danger. And I'm learning something through all of this. And I hate to say this, and I hope I don't turn a lot of people off when I say this. My people, because I'm black and I love my people, we don't know how the law works. Do I know everything about the law? No, I don't. But I have a sister who's an attorney, so I have a little bit of an advantage. I can ask her. But people don't read. Our people don't read. They tell you P. Diddy's a billionaire and you believe it. This man had y'all thinking he owns the rock. But now y'all know he was just a worker, a spokesperson that they hired. He never owned it. Do you know how many black people actually thought Puff owned Ciroc? Oh, he owns it. No, he's a spokesperson. He don't own it. It's no different from when you see Britney Spears when she used to do the Pepsi commercial or Coke. No, she's just promoting it. She doesn't own it. Puffy never owned it. He was being paid to promote it. Then when they tell you he's a billionaire, black people eat that up. Oh, he a billionaire. He got money. So y'all think everybody that say they're a billionaire, they really a billionaire just because Forbes said it. Oh well, he can get out of anything.
Oh, thank you. Hold on. Shyne Cook donated $10 on our Cash App. Tell us you okay. It's Shyne on YouTube. We yeah. You know, I thank you so much, Trey. I wish you would have came earlier, Trey. You need to start calling early, but I'm glad that I get you. Because when Trey called, he just tell the truth of it. We don't be sitting up here arguing about the dead presidents and shit. You know what I mean? He give y'all that truth that y'all want to hear. I wanted to add a little Shelly in the mix, if you don't mind, Trey, because I really haven't heard Shelly go off either, and I know she's been waiting real patient.
Sure, Lord, I'm about to call myself. Well, Trey, I want to ask on this. Did you hear about the family wanting the case open again, Kim family, because they've been hearing everybody saying that what the coroner said in the first report? Did you hear that they found out that Diddy ordered Kim casket 2 months before she even passed?
I heard that, and I had heard that, but I didn't know it was true. That's why I didn't state it. But I had heard it, but I didn't state it because I didn't know if that was true or not.
You guys speak up, Trey. There's something going on. And let's give a big old thank you to Nikki. Miss Johnson donated $20 to our Cash App. Thank you, boo. Go ahead, Trey.
I had heard that, but I didn't want to state it because I didn't know if that was true or not. And so if that indeed, because she was buried in Augusta, Georgia, where she's from.
Yeah, they were arguing prior to her getting sick. And that was the argument because he found out she told Kimora. He even had something happen at Kimora house. You remember that? He had, I don't know, a fire broke out at Kimora's house. That's what that was about. He found out that they were communicating about the stuff that she has, the evidence that she has. And he found out about it. And so he wanted to collect the evidence, but she happened to pass some on to Kimora before he was able to do something to her.
You're right. There was a fire that they put out, and she said thanks to the fire department, and it was supposedly started in her living room, I think.
Yeah, that was the warning. He sent her a warning.
Mm-hmm.
And so when this happened, word got to the family, that they were arguing and fighting. So she did go back. She went to visit over here in Atlanta. And then I don't know why she went back. And she went back. And they said something about her sister said, don't go back. And she went back because she didn't have the kids. Okay. And so, yeah, so
if her first baby daddy, Albie Shore, has been throwing subliminal messages on his social media implicating Diddy in her death, and if Laura has been throwing shade, one of her best friends, at Diddy, and if what Donald Trump Jr. is now saying that his wife said it, who was good friends with her.
She did. She said it right after Kim passed. She said Kim didn't pass because the reporters went up there with the cameras and stuff. And they went up there and they asked the neighbors. And that lady came out there and said she don't believe that's what happened with Kim. She said it was a car up there. She said it was a car up there that morning. She said an unfamiliar car.
Mm-hmm.
And then they cut the woman off while she was talking.
And I got a question, y'all. Don't y'all find it strange that now she has her kids, she had her daughters, and she had 2 boys, 2 girls, 2 twin girls. Don't y'all find it convenient that she dies on a day or night alone when none of her kids are around her?
I'm telling you who was up there. Puffy was over there.
None of the kids were in the home. Y'all don't find it strange? Just like with Whitney Houston. You know, even her daughter and her sister-in-law and all these people were there, but nobody was in the room when she died, though. Don't you find it strange that these people are always alone?
Except her bodyguard. Well, Whitney wasn't alone. Whitney wasn't alone.
Oh, yes, she was. She sure was.
Someone was in that room right before they tore that room up.
Okay, so
But
he said, right, but that's my point. They said that the bodyguard said that he had stepped out for a minute.
Yeah.
Well, you had been with her. Her daughter was there with her that weekend, but had another room down the hall. Her sister-in-law was there, but she said she told Oprah she went to the store to pick up some things close to the hotel. So then the bodyguard, Ray, because they said his name was Ray, he had been there and he had stepped out for a second. Don't you find it convenient? Because when you die, like if I were to have a heart attack, right, I can't choose who's around me when the heart attack happens, can I? Can I? If I'm at work, it's going to be at work, right?
Right.
If I'm at my mom's house, it's going to be at my mom's house. If I'm in traffic driving, it's going to be in traffic driving. You can't dictate when a heart attack happens. But don't y'all find it weird, though?
Well, you know who was in her room? Did you hear Nick Gordon went down to her room before all the chaos broke out? And they said Ray J was down there.
Look, but we ain't seen the tapes.
And that's what the cover-up is. Because the hotel, they had destroyed the tapes.
Hotel. Every star was in town staying there for the Clive's party. Every star was in that hotel. Then you have the night before. Did y'all see Clive Davis when he was talking to Brandy and Monica and Whitney walks up and she interrupts them? Y'all ain't seen that?
Yeah, I saw that. And that's why they keep asking Brandy what was on that note.
Brandy and Monica are talking to Clive Davis. Whitney comes up and interrupts the interview. Her hair is wet. She looked like she just got out of the pool or something. And this is all hotel the night before. She turns to Brandy, puts the note in her hand. We don't know what's in that note, and Brandy says she'll never tell. She'll take it to her grave. So stop asking Brandy. She ain't gonna tell us. She hands Brandy a note. We all know about the note. We saw it, right?
Right. Well, a close, reliable source said that note said, "I'm in danger."
And guess
but
what?
See, Brandy know Ray J was in that room.
If you notice, Brandy looks at the note and hands it off to like somebody else. Their arm comes, I guess, like her assistant, maybe.
Yeah, Brandy hiding it. That note said, "I'm in danger."
So when people come down on Brandy and say, "Well, why didn't y'all?" Brandy got a daughter. Brandy got parents. Brandy got a brother. Y'all don't think if they took her out, what you think they'd do to me?
Yeah, Brandy was scared. Brandy wasn't going to talk.
But we have got to stop this. Well, why didn't she? Why didn't she? Yo, she got a family like us. Brandy's been in that industry since she was a kid. You don't think she don't know how that industry is and how it moves? Wouldn't she be in fear herself?
Yeah, she was. That's why she can't say verbally what was on that note.
So I'm just going to get up and say, well, let me confront Clive and let me go front whoever you're talking about. Why? They trying to
You
take
see
me
her
out.
face?
I got a
You
daughter.
see her face?
I got a daughter, a mama, a daddy, a brother. So why would I? It don't work that way, y'all. You have to give people grace on that. And so for all these people saying, oh, well, they saw Diddy do this, well, why didn't they? Diddy was powerful then. Did you see what he was capable of? People were afraid. People have wives, husbands, parents, children, nieces and nephews that they have to think of. I do this and he blow up my mama's car.
Right.
Well, you have to give people grace on that when you're playing with powerful people. That's why people keep their mouths shut. Because you ain't just thinking about you, because they looking at it, if I don't get you, I know where your mama lives. And if somebody were to come to me and say, I know where your mama lives and make that threat, I would have to pipe down, y'all. I would have to say, you know what? My mama ain't got nothing to do with this, but they threatening my mama, and they said that they'll hurt her to get to me. I might have to take this a little serious and back out of it. Would I be wrong? No. I heard the threat, and I didn't want to gamble with the threat. What's wrong with that? I'm protecting my family. So it's easy for people to say, oh, well, why didn't they do this? Why didn't they do that? They have family and lives too, y'all. It ain't that easy. So whatever was in that note, and I see people talk about Brenda on that thing, I say, y'all act like she ain't got a daughter. She ain't got a mom and daddy. She ain't got a brother. And she got to think about herself. What was she going to do? Do you think she would be able to help that woman and not have any thing happen to her?
She gonna tell when Clive Davis passed away. She gonna put it in the book.
I doubt it. Maybe when she an old lady. You might get it from Brandy when she's 85-year-old Brandy, and she says, I'm doing my autobiography. You might get it then. You might get it then. When she feel like she on her way out anyway, and most of the people that were involved are dead, if she lives to be 85, she might say, but let me go and write this. Right?
Yeah.
Maybe
If you connect the dots, it ain't that hard to figure out.
But then, why was she rat on her brother? She loves her brother.
That's what it was.
Ray J is going to be tied into it.
Thing, though, y'all. The brother thing is speculation. We know that he had an intimate relationship with Whitney Houston, and he was there with her that weekend, but we don't have any proof.
They got proof that Ray J took some drugs in her room that night.
Let's just say she trusted Ray J and it won't him. Could have been him, but let's just say that note won't even about him, because we know she was close to Brandy, had been close to Brandy ever since Brandy was a kid. Maybe she felt like, girl, let me tell you this, whatever's in the note. She said she'll never tell us. Okay. Whatever's in the note.
That's why she ain't telling. Do you think she would say that if it was just a love note?
I don't think she would anyway. I think she would just say it was between the two of them. I think she would respect that.
Mm-hmm.
Even if it was something like they're after me. Even if Brandy knew who the hell she was talking about. Even if she said, Clive is after me.
Mm-hmm.
What are you going to do?
Look at that tape and look at Brandy's face.
How is she going to help you and not risk her own life? How?
Well, she wasn't thinking like that. She just reaching out to somebody who said they love her. That's what she was doing.
If somebody is after me, and these are powerful people, and I hand you a note and I say they're after me, what can you do? How can you help me with no proof of this? And you love me, but how can you help me and not put your own life and your own family at risk? How? Tell me.
Well, she wasn't thinking like that. Her and Brandy been close for years. Maybe she thought Brandy would keep the secret.
She didn't expect her to do anything about it, though.
She hoped she was tell someone else.
It's not realistic to ask people to put their own life in the lives of their, especially when they have children. This woman has a daughter who was even younger at the time that this happened. You have to think about all those things too. You know, when you do stuff, it don't just affect you. And when you're dealing with dangerous people who can just blow your mom's car, P. Diddy is a person who allegedly blew a car up and killed some people. So what do you think Clive Davis would be capable of?
Well, this conversation is so good, Trey and Shelly. I wish y'all would have started off with it, but I got a few callers. I want you guys to stay put. Are y'all gonna be here? I hope y'all come tomorrow earlier, Shelly and Trey.
Yeah, I'll come tomorrow, Gigi.
Okay, well, hold on. Stay right there. Okay. Calling from 310. You're live on the air. 310. Okay, I'll come back to you. Maybe you're not ready. Calling from 253. You're live on the air. 253.
Oh yeah, I just want to say the guy is his name Trey.
Trey.
And hi Gigi. He
Hey.
hit the nail on the head.
Didn't he?
And I've been laying here. I said, listen, girl, this show is popping because I've been on hold because I was wanting to say that. Does anybody remember seeing Whitney Houston walk in there and interrupt the interview when Clive was sitting there with Brandy on one side and Monica on the other side? And I saw that. That's what I was calling in to say. But he doesn't look. Ain't nothing to say because he done hit the nail on the head. But there is one more thing I do want to add.
Go ahead.
It's so good. But I don't know if anybody said this. Kimora herself, out of her own mouth, I saw her say it a few days ago. She's been trying to get P. Diddy's girl, but she also said that Kim called her. She called her and said, "He got me, y'all. He got me," and she passed away that same night or shortly after that. She said, "He got me." So he must have, whatever it happened, she wasn't feeling good. She got poisoned, but she did call Kimora, I think that's her name, Russell Simmons' ex-wife, and she said on TV, I saw her come out of her mouth say that. She got that phone call, and she said, "He got me. He finally got me." So, I mean, right there, that's evidence. They need to call everybody in.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah,
I remember hearing that. Yeah.
And then you got to think about it. Whitney Houston also did that because she knew that interview was being recorded. It was being taped. She wanted it on tape. She was running for her life. She was scared. The way she just walked in there and then pushed her daughter out as a distraction. Go over and give your godfather a hug. Go kiss your godfather. Give him a kiss. She pushed her daughter over there to do that. And then while she was doing that, that's when she handed that note off. But they were looking at her like, "What are you doing?" Just walking in, interrupted, because she knew she was trying to let everybody see that what happened to her, there was something behind it. She wanted it to be recorded, and it was recorded. We all saw it.
Right.
That note and Brandy, but the only thing what Trey was saying is when Clive, if he passes away, Brandy might speak. No, she ain't gonna ever speak, because what I wanted to add on your other show is people keep trying to say, why ain't people saying nothing? This is their free will to go to these parties and do this. No, we know this your common day gang has initiations. And so when they go to these parties, they got to be quiet, because when they get there, like he said, they got family members and loved ones. And let's pop on over to what's that one? Usher. Usher used that Justin Bieber as a meal ticket. In order for him to get out of whatever he was in, he had to bring somebody in to take his place. And what's happening to Bieber? You can call it an essay slave, okay? Just the word, the S part. I don't know if we can say the full word. He was a slave because when y'all saw him that video, he gave him that Maserati or whatever sports car that was he gave him. He didn't give that to him. He is pimped out for the rest of his life to pay off those gifts. And we all know how much them cars and stuff cost. So he thought they were gifts, but in turn, he had to turn around and he has to do these favors to all these people in the industry. But I gotta go because my baby, she got something to say, and she, y'all don't understand her.
I'm glad you called in. All right, we'll let you go. Thank you. Okay, calling from 914. You're live on the air. 914.
Yeah, what's up? How you doing?
Good.
Well, let's show. So I saw on the YouTube title something about Don Jr. How does he have anything to do with P. Diddy, who I'm not even familiar with? Because I've met Don Jr. I'm from New York.
Trey?
Yes, I'm here.
You want to talk, or Shella, you want to tell them about what happened with Trump Jr. today and Diddy?
You want me to tell them?
Yeah, go ahead, tell them.
Oh, you can do it.
Shelley.
You want?
Go ahead,
well, Junior said that his wife said when she heard Kim Porter passed away, she knew Kim Porter was not sick or anything. So she felt in her heart it was foul play.
Right.
Soon she heard it.
DJ Academics. He did he did the interview from his home with DJ Academics, and they were smoking cigars together. And DJ Academics posted it. How DJ Academics got the interview with Donald Trump Jr., I will never know, but it was a good interview. But he landed
I'll
it.
tell you this. I'll cut you off real quick. So when I met him, I was about 22 years old, about to enlist in the Army, all gung-ho, but I wasn't conservative yet. He had just written his book, Triggered, about all the liberals.
Got it. Well, hold on. Is this about Diddy or Junior?
He never said a word to me. I'm talking about the guy with the beard.
Is it about Diddy?
No. I met Don Jr. In a place called Mount Kisco. That's
Got
where I
it.
live.
Well, we were only interested in Junior because he was speaking on Diddy. That's all.
Yeah, and he seems like an honest man. That's all I was going to say, is because I met the dude, the president's freaking son.
All right.
Right. He was saying that his wife had been good friends with Kim Porter for many years, and they would do lunch dates, and they would text, and they would actually talk frequently.
Got it.
And that when Kim Porter died, his wife said, no.
Yeah.
Kim didn't die of pneumonia.
Okay, going to the
Something
next
wrong
caller. KFC, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
All right. All right. Well, any KFC, any last words?
I mean, let me just say this. He was mentioning something about Shyne, right? The only thing I have to say about that, I just find it, interesting that in 2022, Shyne revealed the reason he no longer blames Diddy for his, for his imprisonment or whatever. Boom, boom, boom. He said he doesn't blame him. And then he turns right back around, right? And jumps right back out there and says that Diddy set him up. But that's right after Cassidy, got her little settlement. And I think that's just crazy. I just think the timing of that is real, real crazy. And that's all I have to say about that. I think it's a money grab. I think a lot of people, it's money grab.
Mm-hmm.
Opportunity to make more money, get more money.
Trey.
Well, it ain't no money that Shyne can get. Shyne can't get no money out of Diddy right now. So Shyne ain't gonna get no money out of this.
He
can't get no money.
Tell all.
He got to stand in line.
Right, but I'm saying everybody gonna tell their story now, right?
The lady that got shot can't get no money because Diddy already paid her.
But listen, just going on interviews.
She said Diddy. Well, people can go on interviews. Can't she go on the interview? He shot her. Let her get her money.
And that's another thing too. I mean, anybody that's ever been around a gun going off, especially indoors, it's extremely loud.
A pow
So
pow.
if he shot her in the face, pow her in the face. There weren't other people around, but did he shoot her in the dark? Pow her in the dark? In the club when they on the dance floor? Like no one else saw that? No one else didn't see that happening and J-Lo putting that in her purse? There's no video camera.
Well, they did say that people did say, and some of them did say it was Diddy in the club. They did have people.
That didn't go in the police report.
They had some witnesses that did say that. But it's going to come out. It's going to come out, KFC. You get ready to see the devil up close and personal.
Yeah. I'm with KFC on KFC. For me, I already know Diddy is going down. I feel it in my spirit. I feel it in my soul. It's going to happen. But I understand your stance on let's just wait and see because I'm pretty much there too. I want them to go ahead and make their arrest and go ahead and charge them and indict them. Go ahead and do that part and get the ball rolling. Because it's going to happen.
Allegedly. That's it. And see, what Gigi got going on too is that a lot of some of these callers, right? You know, that Donald Trump thing with his son, you know, now that's going to take off. So it's like a lot of people now are going to be saying, yeah, you know, Donald Trump's son said that's not true. Because if that's the case, then why come his son didn't say this when Kim Porter passed?
He said it then. He said it. Because they was interviewing the lady, which was his wife. And she the one said to the reporters, they went out there. You know what? We need to go back and get those videos because someone was taking them down. But they interviewed her right out there at the house. And she said Kim was not sick and it was foul play. She said that right out her mouth. But
Trump's son.
Well, we're gonna wait until the evidence, because it's coming. I mean, they're gonna pick him up.
Shyne, that's the problem I have, that everybody's coming forward now. You know what I'm saying? When if you had something that could have helped later, you know, like back in the day, before later now, after the fact, that could have stopped other people being victimized by him if it's allegedly true that he is guilty.
But
you don't think that's strange that Donald Trump's son has been quiet all this time and all of a sudden he got something to say?
But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. I'm going to be honest with you, and you might not like what I'm about to say. If I was a person in the industry and I know Diddy had possibly done all this stuff and I knew what a man with that much power was capable of, and I saw him beat the shit out of Cassie, and she ain't
Please
even
no
at
cussing.
listen, and I saw him beat the S out of Cassie. The best I might do, if I had enough integrity, I might quit because I don't respect my employer anymore, and I don't want to see him do that to her again. But I'm not going up against P. Diddy, and she ain't even ready to go up against him because I have a family to look after.
Mm-hmm.
So what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? Go to the police and say, "Oh, I saw P. Diddy, my boss, beat his girlfriend down." So then they go to Cassie. Cassie ain't ready to press charges. Cassie gonna say it didn't happen. I don't know why.
So why come Donald Trump's son still so emboldened today?
Listen to me, KFC. But listen to me, KFC. So Cassie's gonna say it didn't happen. So I'm reporting this, and Cassie ain't ready to even report Diddy. So what's gonna happen? They can't file no thing. I don't got no proof. I saw him beat her, but where's my proof? So I'm just gonna be somebody who now does not have a job, probably won't work in the industry again because Diddy has power at that time. So what am I going to do? Tell me what I'm going to do. You keep saying if they had said something. So what am I going to do in that position? What am I going to do to help her? And she wasn't even ready at that time. What am I going to do?
I'm talking about Donald Trump's son.
Donald Trump's son, he wasn't in the inner circle. He said his wife was friends with her. He said the
Okay,
wife
so that's what I'm saying. So why come his wife ain't saying that?
But still, what are they gonna do if Cassie was at a point she was still with him and not ready to leave and in fear of him? So they go to the police. They don't have no proof that Diddy. Trust me, Diddy didn't beat her in front of Donald Trump Jr. and his wife.
Well, they could have went to the police and said, "Hey, can you please do a welfare check on this young lady or a checkup call because we're concerned."
Let me tell you how welfare check works. They go to the house. If they go, ma'am. Well, we can't tell you who, but we have reason to believe that you're being abused. And Cassie goes, abused? Did your boyfriend, P did abuse you? No. Who said that?
But at least it would have been documented that they went out on a call. Just support what he's saying today. Not just pulling something out of the air.
No. I got a question for you. How do you know? And no, listen to me. How did you know in all those years that people didn't anonymously go? How do you know?
Every time police respond to something.
How do you know those calls were not made? All these people knew that Cassie supposedly was getting her butt with. How do you know that those calls were not made?
So why come it's not documented?
How do you know? We wouldn't know that those calls were made.
But hold up, we would.
Because
remember with OJ.
No, we wouldn't.
With OJ, they released all the calls every time.
The only reason why we heard Nicole Brown Simpson's 911 calls is because it was after she was murdered, and they used those calls in the trial.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's the only reason why we heard Nicole Brown Simpson's 911 calls is because she was murdered.
That's what I've been saying all along. Don't you think they would do the same thing to someone who possibly may have involvement with SAN and trafficking?
No.
You don't think so?
Not now. Because Cassie didn't go after Diddy. Okay. Cassie wasn't murdered, and she didn't go after Diddy in
I'm talking about going after Diddy, period.
Has the trial started? How do you know these 911 tapes won't be brought forth? Has the trial started yet?
And see, it's not fair for Donald Trump's son to speak on Kim Porter because she's not alive, unfortunately, to say, yes, I knew them, or no, I didn't. So that's not fair either, is it?
He can say exactly what he wants to. Don't we get online and say what we want to?
But that doesn't mean his wife knew her, though. Like, why are you getting involved with something that can't be proven if you knew her or not? What does that say about you?
He can say what he wants. And if Diddy, listen to me, we have freedom of speech here. And if you have a problem with listen, this is how it works in America. If you have a problem with what someone's saying, then you sue them. You sue them then. You sue them.
But she can't do that, though. She's not here anymore.
You have the option of suing anybody that you think is slandering your name. Yes, you can. Then let Diddy sue them then. If you got a problem with it, sue them.
Okay.
Sue them. You can always sue for slander.
Well, remember Pamela Anderson off of Baywatch?
Yes, I remember.
Remember how dirty Tommy Lee treated her?
Okay.
No one spoke up about that. And everybody knew, yes, he did. And everybody talked about that. And no one didn't say anything about that either. But yeah, everybody got something to say about Diddy.
You know why? Because people mind their own business. It's just what people do.
Okay.
And in the entertainment industry, people definitely don't want to get involved in your stuff. I don't want to lose my career. Why? Why would I lose my career?
So let me ask you this. So what would be the driving factor? You don't think the driving factor why Donald Trump's son is coming forward now is because his father possibly may want the black vote? And that's the way they're trying to get him back in there?
No, and I'm gonna tell you why. Donald Trump's son would have never told us about his wife being friends with Kim Porter if DJ Academics had never brought Diddy up. He didn't bring it up. Academics brought it up. If Academics had never brought Diddy up, he would have never talked about.
But can I ask you a question now?
If you watch the interview, you'll know that.
Okay, can I ask you a question? Just like Donald Trump's tennis shoes was supposed to be inspired by the hip hop community. How do you know they didn't pay that DJ to say that?
I don't know about
because
that.
a lot of people don't like the way he treated Fannie Willis, right? In Georgia. So how you know this is not his redemption? His father's redemption to try to get back in good with us by jumping on the Diddy thing.
No. Here's the thing about Fannie Willis. Here's the thing about Fannie Willis. I'm glad you brought her up. Now, Fannie Willis, she went after Donald Trump, and she's gonna try to bring him down. That's her job. She's paid to do that. So, do you think Donald Trump didn't do anything to Fannie Willis that I wouldn't do? Let Fannie Willis have been trying to prosecute me, and then I find out that she's sleeping with the other attorney that's working with her to bring me down.
Can I ask you a question, Trey? Let me ask you a question.
You don't think I'm gonna go after her and tell my team to go after her? But I would have went after Fannie Willis too.
But Trey, check this out. They have Trump on tape saying, if I could just find 11,000 votes from somewhere.
Can we not go here?
11,000 votes.
Can we stick it on Diddy?
Okay, yeah, but that's on tape. And they're not trying to use that to incriminate Trump. But you got all this evidence on tape to incriminate Diddy? And you don't think there's nothing strange about that?
But Fannie. I mean, not Fannie. KFC. KFC.
You don't think that's strange?
Clive Davis is a bottom.
Let me finish, Trey. They got the man saying it on tape.
KFC. You obviously don't know how an FBI investigation works.
Okay.
You don't know how a Homeland Security investigation works.
I do.
I don't think you do.
I do,
but
because
like
you don't answer
said,
the question, Trey.
But
you don't think it's strange. I heard Diddy. I heard Trump say, if I could just find 11,000 votes somewhere when it came to Georgia,
but
I would
that's
win.
Trump. That's Trump.
Can we get off of politics?
I'm not talking about that. Okay, I'm not talking about that. What I'm saying is that's on tape. That's creditable.
Can we get off of politics?
Right? They're not trying to use that. But yet you got all this tape on Diddy, though, that you're trying to use. You don't think that's fair?
KFC.
You don't think that's biased?
KFC.
Okay.
The FBI and Homeland Security did not raid that man's houses for nothing. The FBI and Homeland Security don't allegedly have Cassie and Little Rod in hiding for nothing. Believe me.
Okay.
He couldn't get to those two people right now if his life depended on it.
I'm not talking about
either one of them.
I'm talking about why they pick and choose what they're going to use on tape for some people, and they don't use what they got on tape for everybody.
You know what? I can't answer
when it comes to criminal investigations.
I can't answer that for you. I can't.
See, then how can you say Diddy's guilty if you can't answer that then? Because right there you see that's injustice. You see that the law is not one way for everybody like the way it's supposed to be. If you can't answer that question.
You know what? KFC ordinarily, if it was anybody else, I might say you're right. But I, in no way, shape, or form, am I gonna defend Diddy and say injustice toward Diddy at all. Diddy is getting everything he deserves. This is the chickens coming home to roost. This is what happens when you have bad karma around you for years. It comes back to you. So I hope this man gets everything that he deserves when this is said and done. I'm not going to lie to you. That's my personal opinion. And you're not supposed to pray for somebody. You're not supposed to root for somebody's downfall. But I'm telling you out my own mouth, at least I'm keeping it real. I'm rooting for his downfall. And the day he go down, I'm going to celebrate. And I'm probably going to get on Gigi's channel, and all of us going to talk about it. And I'm going to celebrate and drink liquor.
Yeah, I'm going to have some champagne myself.
The Jeffrey case, you know, they didn't release too many details, though, did they? Not like this one, though, are they? Oh, it's very interesting, isn't it?
I don't care. I am not going to sit up here and pull. I am not a black person that's going to pull the race card for P. Diddy.
I'm not
Maybe
pulling the
any
race
other
card for
black
Diddy.
man, but P.
Diddy does not deserve our grace at all. This man is a child molester. This man
Okay.
is a murderer.
Hey,
This man
be
is a
creative
crook.
with your trade. Come on now. You are letting KFC
Okay, but let me
provoke
ask you this,
you
Trey.
to have this type of
love
language.
KFC.
Come on now.
Okay, Trey.
Trey, you're getting out of
I love
character.
KFC.
Come on now.
You know that.
Jesus.
So are a lot of these white collar crimes. Do your research on Hershey, Seagram, Ford, who makes Ford cars. So are a lot of people. What I'm saying is, why did they bend the rules? Why is it okay for you to say this applies to this person for this reason, and over here it doesn't? It's not fair.
KFC, where's Harvey Weinstein?
Look, we all know what Harvey Weinstein.
KFC, where's
a lot of that is
answer.
fictitious too. Okay, but you think
KFC,
you want to
please answer. Where's Harvey Weinstein tonight? He's in prison. Harvey Weinstein. What color is Harvey Weinstein?
But those are different circumstances.
What color is Harvey Weinstein?
Those are different circumstances, though.
Answer it. It's a simple question. What color is Harvey
I know what color he
Weinstein?
is. He's not black. I know what color he is.
He's white. And he's in prison. And he was a billionaire, too. He got taken down. Epstein.
He wasn't a billionaire.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
That's not. No.
P. Diddy is not a billionaire either. P. Diddy ain't one either. Harvey Weinstein was just as powerful as P. Diddy.
Exactly.
And he got taken down. So what's your point? So
my
why
point
did a
is-
white man, how did a white man, a rich, white, powerful white man in Hollywood get taken down? He's in prison, ain't he?
Those are different. Those are different circumstances, though.
Guess what? But your boy about to go to prison for life. And I hope he get in there with the rats and the roaches. I hope he finally, I hope the ghosts of Notorious B.I.G. and Kim Porter and Shakir Stewart and Erica Kennedy and Tupac Shakur, I hope all of their ghosts haunt him for the rest of his life in that federal prison. I do. I am happy about it.
But see, Troy, this is the thing. That what they did to Harvey Weinstein, I get that, but that wasn't all just about the SAing part. It was other people. There was other female actresses that came forward too, because they were talking about they got tired of making less money compared to their male, counterparts. So it was a lot more going on with that than just what they were accusing.
Didn't Harvey Weinstein get his day in court?
I don't think it was fair.
Harvey Weinstein went to court. He was found guilty. Guess what? Your boy gonna have his day in court too. Now, whether or not he's found guilty, we don't know. But I'm pretty sure he will, because the FBI and Homeland Security ain't gonna come up with egg on their face if they can help it. So your boy gonna have his day in court, and we'll just have to see. But like I told you here, and remember I said it tonight, Gigi, the day he goes, matter of fact, the day he gets arrested and charged and indicted, I know, Gigi, you gonna do a show on it. I'm gonna be right here.
All right.
I'm gonna get the champagne.
Well, Shelly, what do you have to
getting
say?
everything he deserves.
Any last
He's
words?
getting everything he
I
deserves.
just want to tell KFC, I hope you on the jury when I commit my crime. Because you go hard and I'm gonna commit some crimes, so I'm looking for you. I'm looking for you.
But KFC, all jokes aside, KFC, I love talking to you, and I love people that stand by their opinions 10 toes down, even if it's one that is, even if you have an opinion I don't share. I love for people to stand 10 toes down, and you do stand 10 toes down.
Yeah, you stand 10 toes down. That's for sure. But I love talking to y'all, and I love coming on with Gigi, because she let us express ourselves no matter what. And she'll tell you I'm not biased. I let people have their say. If that's what you believe in, I don't have no gripe with it. I'm gonna say what I say, and y'all gonna say what y'all believe in, and then we agree to disagree, and then everybody So you kiss goodnight, and we call it a night.
I know that's right.
Because let me just say this with the Harvey Weinstein case, some of those women that came forward against them, you know, their careers didn't blow all up like that in Hollywood either.
Okay.
Okay, and some of the ones that were involved with their careers fell off, had already fell off as well. So you know, you gotta look at that as too. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. So now you went from. No, I'm not defending them.
So
now you went from defending a black man to defending a white man. I got
No,
it.
because you brought up Harvey Weinstein. You said, where is he at right now? And I'm just saying, some of the women that got involved with that.
And you never answered the question.
I said he's in prison, but that doesn't mean that man did all the things that he was accused of.
But you were saying, why is it that in this case and in this case, you were trying to say it was a color thing? And I threw Harvey Weinstein at you. Because I said last time I checked, he was white and he was rich and he was powerful and he got taken down.
But over 50 women accused him? Over 50?
Then, can I please answer this, please, y'all? Y'all said the same thing in the Bill Cosby situation. A lot of those women lied. That's what y'all said. Until somebody made a point to me. And you know what they said? If you go out there and rape one woman.
Great.
If I go rape, great. If I go grape one, if I go and grape with a G, one woman, and she pulls me up on charges, and 39 other women come up that I didn't touch, guess what? I'm still a grapist. You know why? Because that one woman is telling the truth. It only takes me to grape one out of the 40 for me to be a grapist. So you can't tell me that out of all the women that accuse Bill Cosby, at least not one is telling the truth. And if at least one is telling the truth, you are a grapist. The other 39 could be lying, but if that one is telling the truth, you're a grapist.
Okay. Yeah, you're that. You're that.
Okay, but let me say this. You've seen
It only
Bill
takes
Cosby's
one.
face
It
before,
only
right?
takes one.
Okay.
Think about it. If I go molest,
Oh,
think about it.
Mo, touch. Trey, be more creative, please.
If I go and touch one child inappropriately, okay, and then 11 other children come because their parents lie on me. Okay, the other 11 are lying, but guess what? It only takes for me to touch one child inappropriately.
Okay,
for me to be
Trey, can we not be
We
so
all agree.
graphic? You know,
We
it
all
only
agree
takes
on
for
it.
you. It only takes for you to do something inappropriate to one, person to you to be that.
And everybody would give me the appropriate tag of being a what?
We not gonna say it, but we know what you're talking about.
A CM. I'll say that. So it only takes one for you to fit that description and earn that title.
You about Bill Cosby?
Yeah, only takes one. I don't care how many lies. You can't tell me that at least one ain't telling the truth. Because where there's smoke, there's fire.
So why did he get overturned then? Why did Bill Cosby? Why did his SA assault conviction get overturned?
He just did 4 years and he was back home.
But it got overturned though.
He did 4 years. And you know what? I didn't have a problem with him.
4 years for 40 women? That's not fair.
No, not every. He wasn't on trial for every woman. He was on trial for the one that didn't run out of the statute of limitations. The other women came up with this. The other women came forward. Listen, the other women came forward, but he was only on trial for that one that had not run out of the statute of limitations. Just
so
that
why didn't
one.
he get sentenced with longer time for the four? There's some men that do that act that get life.
Here's my thing. I can have a
So
problem.
you basically got a
with
year
Bill
per
Cosby.
victim. 1 year per victim.
It was just one lady.
That you see,
one girl, the statute had not run out of limitations. Now, other women came forward with their stories, but he wasn't on trial for that because the statute of limitations had run out.
So let me ask you this. You don't think those
He did
other
4
women...
years. He did 4 years, and he was back home.
So let me ask you this. A woman that came forward in 2006 that filed charges against him, and he settled out of court for $3.38 million. You don't think that was a motivating factor while other women came forward that could say that they had a cocktail by him as well? So if they felt so bad afterwards, okay, but if they felt so bad afterwards after being with him, why didn't they go to the hospital to make sure they go okay?
Hey, Trey.
Because
Trey, let me step in. Let me step in for a minute. KFC, Bill Cosby did a deposition, and he admitted that he was drugging and sexing the women. It was on court record. Where the problem came in at, they had him tell the truth and said they wasn't going to prosecute. But once he did go on deposition under oath and admitted it, they waited a couple of years, then they came back and prosecuted him. That's why they had him in there 4 years, and then they had to overturn it. Because his lawyer went in the paperwork and found out they promised him they wouldn't they wouldn't prosecute him if he told the truth. So he went under oath and he did admit it. So that's on public record. You can go into the court records. I know you're not going to do that, but it's there. He did admit it.
that's what the prosecutors were trying to do. But his team was saying that sex was consensual. And I think a lot of women did give consensual sex to him because they thought he was going to help them launch their career.
Well, what about him admitting it, though, under oath? He admitted it. Come on now. He admitted it. Because he thought that they was going to let it go. And he admitted it. He even told them what kind of pills. But go ahead, Chairman.
Why didn't he get time on that? Because those pills will be illegal on the street, right? Why come the judge didn't send them additional time for getting those pills?
It was the statute, because the women that he was speaking on, the statute of limitation had ran out, but this one lady, it didn't. And so that's why Bill went in there, because he thought they was going to let him go if he told the truth, because they lied to him. They said, if you tell the truth and go on record what happened, they said, we will not prosecute. So Bill went in there and told them the truth, but they lied. So they waited a couple of years and then they went in.
So
that's why I got overturned.
One lady, why come he didn't get additional time for the pill and the essay?
Well, they can only do but so much, because, that's why his lawyer was very good, because he went in and found that paperwork. If he didn't do that, Bill would have still been sitting in jail. They had kept that paperwork from them. So that's what happened why he was in there 4 years before they overturned it. Because his lawyer found the paperwork where they told Bill if he told the truth, they wouldn't prosecute. So he told the truth under oath. He said, yes, I was giving the women drugs and I did, So that's what happened with that case.
But he never gets guilty for the drugs.
Well, they did what they could do with it because of the years. It was so many years that it had happened. So they did what they could, give them the years they could. But he was still being there. The lawyer found out that they held paperwork back.
So when was the last case, though? That woman, one of the victims, what was the year? Because Bill Cosby's blind now. So, I'm trying to figure out.
He's faking that. He was faking that at the courthouse. But, some of this I know you're not interested in looking this up, but some of this is court record. You can get it.
Oh, because I need to brush myself up. But you know what? I know the last one, they said her statute of limitation, she barely got in there because hers was about to run out. I do remember.
Yeah, it was. It was.
She barely made that in there to even bring him forward to court. She barely.
Just like Cassidy barely got hers in there as well.
But see, Cassidy was a civil, and yes, she barely got it in there. But see, New York extended that. They said, if you want to go after people civilly, we're going to give you an extension. Cassie went in because it was the state of New York where all of this happened, and that's how she was able to do that. So Cassie went after him in a civil suit. She couldn't do anything criminal, so she went after him in a civil suit. And that's what people normally do when they can't go after you in a criminal way. Well, at least let me get paid for my suffering. What's wrong with that? Absolutely nothing.
So you don't think Bill Cosby's estate wasn't a motivating factor?
But his money?
Yeah.
Yeah, because probably he was able to get a good lawyer who took the time to even have it overturned. The average person wouldn't have had the resources to have an attorney that good. So yeah, I think his money played a role in some form or fashion. Yeah.
And you know what? His wife is still with him. Ain't that something? 60 women came forward, and his wife didn't divorce him. So what does she know that we don't?
Camille knew about him with other women.
Bill cheated on Camille so many times over the years.
Yeah, she knew about it.
Let her die with him.
She one of those women that would stay for the lifestyle. She knew about it.
She knew. I don't think she didn't care about Bill cheating. Maybe
Oh
when
my
they first got
God,
together, she
KFC, did you
realized
hear
how
what
Bill
Shelly
was.
said?
What?
She said that Bill Cosby's wife stayed for the money. Was a money grab, girl. A money grab marriage.
Yeah, she stayed for the lifestyle. Bill was cheating on her the whole time.
Remember how you always talking about these girls are getting a money grab?
Man too. Yeah, but I think Camille came up in the era of stand by your man.
Yes.
That is worth $400 million. They've been married since 1964.
Yeah,
so do you not think she wouldn't have gotten half of that? She had 5 kids with this man.
Yeah,
she would have got paid a nice piece of change. Michael Jordan's wife got $185 million when they divorced.
So she loved him. Obviously.
Maybe she knows it wasn't true.
I don't think it's that though. I think Camille. No, I don't think it's that. I think she probably loved Bill Cosby. That's her husband. She had 5 kids
I was
with him.
just
And you know, back
Trey, I was just messing with KFC because she's always talking about a money grab. And KFC, you have a lot of men in the comment section that are standing by you.
No, I'm not saying it for that reason. I'm just saying you got real victims and you got those who say they're victims.
KFC,
And that's
what
the
part?
problem.
I was joking.
KFC,
I was messing with you.
But KFC,
Lord have
it only
mercy.
takes for one. KFC, you could have 100 people come after you, and one is telling the truth.
Exactly.
It only takes that one for you to be labeled. It only takes that one for you to earn the title of whatever you're being accused of. Just one.
Right.
Just one.
So what I'm saying is, with 60 women and them only being able to convict him on 4, and he only gets 4 years.
Because of the statute of limitation. But KFC, this is on video. This on video as well.
One. It was
so
only
4 years for one.
The limitation had not run out. One.
So why did he get no time? Why did he get such little time?
Okay, well, can we talk about this tomorrow? Well, I thank you all. I thank everybody for commenting. I thank everybody for coming up, giving your opinion respectfully. This platform welcoming everybody. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe. And I'll see you tomorrow at 9:15 p.m. And we did a vote, and most people want to talk about TD Jakes. So TD Jakes is up next. All right.
Okay. All right. Good night, all.
Good night.
All right, take care. Bye.